shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it all. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters yet again. We are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time hands holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. And it unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through on those memories, and yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on.
Onto the tanks here because there's no more sustain.
Now the feed is filled with Versus Glow. The bears, they're feasting.
The timer is slowly ticking. Will they be able to touch? Benny goes down. Corolla with a great set of push and damage here.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 3 of the playoffs and the most important day of all time for the remaining teams here. The moment they have been practicing for, Vicky, really since the launch of this game nearly a year ago. FlyQuest, 100 Thieves, they punched their ticket to land, and now the remaining 4 teams today win and you're in, lose and you fall short of Rivals history. Hello, my name is Cozy and I'm honored to bring you the action day alongside the irreplaceable, the wonderful, the goated Vicky. How you doing today?
I'm doing good, Cozy, especially after that opening. We got 2 more slots left for Americas to punch their ticket in for our very first Marvel Rivals Ignite Championship tournament.
No, absolutely. I mean, if you looked at yesterday and just the stakes of what they had there, yes, you know, a lot was on the line to punch their ticket to Georgia, but now it's straight up, you win, you get to the biggest stage here, you lose, you just fall so short of what everything has come together here in practice. And listen, some metas, maybe the next 4.5 patch is working better for their team. We've talked about that. They want to try to just get to that even. And we have so many great storylines today and an awesome matchup for you. When we look at everything with the schedule, the bracket on how we got here, Vicky, it's just been an insane storyline in the making.
It's been an insane journey, too, for the teams that have to put rosters together, find their footing, work through the meta so far within 4.0. And this is how we got here. We'll be starting off the day looking at that bottom bracket at the teams who want to punch their ticket into land. And then looking at that upper bracket, the heavy Titans who find themselves comfortable in that upper bracket finals between FlyQuest and 100 Thieves.
Yeah, we only have 100 Thieves, the only prior team from America to now punch their ticket in. And if we look at the other 4, Vicky, it's insanity, right? You have Nemesis, who maybe the one of the last seeds coming into this thing, but don't let their humility and smiles fool you. They are hunting giants today, and they face Envy. I mean, the favorites to win it all now face the unthinkable. Envy fighting just to stay alive in this thing and face the chance to even get to the stage that they dominated as runner-ups there for the entire mid-season finals. But you know what, Vicky? They're comfortable there. That's where they've been before to punch their ticket and climb to where they've been. And then on the other side, Vicky, we look at Sentinels, Dark Zero, friends become enemies. We have 2 great players on Dark Zero leaving Sentinels. They've been playing together since launch. Now face each other to boot one another out. One punches their ticket. You could not script it better.
Yeah, you know what? I have to make sure I don't, leak the script after what I witnessed yesterday when we were talking about our predictions, and seeing the run back opportunity for that second series is going to be a banger. All bangers all day long here within the Marvel Rivals Ignite.
Yeah, props to you for calling the upset. I mean, oh my goodness, that was a crazy one, Envy 100 Thieves there. As we take a look here at what has been the grand final teams and who has kind of earned their ticket there. We've seen the other regions lock in who's going to Atlanta for them, and right now we've answered the question. FlyQuest, props to them, amazing team. We've seen what they've done, really looking like the 1 seed, coming from America. And 100 Thieves just always doubted, but so much excellence, patience, and great play from them. So pumped for those guys and getting to see them in action again. But we have 2 more spots remaining. We have Citadel, VP, Navi. I mean, just so many greats. EMEA, 2 of the big ones are returning for them. We'll have to see now what we can do over here in America. But Asia, China, OCE, everyone's getting it done, Vic.
Yeah, Reject Winity, got Crazy Raccoon. There's so many international counterparts that our American teams are looking to face off against, but it's about getting there in the first place to make it to the grand finals.
No, absolutely. And it's just crazy to think some of these people not making it to that big stage, and obviously especially Envy and to what they've done before. I know falling short would just be crazy for them. Sentinels and the org and the players on that team, but Dark Zero, this team that looks unstoppable. Nemesis, this is the farthest they've gotten, Vicky. Last time, if we look at the group stage, got eliminated kind of right off the bat. Played the Dark Zero team, got pushed down to the lower, and then it kind of got out of control from there. So if we look at today's schedule and how we're going to break down today, we start with those elimination matches, the win and get in. By far the most juiced I've been here to just cast any rivals in a long time now. So fun to be able to cast this morning. I have Envy versus Nemesis, best of 5, Dark Zero versus Sentinels, and then we close out the day there with what, Vic?
FlyQuest versus 100 Thieves, and then our final series will be determined depending on who will be winning our first 2 series of the day. Will it be Envy? Will it be Sentinels? Will it be Dark Zero, Team Nemesis? It's all here to depend on what that final series is going to be shaped up to be.
Absolutely. And if we take a look at the predictions and kind of what we think as casters, I would say, what do we know? But again, Vicky nailing it yesterday. We were all in line yesterday a ton, and today, similar story, although Sentinels Dogman is going to be going with the org there. That is just, has been dominant for so long. FlyQuest across the board, but 100 Thieves, once again, Vicky is going with the good old 100 Thieves answer. So fun to see there, as always, Vic. We gotta get some upsets here, Cozy. We have to make sure we can get those upsets going, and especially with Dogman too, trying to go against the grain with his own Sentinels pick. Yeah, no, we don't ever look at each other's picks here, and I like that, we always have one of us kind of go with the off pick, and it's fun because, you know what, I would say things never go as predicted here, especially at the top levels of play, because we've heard it from the players, you've seen it as the viewers. It's who shows up that day, and it kind of breaks down to the fundamentals. If you look at Envy, and not to get ahead of ourselves, we look at Envy, the pick ban phase did not go the way they wanted yesterday, and that was a big thing that led to their demise. So, you got to see who shows up, who did the homework. So much preparation goes into it outside of just right here, right now, Vicky.
Yeah, and it all depends on how they're able to adjust to a new meta, considering the fact that Daredevil is out right now, Cozy, and looking at the championship, we'll be playing on patch 4.5.
Yeah, oh man, Daredevil looks insane too. Hopefully you guys have been letting the devil out over there yourselves. And if you haven't already seen what this guy's capable of doing, well, check it out for yourself. We got a little gameplay action to check out. Matt Murdock and the Daredevil.
Forgive me for what I am about to do. I see you. You've been judged. Face the devil. Wrath of the beast. Hellfire. On the hunt. Let the devil out! Ruthlessness is mercy.
My goodness, Vicky, all of the voice actors have been so good for this game, but that, I mean, just embodies the craziness of Matt Murdock. And I just, it's so fun to see. The patch too. Oh, Psylocke main. Psylocke is back. That ult is crazy with a good skin to boot. It's just been a fun time, even in the early first day of playing.
Yeah, I got to watch Cozy Rivals video on all the updates there with the patches, and I cannot wait to see how this transcends looking at the grand finals, because as we heard it from Terra in the interview, he hasn't been able to practice alongside a lot of the other Marvel Rivals Ignite teams on that new patch, because the main focus has been what we have been playing on today, which is Season 4.0 in preparation for that champs, as a lot of teams will be vying to see if maybe Daredevil could be slotted into the duelist role.
No, it's a good call. I mean, last time we had about a full month and change to get to land, and now it's happening in just a couple weeks. So these teams, it's like, there's a lot of money on the line, but I would say for 100 Thieves FlyQuest, it's like you punch your ticket. Now they got to, kind of look at what this patch looks like ahead of them, because they know what they'll be playing for there, and that's the big legacy of it all. But for the remaining teams, once again, if you're just now joining us, it's win, get in, lose. You are just missing out on the finals and history of rivals. And we start off with Envy versus Nemesis. And listen, I would say this, obviously, the majority would favor Envy here in what they've done as a team, but Nemesis has showed that they are capable of taking down Titans, right? They are David with momentum against Goliath, and that's why I'm excited to see today.
Yeah, me too. Why don't we take a look actually at Team Nemesis first, because when we highlight Team Nemesis and what they've provided for us, and just looking at Envy and Envy being the Titans that they have, it's going to be difficult. If you're Team Nemesis and you just finished at least beating out Rad Esports in a very fast, by the way, 3-0, you're looking at what this squad has to bring. Mello being that main star highlight player for me. Kraz, by the way, who had internet issues day number 1 of our playoffs, making the comeback, being slotted in for day number 2, and not only impressing all of us, but showcasing why, having subs that may be able to get slotted in for these different roles may equally just be as important.
Oh, absolutely. Kraz was the difference, right? Was not there the first set of games. They absolutely, lost that identity, and Kraz coming to what they could do. And it's just so good to talk to Mello, right? Again, this is the team here that they are humble. They came in, and this is the furthest they've gotten, and it all starts with their team captain, who says, listen, I know I do a lot for the team, but it is a full team effort, and of course he is correct. We can take a look at Mello and the multi-character menace, right? I mean, multitude of madness. Look at just all of this. And Namor, Star-Lord, Wolverine, lots of Bucky. This man always gets it done.
Yeah, you already know, too, that with the Star-Lord bans that we've been seeing roll out from a lot of our teams, it's the respect to the duelists that, have been able to have that combined together with Ultron in the skies. I've been really dissecting the pick and ban phase here, Cozy, and with Mello having this flexibility, you only have so many bans, but it's going to be a Titan that you have to deal with if you're looking at from Team Nemesis on the other side of their upcoming series.
It's actually a good shout, because if you think about, how they lost yesterday, Terra, the Terrifying guy, is always one dominant player, and 100 Thieves, they have so many TTK, everyone what they do there, but it's kind of like the same here with Nemesis, right? Like Mello leads that charge for them, and then you have the insane Kraz, man. So it's like, okay, could they face the same problem? You can't ban out Mello as easy, they're very flexible, and they could do a ton with what they bring. I mean, like I said, if he has not picked his Halloween costume, I expect to see some Bucky there. October 31st guy absolutely is crazy on the Winter Soldier in general. But yeah, from the top to bottom, this team could really put it together here. Scatter has played amazing head to toe. I mean, we said Amadian yesterday as Ultron, Vicky, was, I would say, the difference maker for sure on map 2.
100%, and that's what I'm thinking with the amount of Ultron bans that we've been seeing rolling out, having that Ultron ultimate as quickly as it is with a lot of these startup on the engagements, but they're not the only ones that could roll out with it, right? Then you take a look at Envy and what they've provided to the table. Literally, one of America's best out here. Combine that together, what we witnessed from FlyQuest, aside from 100 Thieves making the comeback too, clawing their way within that conversation. You look at Envy and you look at what they provide, and Speedery definitely being that Ultron that I have in mind, but that's not all he obviously plays, right? We've seen the Torch, we've seen the Phoenix. He can flex over to the Mag if they want to go over to the 3-3 composition with the triple strategist, triple Vanguard, as well as tap Coluge leading the way for this team too.
No, for sure. Envy was the best coming into this tournament, full stop. Yeah. And then FlyQuest, we saw what they've done now and how they've had that momentum of the roster change, right? But here's the thing about Envy. They love to be down here. They were down here whenever they were about to get eliminated last time. They won, and then they were able to, momentum swing that into what was the runner-up there, almost winning the entire midseason finals. head to toe is talent. They've got Tap and Cal. They switched those out. Tap has been doing a great job. Cal does great when he comes in as well. Speedery, we just know what he can do, whether it's Ultron or the Flyers in general. This is actually the team, if they make it to the next patch, I think that patch favors them so well.
Yeah.
And so that is why I think it's going to be even more motivation for them to get in. But yes, Kaluj, Window, what they can do in the Vanguard front. It feels like this is a team that it shouldn't even be down here, and we're either going to see one of two things, Vic. We're going to see kind of what we saw yesterday with Sentinels, where they just dominated, right? And they were like, this is clearly not a lower bracket team. Or they just don't show up, and that's happened with Envy before, you know? They are very confident. Love these guys, but confidence is definitely the top of a lot of, the adjectives to describe them. And sometimes overconfidence can lead to failure, and that comes in the fundamental stage of the pick and bans. That's where they lost it yesterday. But yeah, Tap playing Mantis. I mean, looking across the board, the flexibility is heavy. Harvey's, you gave them some trouble there a little bit from 100 Thieves in the strategist line, but I would say they're stacked from head to toe on all roles.
100%. You know that Tap is kicking his feet in excitement too, looking at those Psylocke buffs. That's why it's so excited to see how that's going to be able to benefit that team if they punch their ticket in. But they have to win this series first. You highlight the flexibility. We talk about Nero month. You talk about the strategist backline. Jeff bans coming out as well. We've been seeing a lot of targeting on the strategist backline, but then that also forces a lot of our strategists to become a lot more flexible. And flexibility is the name of the game when it comes to Marvel Rivals and the counterpicking potential that this game provides.
No, for sure. And just look for both teams here to have a lot of coordination. Envy, that's kind of their bread and butter. They just really don't ever break. They're always calm, cool, collected, no matter if they start out hot or not. They typically start out dominations looking pretty solid out the gate. And then you get a good sense. I even said this back in China when I was in the seats talking to somebody in the stands, and I was like, you know what? We usually see how Envy is on the first game. They're one of those teams that really show who they are right away and how they're going to come out with this thing. And listen, Tap and Cal have gone back and forth. It's so cool to have that competition at that spot with these two top players, because it just instills greatness and no, complacency, if you will. Tap was there yesterday, right? Obviously 100 Thieves didn't go the way they wanted. So I'm curious if it's map dependent, if it's comp dependent, who shows up that day. We'll have to see here in just a moment what we're going to lock in. My expectations is probably Tap. If they lose one, maybe they go to Cal after that. That's what I would expect, Vicky, but we'll have to see.
That's why it's so strong to be able to have a sub, depending on how the meta's been going, to play into your strengths. That's the double whammy, right? If Cal is feeling caliente there, then maybe we could be, dancing around the way that we approach these series. And I like how you highlight how strong Envy is when it comes to kickstarting these series, because obviously map number one, we always start on domination. And at the moment, Envy is currently 7-3 on Dom alone. You look at Team Nemesis as they had to start their run in that lower bracket, and they're currently 4-2 thus far, combining that together with what they performed within the group stage too.
For me, the standout with this Envy team, and what I think is a good matchup to look at, Ricky and Dinks. Ricky has been banned out when you look at Nemesis and how great his invis is. I would say the last time I watched Envy, at least in June, Month and Nero were just way more eye-popping of a difference. Yeah, and it really, and that is not what I've seen this time around. Month has been picked off early at times. Nero not being that huge difference maker as we saw last time. I remember when we were talking about our top strategist in the tournament, Nero was like easily on top of there, right? That's the big difference right now in the matchup to look for.
I 100% agree. There's been also some questionable moments where sometimes the strategist cohesion and trying to rotate through those ultimates have just not been there. So maybe trying to go back to the drawing board, figure out, is it a communication issue? Is there nerves involved? We've heard that from our top teams that even have veterans that have been competing in other shooters for so long where they still deal with these nerves. And when your backs are against the wall, sometimes certain teams have that in-game rage factor where they play out of their minds. Other teams, I know Dogman has actually spoken about this from his own personal experience being a top player. Other teams play a little bit more nervous. So this comes into contention as we get started in this lower bracket and with so much on the line.
Yeah, nerves is just not an adjective that I often would put with Envy. Again, gotten to know these guys. I mean, they are calm, cool, and collected, but Nemesis is the same. I don't think they're really nerve-stricken either. They're just focused. They don't even look ahead. Remember, we were talking to Melly. He's like, I don't even know who we're playing. Don't really care. We're just kind of locked in for what today is and moving on. It is a tough pull. If you were to see this in any sport, it's tough to see such a top seed, in a kind of a Cinderella story somewhat. I think Nemesis, it was expected to do well with the team that they have. But anything can happen here in Rivals Ignite. We've seen that time and time again as the teams get ready to lock and load, and we'll look at what I think is such an important phase in this whole thing, the pick ban.
Yeah, as we get started here too, I've actually gone back to see what the target focus, whether the target bans have been against Envy, and specifically looking at that series with 100 Thieves, because there was so much to take in from that game alone. And a lot of the times on Domination, a lot of teams have been wanting to look at Envy, and they don't want to deal with the Jeff. They don't want to deal with the Star-Lord. They don't want to deal with the Torch, the Ultron, with how strong Ultron has been once again to start off a lot of these fights with how quickly Ultron gets that ultimate. Usually, they've been protecting the Emma and the Mantis. Emma kind of across the board, and if it isn't the Emma, it's usually the Groot, which I also think has been interesting because that also highlights how Envy wants to protect these Vanguards as, again, the first bans roll out, and Team Nemesis, they do opt to ban the Jeff against Envy, while Envy banned the Mantis against Team Nemesis.
Ladies and gentlemen, win and get in right now. Locations, Krakoa, the Hellfire Gala calls, Georgia, as well as the destination with Mantis and Human Torch being banned. Envy just getting rid of the big players there for Nemesis to start out. And yes, there it is. Jeff is not going to have any action in this first bit, at least coming from Team Envy. Ultron save. We're going to see Speedery probably shift to that as we've seen before. Tap is in, so do look for that, as we did expect after yesterday's matches. And we're going to follow up there with an immediate ban over to the Human Torch. Another tip of the cap to the both great players and duelists, and Speedery and Mello. When you're looking at the follow-up bans, yep, Star-Lord is someone I expect. You know, this is two really good, just kind of meta-dominant teams, so you can expect a lot of just the kind of typical picks here. You know, Emma on the non-doms and things like that, Vic.
And if we currently see Team Nemesis get away with, rather Envy get away with having the Mantis on their side of things, and they already protected the Ultron, that's going to be scary. You're going to have that damage boost available to you, something that Envy has no issue rocking here as the next Protect comes out onto the Venom, with Window also providing a great showcase of that Venom gameplay. Again, if they also have that damage boost, it's going to be lethal.
Oh, man.
There you go. They banned it out.
Yeah, that's what we expected there. 250 Gs on the line. Pixie's pick bans matter, every single bit of it. Now, with the save on Venom, Window, I would say, is probably my favorite Venom in this tournament. Very close. And on the other side, though, Kraz is right there. So, going to be interesting to see what they pair up. With the Jet Ban, won't have any, you know, symbiotic shenanigans. The Emma save is there. Last ban, don't think they were going to ban Emma either way, but with them thinking a little bit longer here, perhaps that's the angle. I would maybe think Namor and Hulk is what they could look at. They're trying to look at some strengths, or they can continue to go with the butt. Yeah, okay, so they're going to target ban Mello.
I like this. I like how we just highlighted Mello's flexibility with these different heroes. And now look at this target focus. Star-Lord, Torch,
Ooh.
Bucky. Yeah, we have the Hulk and Namor, but as we roll out with everything now and everybody's gotten situated, Envy is locked in. Kaluj going to the Pride and True Captain Nero over onto the Ultron.
Yeah, I've got to say, I'm actually... Okay, a couple things I want to point out. Speedery on Psylocke, I love this out the gate. Nero back over to the Ultron. They played that the last time we saw. It really came down, if it was Hulk, I had a guess it was going to be Hulk or it was going to be something towards Mello. I love that Mello is just going to play the opposite. And guess what? I think they're going to settle just fine to have the Namor in there with the Hulk. They're not mad about that whatsoever. But Speedery is going to be the one to watch. We're going to have to keep close eyes on the X-Men there, the bodyguard of the Hellfire Gala, as you saw in the trailer. Ladies and gentlemen, this is as good as it gets when it comes to stakes and what is on the line. Money's a lot, but even more so is the chance of history and the finals here between Envy and Nemesis as we check out Professor X. When is he coming to the game? Wheelchair or not, we'll have to see. But, Vicky, this is going to be a good one.
I love the little highlights. I get excited when I try to theory craft Cozy. I've also been wanting Ghost Rider for so long, but we have to see what's in store for us because these teams, they want to make history in the infancy of the Marvel Rivals esports scene. And as we roll out for game number 1 in our first series, everything on the line. We see Envy rolling out with Month being on that rocket. You have that BRB already set up. Window already getting stunned here off the beginning.
Yeah, pressure gets the highest. We'll see who rises taller here now as Tap instantly going in there. Kaluj, not on Captain America a lot. Window's typically the one that plays that role, and it's just the aggressive set right off the bat. Look at this between Psylocke, Cap, and more. They are playing pissed off. That's what you love to see as you get things started. I'm telling you, Kaluj is typically not that captain player, and I like the quick swap up here and just what they're trying to roll out right away, Vic.
Yeah, Kraz popped off at the very beginning of our series just yesterday, and he just got deleted within the first, 10 seconds of everybody rolling outside the gates. And now take a look at Nero. We talk about that Ultron engagement and being able to boost up more of those ultimates just as fast. Already getting to position as Window not only gets stunned, but Scatter is able to completely take him out.
Yeah, now looking towards it. I mean, this is going to equip Envy with what they need. 92% with the extermination. Mello looking to get it angle there, forced to use the blessing of the deep. Big cooldown. Tab can now try to look to go aggressive as he knows he doesn't have that important protection. Now it's Nero with the extermination chasing from behind. Scatter once again. The Vanguards are struggling massively here at the hands of not the duelist, but the strategist. Nero with a clean pick off there. Nero now looking for more. Window gets the pick. Speedery continues on this thing, and right now in Nemesis, the lights are bright, and they've got to figure this thing out and slow it down.
We were talking about how strong Ultron is, especially on Dom, and look at these follow-ups now that we're also seeing from Tap. Envy had been able to secure that point first, and even if they lost out on one earlier on, Team Nemesis have not been able to break through this choke. Look at his positioning here from Kalush too. He backs away, he's got that freedom charge, and that basically adds on to another strategist ultimate, if you really want to see it like that.
This pace is blistering. They want this thing right now, throwing haymakers from the first second off the clock now with the ults charging and ready to go. It's going to be the dance of the butterflies. Execution happening here with nothing to come from it there. Good rotation from Nemesis. Great positioning from the team, but Nero getting their biggest player out of this thing in Mello. That's the ticket to success as Tap continues to do the same. And this is, I mean, they're kicking the door down and saying, we are here in the lower brackets, our comfort zone, Vic.
They're forcing staggers out here. Mello could even utilize his whale. He didn't even have a positioning to even set up the squids. And we have another Ultron ultimate from Nero. The damage impact from the Ultron has been a terror in the sky, and Team Nemesis haven't even been able to break out of the choke once to put one toe in line on this point. Talk about a dominating start here for Envy.
I mean, not even an opening, just a statement, Vic. Just absolute fifth gear to start it out, and it did start with what we saw in the pick ban. I think obviously that went well for them, but this is what you expect from Envy. You know, the game yesterday was rough for them here, but if you do look at the side of Team Nemesis, who, honestly didn't even get to set up shop on the point for a moment there, they do have ults ready. They're loaded, powder keg ready to blow, but they've got to get some life going. I mean, look at the stat board.
Window's gone down once. There's only been one KO from Envy. Team Nemesis are in Shambolic Town right now. We got to start working up what to do, because their whole point here, if they're going to be rocking the Hulk and no more, they need to also have some space to set up. And Envy hasn't given them that space once when they got that first pick off and forced out a stagger.
Their ult bars are stacked, but not the odds as of right now, as they continue to jump in. And we've got the Loki here. Dink's going to Loki. Maybe give them a little bit of survivability. Loki's a decent counter pick to the Psylocke at times. Looking for it though. Tap flying up, trying to get the first aggression once again, and they're going to just pick up where they left off. Monster Hulk's going to be coming from Kraz right away. They've got to get value from this Vic. They're going to just commit on that one before going with everything, but Ricky does have that ult to keep him up. Whale ready to jump. Nero with good positioning here, and the Psylocke now rotating Speedery and him on the back part of the point.
You have to look at Speedery, though. Being on that Psylocke, you're going to continuously harass the backliners, and Ricky with the invisible boundary is going to mean everything with a Madian going down, because Tap continuously with these follow-ups. Speedery finds Ricky next, and Team Nemesis haven't even been able to use any of their ultimates.
I mean, they opened up with the Monster Hulk, and then they kind of were hoping that would do enough, but no, cannot stop the one that hunts the yokais in Psylocke. Speedery with what is just a huge opening from them. And we've talked about this. I love when Speedery does not play Ultron. I got to be honest. Just so much talent.
Yeah.
Ultron, great character, but love to see the deadly duelist come to life. Call it art, call it murder. Psylocke just calls it a lower bracket. As we look at Nero trying to get more pick damage. Scatter has the opening. They can go with this with the whale if they want to. Amadi can get the pressure with the execution, but now they're allowing Envy to continue to charge up and, answer the response.
Just gives me a little excited to see what the sneak peek is going to look like for the patch 4.5 when we play on it, but it's going to be extermination for extermination now for open up on the side of Nero from Amadian, more defensively to keep his team alive. Team Nemesis are trying to force their way onto this point with Envy already approaching 50%. Invisible Boundary is going to keep this fight going, and with Mello and the Whale crashing down, Amadian gets the follow-up onto Window, except they have the Rocket Raccoon and the BRB, bringing them right back around. Silent Seduction didn't seduce anybody, it looks like here, as Scatter's going to get taken down almost immediately. Nero falling low, but Envy staying alive as Kaluge, together with Speedery, have not only harassed this backline, but Amadian completely turning things around. Having number advantage for right now, and Deeks will be able to come in with a God of Mischief.
Yeah, I mean, my goodness, got the firmware patch ready. The Ultron picking up right where they left off yesterday. And Madian keeping them in this thing. Absolutely Ricky with the Sanctuary to get the fight started, but was broken fast. Now Speedery looking for more, trying to get some poke damage on here. Getting rid of the squids. Good start here as they continue to position out of it. 84%. And Nemesis might get their first touch of the point. Vic, they do. We have percentage, everybody, for Team Nemesis, as we're going to see NV reset.
They were so low originally. Look at Kaluge's health bar here too. A Speedery on the hunt, trying to go through the backside of the map as Mello close to that whale once again. See the dive attempt from Kaluge to split the focus, and Speedery also trying to harass his backline. He's got the dance of the Cutterflies available, and Amadian does have extermination to help restabilize everybody here from Team Nemesis as Tap waiting to get the final dive here together. The follow-up as Nero's going to open up this fight first with the extermination. Needs some help before backing away. The focus is real as Krez takes him down, brings him to the floor, and Amadian still finds Window here from the back.
Straight from a nightmare, the Gamma God jumps and tackles, just jumping around. Look at this rotation from Krez, but is going to go down in Bruce Banner form, and just a quick finish there from the Omega level X-Men in Tap. Now looking for more. They're going to push in. They got the pick they needed here. Going to see if Window can get the opening, but no, Kaluge is going to lead the charge. The lead of the Avengers pushes towards Loki. We've seen this before. Call the Avengers. No, this is Envy versus Nemesis. The more fights happen, Tap, Nero continue to get the domination on this one, as now they just easily get the team out of there, and they're going to get this point right back, Vic.
Finally, they flip it right here around. They're about to hit 90%. I've never seen a Worldbreaker Hulk, by the way, his health bar just get deleted so fast. They call out the Loki. That's a big stagger. And now Team Nemesis, with no Doctor Strange in sight here, they have to try to recontest. They try to force it into overtime, but they take out Mello next.
Just choreographing the funeral here, step after step. Mello trying to switch to make the difference on Speedery, but a little bit too late. Nero gets Krez out of there once again. Krez suffering here at the beginning of this matchup. Speedery once more. Dance, execution. One, going for more. It's just painting the point purple as Psylocke Speedery continues to get it done. Switched over to Nero. We've got the execution, and that is going to execute the odds of Team Nemesis to get a chance to win this domination. Krakoa firmly belongs to Team Envy.
No surprise there, Cozy. With how dominating their win rate is so far on domination thus far, they came out swinging from the gates, now evening up the score and tying it, where domination, they stand at 8-3 after that dub alone. But Envy, the way they were able to recontest immediately afterwards, just allowing Team Nemesis to flip the point once.
Yeah, they didn't come here to play. They came to reclaim the throne of what was this team coming in. And honestly, Vicky, first of all, look at Kaluge, not dying once, month living, completely fine. Window, diving in there, getting a couple deaths in there. But other than that, this team did everything I wanted to see, Vicky, from top to bottom. Pick ban phase, perfection, right? Mix things up. Speedery now over to the duelist, pure role that we've seen them, and their just combination of ults and aggressiveness. That's what you expect to see. And Vicky, what did we open up with? I said this team is always so evident on how they open up the day. This is a scary look if this is what we're going to get.
Yeah, you have Tap just burning you down literally on the Phoenix and was constantly getting these follows, by the way, together with Window, who was diving that backline. And then you have Kaluge also splitting the attention of your strategist. That's why we saw Team Nemesis swap over to the Loki, right? You want to try to divert more of that dive attention when you put up those lanterns, but they didn't do much because then you have Speedery having the dance of the Cutterfly. Everybody's photoed in that side room. You finally get set up for the first time if you want to run the Gamma Squids, and then you get deleted when you're Worldbreaker Hulk and you can't even try to split more attention from the back line.
Yeah, Nemesis is typically a team that tries to thrive in the chaos, but right there, just Looks like, you know, if you are the favorites, you got to still, you know, prove that you are the favorites, and Envy doing a great job at that. I mean, there really is just not a lot to highlight there in the terms of Nemesis. 1 point cap was all they had. Amadian, I would say, was the one thing I could take away at something clicking for them from yesterday. But yeah, it's going to be, for me, them getting rid of that Bucky, eliminating what Mello does in his comfort pick. Speeder 23 and 1, 12,000 damage to boot. Oh boy, Vicky, we've got ourselves a hot and fast 1-0 so far.
Yeah, you don't have a foundation if you have no strategist to help build up that foundation. And with Speedery harassing your backline, collusion window on the diving vanguards, and then Speedery following up while Tap in the other side is just going to blow up the rest of your team. It's hard. 23 and 1, 12,000 damage done, and 12 final hits are ready to open up the series.
Absolutely. Win and you're in. We're already done with our domination match already. I feel like, Vic, every time we go up, it's just fast speedruns, fast claim points, 5-minute games yesterday. This one, not much different here, but when you look at it, listen, I mean, you have to now approach the pick ban phase a bit different if you're Nemesis. You kind of saw what they approached with, and Envy actually talked about this at China. I was talking to Collusion, and I said, do you ban towards the other team or for your team? Like, what are you trying to get accomplished there? And they're always just trying to get things set up for their own team, right? Yeah, but there, I've got to say the opposite. They try to make Mello and Team Nemesis kind of off their rocker a little bit, and so they went and attacked what I think made them great. We've seen Dark Zero with that same approach, so good job from them.
Yeah, no, it depends on what the second game type is going to be, right? Because if you look at the record that Envy has, it's a scary record at that. They're 6-3 currently on Convoy, but 2-3 on Convergence, and Team Nemesis are currently 1-4 on Convergences. We're going to have to see where Team Nemesis take us, Cozy.
You know what Momentum could do in this tournament, guys. We're about to find out when we go to match number two between these two teams. Win and you're in. We're about to find out. We're going to take a quick break and get back to the action. going on, guys? The break is over and chaos resumes. And Vicky, as we take a look at what we just saw, so fun to see Tap with the sub-in, a man that knows what it's like to be the underdog, playing on Techie last time in stage 1 for June, getting eliminated by a team in this lower bracket. But looking at lower bracket, Vicky, Envy has always thrived here. They got, pushed down there from Sentinels. They had to beat FlyQuest in the lower bracket. They went then to Ego Death, then to Shroud X, winning 3 matches, best of 5 in a row to punch their ticket, and then doing the same thing in China. So I'm telling you, this team, confident. They get a little bit, some could say cozy there in the top brackets, but this is when, they kind of lock in.
When Cozy says they're acting cozy, oh, that's how you know they're sitting back. But now, back's against the wall. We're here in that lower bracket, and you can't be too comfortable. But if that's how you want to open up our series after the map that we just saw right now, then that's a pretty dominating performance. Maybe a sweep here if Envy is angry and looking to take the revenge reversal as we take a look at our next map too, because we'll be moving on to Midtown. And as I highlighted already when it comes to Convoy, that's the second best game mode for Team Envy. This is where Team Nemesis takes them, and they're currently 1-2 on Midtown as we do move on over to Midtown.
Yeah, funny enough too, Nemesis usually dominates when they do win. 2-0 Dark Zero, they got the 3-0 yesterday, but then when they lose, kind of shows off right off the bat here. But this team is experienced. They've been here before, so they know exactly what to expect when the pressure's high. Emma ban's going to go right off the bat there from Team Nemesis down to them. I don't think I would do the Emma. Well, the Emma save is a bit more important here if you are going to be Team Nemesis with that ban to start things off. The save is going to go to Ultron. They're going to stick with that same strategy. Why not with Nero and what he did?
Nero was absolutely crazy, and we're going to see a different look here too, I'm expecting, because Speedery also being as flexible as Speedery is between the Psylocke, we know he's also been able to rock that Ultron, but they don't need that with Nero popping off. Phoenix, Torch, there's only so many bans you have, as the Magneto is the next ban, and usually here on Midtown, you get to see the 3-3, so you either see the target focus ban on the Vanguards, or you can see it on the Strategist. The only difference here is Envy playing as heavy dive as they were before. It's so difficult to try to have the damage output that you need if you're rocking triple strategist from the Team Nemesis side to deal with that.
I do like this swap up though. I like this swap up from Nemesis, really trying to do something a bit different. Go and attack Kaluge here, forcing him. I mean, he plays the Strange and whatnot completely fine, so we'll see if they rotate to that. And again, we just saw Kaluge play Captain America, so, guy could do it all over there. Very experienced vet, the Fortress himself. The Vanguard and Kaluge looking at the bands. So back over to the mellow bands. We're going to get the Human Torch. They're going to go back to back here. Wondering if Nemesis tries to save. Oh, look at this. Just going and attacking Kaluge. Completely. Like all the main tanks. Yeah, this is a cool strategy from Nemesis, just to give them something different. That does open up Star-Lord and Human Torch for this team, though. Can only ban so much. So you're opening up their duelists to carry a bit more. Vanguards. Sometimes you get banned out, Vicky, and then the other roles have to step it up here. And listen, Tap and Speeder are 2 that can do that with ease. And that's what I would expect right there, Vicky. I expected them to save the Winter Soldier because they knew what this next ban was going to be.
And let's see if this is going to be the Mantis ban too, because like you said, if they're opening up the floor for these duelists to pop off, and the last thing you want is a damage boosted Ultron and damage boosted duelists that are going to terrorize not only your backline, but really harass that front line too with the Vanguards that they want to roll out with, as the Groot is the next ban here from Envy, showing some of that respect here too, because we also have seen that flexibility when it comes to Kraz scattered together, as Scatter really likes the Emma, considering that now with that protection over to the Emma, we'll probably see Kraz on, rather Scatter on that, while Kraz still has the availability to have that Venom.
And Kraz popped off yesterday as Groot, and especially on this map, just a good play line. And, they could go Groot here themselves, right? They can match it again. They get rid of the biggest threat that Speeder can play in the Torch. Star-Lord still available, so look for that. But let's see, Kaluge is going to go Thor. Oh, yeah. Hey, listen, we saw that in the early seeding. The aggression out the gate doesn't work typically the entire way there to the point, Vic. But you can certainly open up with the Thor, and then you have the old, Moon Knight Storm special.
Wow, this is the first time, by the way, we've seen Winter Soldier lock in for the America Stage 2. That's to also highlight how we've been seeing a lot more of an influx of Bucky making their way, especially when it comes to Convoy or even Convergence, as we've seen before. But it's Midtown for map number 2. We see the Vanguard target. We see the Duelist now being able to pop off here. As Team Nemesis, they don't have a group. They can't run the Star-Lord, no Torch, no Mantis. Meanwhile, on the other half, Envy won't have a Doctor Strange portal to recontest, but they won't have to recontest if they're finding these crucial picks to be able to just push forward.
Yeah, listen, Nemesis knows exactly what Mello can do when he locks in the absolute snowball duelist in Winter Soldier, who's gotten so many good buffs time and time again, good anti-dive, solved some of the problems that they just had. But yeah, looking towards it here, not a better flyer in the game than Speedery, so that Storm's going to be a lot of fun to witness. And Tap, it could be a demon on anyone, but that Moon Knight Conchu's ready to serve.
We've seen how crazy Moon Knight gets that ultimate ready to go to break through this choke. I like this rotation, by the way, from Envy. Team Nemesis caught a little off guard, actually playing into Envy's game plan here. If they are funneled in that side room, you get to work into the hand of Conchu even quicker, bouncing off the walls and off that middle console here. But it's going to be the high ground in favor for Mello being on that Magneto. As we talk about, Mello likes to run the 3-3 if he has to be on that Magneto, but taking a lot of that damage already. Look at Tap, look at Speedery, damage boost available, and you get the potential to peel away with that speed boost too.
Yeah, we got a weather warning, thunderstorm warning here from Speedery. Once again, I'm telling you, there's not a better one in this game. It's the Thunder Gods getting it done. Thor on the ground, storm in the air. What do you know, guys? This is for everything. We're getting a Thor out here. This is what you want to see. It's hammer time once again. Stop hammer time. We have Tap already at 90% pick.
We've been seeing this a lot more often, too. A lot more of these Vanguards getting creative. If it's not the Angela, the Thor has been making its way when it comes to breaking through these chokeholds, too. Want to be able to get the wombo combo, and Tap's got the hand of Conchu. You see Team Nemesis rolling out on a portal. Again, something that Envy cannot do. Nero and a month both very close to the strategist ultimates, as Window also wants to be able to bring everybody together if they want to get the follow-up on the hand of Conchu.
Oh, there's a combo wombo, and Conchu says smite, and Moon Knight says, all right, gets the right away. Absolute midnight massacre comes from Tap himself, and the cleanup follows from Kalush, who has been playing a lot more of it. We heard it from the interview. So fun to see. Just this is a scary looking comp. This cool Avengers team. Can I see this in the MCU? Thor, Storm, Moon Knight. Come on now, this be sick. As they continue to just push right down Main Street.
That'd be hype. That'd be hype. Maybe a little cameo, you know, Blade punching the floor right now. As Amadian comes right back around on the Ultron. Ricky does have that invisible boundary. Thor ultimate just slamming down, not going to be able to find anyone. The invisible boundary was forced out at the very least from Ricky on the edge of the payload, as Nero's going to try to match that together with the Soul Resurgence. Omega Hurricane, as both strategists have already been able to use that up, it's going to be up to Dinks to now have that reserved fate of both worlds. Now no strategist ultimates available from Team Nemesis, and you have that Psionic Seduction coming out from Scatter, as Speedery is just going to try to reposition behind the truck.
Yeah, good ult rotations there from Nemesis, making sure they don't get caught off guard with the Storm. Speedery wants that one back as the moon continues to fall. Kalush looks Mjolnir. The hammer doesn't miss. I can barely say the name right now as the action is packed. Speedery looking for more from above. Damage boost is on, fueling the teammates that do so well. Window continuing to throw. He's got, once again, the imprisonment ready to go. Looking for more. Tap swapped over to Winter Soldier as the moon did not have Nemesis meet their doom. Window pushing forward, putting the walls behind. Speedery from the top. Okay, this is looking different here, and I like the approach to going with the Amadian.
I mean, this is the set of rounds of the strategist ultimates that Envy wanted to work into. That's why they were just able to back away when they saw that Psionic Seduction, and they force out those ultimates with the Omega Hurricane from Dinks. Now with Amadian far away from having that extermination and Mello being the next to go out, no numbers on the side of Team Nemesis. This is just Envy walking the dog with the payload.
Oh my goodness, it's Nero getting it done for the man. I mean, they're doing exactly what we wanted to see, Vic, with the strategist stepping it up massively. And Nero at that, whether it be the Ultron of old, now we've got the Guardian of the Galaxy and Mantis. Speedery going over to Logan, hunting the prey. Nope, now switches to Peter, gonna go up in the air. I bet you he thought he was banned. He's like, oh wait, I do have access to this guy. Definitely gonna use it if I can. Look at this terrifying duelist lineup again. Gonna have to do a little bit of heavy lifting here. Kalush is getting target banned, so he's gonna be continuing to try to do what he can on the God of Thunder. Storms brewing, continue now, throwing the lightning and trying to get Amadian out of there.
And if they really wanted to, you know that Nero could also go right over to that Ultron to give some backup over to Speedery. But why would you do that when you have that damage boost month with that BRB tap? Getting that follow-up onto Kraz, that's going to be brutal. Kraz is not going to be able to successfully dive these backlines. It's going to be CC for days as they see extermination from Team Nemesis. Ricky has that invisible boundary. Dinks to try to rotate through that with the fate of both worlds as Kalush slams down the hammer and Scatter finds Window to big pick off now as both Vanguards are out and forcing Envy to back away and finally give some space over to Team Nemesis.
Yeah, Diamond's not cracking under pressure. Good job from Scatter, getting that Emma and having the difference there. That's going to be a huge key win condition for them, having the Emma versus no Emma. Always good here in this game mode. Now Ricky Friends on top looking to see what they can do. Nemesis, good rotation as always. Tap those, got the Kraken impact, ready to rock and load. You can also do the legendary to follow. They're going to have to perfect this. Diggs is on a show, my...
We talk about Ricky, by the way, and these freezes. Count that one out here. Rather, it's on Dinks this time around. They make the swap up, and now he gets to have the dance off with the fate of both worlds. Trying to get the slam down, but it's Mello answering first. Tap can't get a reset because he has no follow-up. It is Team Nemesis with another wipe here. They are finding their footing, Cozy.
Hey, Vicky, I mean, they saved it for a reason, right? Call the Kraken, call Melophobia, what he does for this team on this guy. Soldier is in and no one's walking out. Love to see what he continues to do on this hero. That was our first save of Bucky in this tournament. It's for good reason. Showcased right there.
Only 60 seconds left.
The wombo combo, reset potential. Less than a minute now on the clock. Speedery's got the legendary as Tap makes a swap over to the Psylocke, by the way. Psylocke seduction, beautiful. Installing not only the legendary, but the pull in from Ricky. But he's coming right back around with the BRB. Extermination now coming up from a median, but Windows already found Ricky with the tether. Speedery finds Mello next, and it's only 3 left from Team Nemesis. Make it 2, and this is gonna be Envy coming back with the wipe, and they conserve some of these ultimates. Nero still has that Mantis ultimate going into that next fight with the Soul Resurgence and Month with the Sia.
I mean, not today, Star-Lord. Not today. He's tried now twice to put on the beat of Legendary. They just go right to the next track. I mean, twice. The freeze, the seduction. Peter Quill's got to lock in. Same as Speedery now as they continue to push forward. Tap on the Psylocke now with the portal opening up. Getting back into this thing is going to be Nemesis. They've got the access to the Strange. It's Nero with the ult up. Month can follow. Kalush goes down. Speedery as well. That's huge. Their moments. This is crazy.
Wait, no.
Oh my.
No way. They just... Dude, what?
Oy.
What are we doing?
Envy 9. I mean, you have to focus up here. This is for everything.
We're just going to go through the whole periodic table. We're going to go for an E9 this time around? Like, what? There's no way.
How they opened that, Vicky? Moon Knight, Thor. Talk about picking bands that work their way. You can have Star-Lord. You can play what you want, Duelist. We're going to shut down the Vanguard lines. We got Melophobia there at the hands of Winter Soldier. Unbelievable. Insanity. I can't believe it.
It's the slow turnaround from Nero. Looking at the point like, wait a minute.
Wait, guys.
We pushed too far.
What happened to Speedery? What happened to... yeah, the two fell there was Collusion Speedery, I think. But that leaves plenty on the line. I don't know where Window was. Or Tap. We had eyes on Nero there. I think Tap was pushed forward a bit as well. But Wolf, that's just a lack of comms.
Yeah. And there was a portal right there that we saw opened up originally there too from Team Nemesis. So they were ready to recontest just in case. But Envy wanted to push on their advantage even after they had lost out on 2. Maybe Nero looking back like, oh, I should have been there. But, you know, we go next in this case as we flip the script. Envy coming out of the gates here as Team Nemesis getting set up.
I mean, we've heard a lot of ledge today, but not a lot of dairy coming there from the end of the ultimate. Now, as the team that can't put up a defense of a lifetime is going to be Envy. They know what they can do, but it's going to be tougher when you don't have a lot of tank options. You know, Captain America, Venom is what they'll roll with. Continue with the same lineup. They're going to just try to dominate the old-fashioned way. And Madian does play a very good Storm. Maybe just a little bit less there from Speedery, but one of the best we've seen in the tournament as well, Vic.
Really impressing me too, but he swaps right over to the Ultron after seeing the composition that they're met with. Nice split positioning from Envy. You have the high to low ground that you have to now look right behind you. A Maiden gets dove on together with Speedery and Window. Nero already approaching that extermination as well as a median wanting to try to open things up with that to follow up with Mello, enabling him. But before the dive comes out from Window, taking a good chunk of that damage, he gets choke slammed by Mother. Scatter, forcing him to scatter away. And now they're going to try to go in for a reset. But I like this pressure that we're seeing from Team Nemesis. The pull in, preventing Window from getting resetted.
And Mello's already up and ready to go with the Kraken impact. He knows that nobody has their ult there on the other side. Nero is going to be able to exterminate right now. Month actually can get close to it. Vicky, this makes a lot more sense why Nemesis did this. They are not great at the triple Vanguard, triple strategist. So what did they do? They just roll out and get rid of that option for Envy. Speedery, though, does get the pick on Kraz. That at least slows things down for a second. Remember, no portal. Stuck there on a little bit of a lip. As now there goes the dance of the butterflies, trying to continue to get big moments. And armed and sliced, armed and dead.
He thought he was safe within the invisible boundary. I could only assume Window had dived in and got the tether right on time onto Mellow. They shut down the recent potential of the Kraken Impact, and with the legendary from Speedery trying to isolate that one member coming out from Team Nemesis, that's going to be Mellow. Dinks trying to protect him with the fate of both worlds too. Everyone gets set into position, and Month has that BRB, but with Kaluj using it up, anybody that goes down from Envy can't come right back around. That's going to be Speedery next, and Team Nemesis have the number advantage, but the Freedom Charge is going to stall.
Look at what Amadian continues to do. Oh my goodness. Just complete disrespect. Extermination comes from Nero, but Amadian just with the 1-2 pop gets rid of him quickly there as they continue to make their way up. That's a massive difference. Look at Envy. They used everything, Vicky, and it's the strategist getting it done. Dinks, Ricky, Amadian. They're the ones right now getting the important picks and the clutch moments there as we have the rocket ult go up. Nero is going to be playing the Jeff now. Extermination happening for the team. But the pick band is where all of this is said and done. I mean, Mello doesn't play the Moon Knight. He plays the Bucky. This is just fitting their comp perfectly.
And that's why they wanted to save it here. First time, once again, that we see the Bucky prioritized and saved as Mello's close to another Kraken Impact. They have the number advantage. Nero had swapped over to the Jeff. The Jeff could force him off this point. But first, you need to take control of this fight. And with Mello finding Tap next, the staggers are coming out.
Insanity, 99%. The Kraken's armed. We'll see if it farms. I mean, looking at it, Mello wants to get more from it as he continues. Look at this. I mean, he's just right now. It's like punching drywall. Call him Kyle. I mean, he's just shooting the. just keeping the aim fresh. You know, he's over there in aim lab, just keeping himself fresh and ready to go for the next fight. Now looking for more. It's going to be Window jumping in. The Symbiotic going for the feast. Looking for more. Does get the fight. The follow-up's not there, though. The shield's there. It's the armed. It's a dangerous. This time not stop. Tap goes for Crass. That's going to be a quick elimination, but they want more from the strategist. Look at the pull in, Vicky. Ricky, one of the best on Sue Storm. Forced to get Window out of there.
Dude, that survivability was insane, keeping Window alive after he got choke slammed, after he got focused by the Kraken Impact. Invisible Boundary did its job. It is forced out from Ricky. We see the extermination, and Nero has the Luna Snow in his mouth, but there is nowhere to run when Amadian is waiting for you on the other side. I mean, where can you go at this point? On the other side of the subway, on the back end of Team Nemesis. Now, Speedery up on the high ground does keep Kaluj in this fight. He's about to have that Freedom Charge so he can stall for even longer, and they can rotate that together with the Sia for Month.
This is how Nemesis won against Rat. They just had the answer to every ultimate. They were able to counter it with great success. We're seeing that now, but Speedery is going to get the pick. Tap's going to follow Nero as well. So right now, just doing it in the neutral, which is exactly what Envy had to do. They don't have much outside the Kaluj ult to lead the way to this battle's victory. Battle 1 war, not quite yet. But they needed that Vic. They had to win without using much. Did so there. Minute 53 seconds. Not a ton of time, but they don't have to go far.
And they get to roll out almost with that invisible boundary too, right? You get to put Mellophobia into that position, and together with the Invisible Woman team up and the Thing, you get that extra armor on top of it all. Try to avoid a lot of this pressure through this choke alone, though, as Window has another Feast of the Abyss. Everybody together inside the subway as Mello forces him to back away. It's clobbering time as they open up the doors, but they have Ricky with that survivability. Tap is going to look to try to dive in with that Cutterfly, as well as Nero forcing them off the point.
Yeah, but here it comes, the Assassin Waltz, and look at what Nemesis had to use. They did everything to try to win that. Did not get much from it. Median did get a pick, but outside of that, nothing. And that, down goes that. The Ultron gets the better of the clone now. Melophobia gets Nero out of here. Nero not exactly getting what they want from the Baby Shark. Crash to follow as well. It's now just going to be Speedery that tries to keep at least some sustain here, and that's all they really need with what they can do with Window. But Scatter knows the assignment, going to go diamond form and try to not crack under the pressure. That's now Speedery. They are pushing the point and continue to do so. Madian attacking the air, and this is what you want to do if you're Nemesis. Get rid of these pesky flies that are just sustaining this point.
I also really like the trigger control that we're seeing as Ricky falls incredibly low. They call him out the moment Deegs activates the fate of both worlds, and that was all on purpose too from Team Nemesis, so that way they can have a better rotation between both the Luna Snow ult and the Invisible Woman ultimate. Month is going to be able to match that with the Sia. Now you have less than 30 seconds on the clock if you want to get right before that second checkpoint if you are Team Nemesis. Envy saying, we may not have even needed it at this point. Sure, we can see 4 days here, but look at the ult economy that they're working with.
Yeah, Kraken didn't answer that time either. Window with the ult, Kaluj as well. An awful E9, but they can make it up right here as time has expired. 2 fights at least to win it. Win quick. Gobble up, it's snack time, not for Jeff, but for the symbiote. Noel is applauding now as Speeder used the ult there. That's going to continue to push them in. Scatter now with this seduction, keeping people in. They have the clobbering time to follow, but Kaluj is able to keep the team up with the pseudo ult. Kaluj gets a trade on Ricky. That's going to be huge to stop this momentum effort. That's going to force a mating now with the portal. Kaluj with another, showing it doesn't matter what hero he is on. You cannot ban this man as Nero gets one, tap the other. Envy look to get it done. The body blocks are here. Vicky, the portal magic comes out. The mating trying to get in, does not do so.
1, 2, 2.
Let me out! Let me out! Not today! They hold them back right before that second checkpoint, and Envy doing the deed despite the C9, the E9 in this case, and they win Midtown.
I mean, what did they just win the domination so confidently? They're like, you know what? Let's just mix it up. Let's just throw in some somatics, right? Make it fun. No, that was just a really good defensive hold from them, especially in point 2. They won every single ult fight and neutral from that point out, because the point 1 belonged obviously to Nemesis and what they did. Then Vicky, I mean, they answered the call. Nero was not getting it done as Jeff. They were able to quickly get rid of that, but the quick swap, Speeder going back to the Ultron. And they just kind of played the defense comp, right? And that's what they needed to do, and they won through it.
I'll be real, the biggest clutch factor too was the BRB. Sometimes it can be easily unnoticed, but that BRB, the amount of times we saw Window go down first, but it forced out Team Nemesis to use how many of those ultimates in that subway? We had Kraz going over to the thing to try to shut down Speedily, who was on the Psylocke originally. They try to get these follow-ups, but they still stayed alive for so long. Even if the Jeff didn't work, they couldn't push that cart one bit, because over on the sky, we still have the Ultron still putting down more of that pressure too.
Yeah, just showing there's more than one way to defuse the bomb of Mello, right? I mean, he was armed, but they were better armed. I mean, they always had an answer to it as we look at the MVP of that matchup, and really just that's the definition of a good coordination play. You know, I think you could highlight just about anyone there and what they did. Speeder, you're going to be taking it though. 33 and 6, 30k damage starting on the duelist, going to 10k healing is still insane for the time that they had on the hero. All right, Vicky, 2-0 right now. Envy. I mean, we always talk about this, and we've shown this before with other matchups. That felt like that was the map that Nemesis had to take, right? You have to win it's like in football when someone gets a bunch of fumbles, you have to win those games. And that was a fumble of an E9, and they didn't win.
Yeah, for free in this economy, like we take those, and then it wasn't capitalized. That's the one thing, right? Like, despite even Ricky had popped off, Mello was shut down consistently. How many resets did we see after that first checkpoint? There was no opportunity. They kept catching Mello, which is what forced out that Psylocke swap. And even then, Window pushed his advantage. We saw him isolate one of the backliners before they could even get through the choke, and then Mello had to witness the crime, and that further staggered them even more.
Yeah, it was a difference of the Vanguards, too, if I'm being honest. If you look at it, I think Ricky and Dinks did a great job answering the call on the strategist front. They always countered, right? They did their job.
Yep.
Amadium was doing well in the air. I mean, Mello played great. He did his job. If you look at it, Kraz and Scatter, though, I just didn't see a lot of setup opportunities for the team, right? Like, I just didn't get to see that space difference made, and that is because you have Window and Kaluj just pushing in full force there with Cap and Venom. But that's a tough one. Tough one. You got to, again, try to relock, reload. You can make the craziest storyline of all time with a reverse sweep. We'll have to see, guys. We're going to take a quick break, let these teams reset, and then we'll be right back.
Across all time, I see you turning the tide.
What's going on, guys, and welcome to match number 3. We just come off the heels of match 2, Envy E9ing. That could have them beeline into Georgia, it looks like, though, with the 2-0 to start, Vicky. I mean, anything can happen here. Marvels ignite, but that, wow, what a game we just came from. But that at least give somewhat of a blueprint on how Nemesis can win a match.
Yeah, if they have the opportunity to, and if it presents to them again, because Envy may be challenging themselves, you know, let's let loose a little bit because we're having a good time, or not, right? There's so much on the line here, but we have Envy sitting at match point at the moment in our best of 5. We're moving on to map number 3, and it's looking grim right now. If you're Team Nemesis, you're looking back at that pick and ban phase, and you're wondering, as you already highlighted, Cozy, the Vanguards are a problem. These diving Vanguards are an issue right now, and even without Doctor Strange available to them to recontest in a lot of these occasions, which Team Nemesis had available to them, they couldn't even utilize that to their own potential to rotate through another round of ultimates.
Yeah, I think what they try to do is obviously shut down Kaluj, because if you look at what Envy does well, they just have great flexibility. And I think Tap complements Speedery very well in how they can swap what they need to do, right? You could go to the Ultron, then Nero switches to what they need to do. So they just wear so many hats. And again, Cal's a great player, but I like what Tap's able to do in the roles that they play as well. Very similar hero pools, but that Ultron Psylocke, a lot of fun to watch and the difference there. Looking at it, though, it has been really the song and dance of the strategist. This is kind of what we thought, Vicky. Ricky and Dinks have been playing and answering the notes that they need to, you know, hit, but the symphony needs every single person to nail it there in the orchestra. And if you're looking across Nemesis, we've got to see what the Vanguards can do. Now, again, Nemesis always picks symbiotic service every single time when their back's against a wall.
Which is interesting, honestly, because they've been 0-2 so far on Symbiotic Surface, whereas in their Convergence run in general, they're 1-4. The best time that they've ever had was on Central Park. And I do like the pick and ban phase at the moment because they recognize the Ultron being a problem while protecting the Ultron for themselves. That's something that we saw Envy actually protect right out of the gates when they were able to play these last 2 maps.
Yeah, and what it does is it just stops a lot of the rotations that they can do, and that was smart answer there. We'll see as they now get rid of the cap. They're like, okay, well, the other Vanguards didn't work. But then at that point, you know, Magneto, Emma, Strange, all those are firing for Kaluj. This is a much better time to have Jeff, too. We've seen Jeff make a big impact here, sometimes even more than the Kraken impact. Star-Lord going to be banned. Venom to follow. So they're attacking the dive. And that's what's been a big problem for them as well.
I like the respect because the dive obviously is it works into Envy's game plan amazingly, as you've already seen in the last 2 maps. And the Star-Lord ban too from Envy, showcasing that respect and the flexibility that we know that Mello has. Because if it's not that Star-Lord, we've seen the Bucky, we've seen the Torch. The Bucky, though, not as much of a problem for them to worry about. They protect the Mantis, something else that we've seen them roll out within the last 2 maps too.
Yeah, and taking a look here at the bans. What I like, too, is they get rid of the dive. So they're playing the anti-dive. They're going to be on offense first. They're going to now get rid of the Human Torch. So no flame on here from Johnny Storm. Last save. Do they go with the Winter Soldier? I guess why not? They could go with that. You know, yeah, okay, yeah, why not?
Okay.
You know, it works for them. That's obviously what is such a big condition for them to win, is just Mello popping off. That's what they've relied on to get to where they're at now, right, Vicky? So they get the group ban, though, attacking Kraz a little bit.
And also attacking Mello there, too. That's why they had to go for the protection over onto the Bucky. And I did say the last 2 maps from the Mantis, but it was actually just that last map alone, right? Because they actually had banned the Mantis against Envy for game number 1. Seeing the protection, though, onto the Mantis after what we just witnessed within our second game this time around. And the Jeff, focusing on that strategist, but the dive kind of trying to negate that here too. No follow-up potential between the Torch and the Ultron, as Ultron gets that ultimate so quickly, whereas now Team Nemesis get to play a little bit more into their comfort zone.
Absolutely here, guys. It is map number 3. If Envy wins this, we will see them at Atlanta, Georgia, to play for it all in the finals at LAN. If Nemesis wants to continue to make history for this org in Rivals, it starts here. I'm telling you, 1-2, anything can happen right now. 0-2 is a lot different story. Momentum completely gone at this moment. But all you need is the quick swap and switch of it here on this symbiotic surface map that we've seen so many times. Spooky season here in October. as now the teams get ready to fight. Kraz is going to be on that Strange to open up with the quick portal play. And as you can see, Envy setting up Tap is going to be on that Adam Warlock roll. They're going to, you know, cause the team just to play perfect with so many reses to boot.
I do like the homework, too, that we see from Team Nemesis, because despite, you know, having some trouble on Convergence, this is actually the most troublesome map that Envy has had to deal with, because they're currently 0-2 on Symbiotic Surface, as Kraz is going to open up the gates already, maybe trying to get right behind them up on that high ground here, too, but allowing them to have the safety to counter-rotate up on the high ground.
Trying to get even a little bit of damage there from the cracks of the portal. Love to see now, as they continue to rain in, they're going to put a little bit of healing there to the side. Nice play from Window. Don't see Window play Groot all that much, so cool to see the rotation once again and that flexibility. Speeder, you're going to be matching the Bucky v. Bucky. They know what they want to roll with. Sometimes you got to have the impact meet the impact. Kraken's fight as Titans fight now. Window moving in, 36% climbing on the ult side. So far, a little bit away is everybody. It's the neutral fight. Lanterns down. Good pop off early there, causing Month to keep the team alive. Aggression has been fought through from Nemesis. It's now going to be the quick rotation. They're going to try to find that opening pick.
Kraz taking a good chunk of that damage, and he's already used up that Venom armor too. Amadian wants to get that extermination just as quickly, defensively, to get these Vanguards up in the front line. Window being on the Groot and taking that ability away from Team Nemesis to utilize that, also building up that space. But with him getting taken down, Kraz being able to narrow down that one pick. Nero's going to get the trade from the other side, and Speedery does have the reset potential. And as you highlighted with the Adam Warlock having Tap and that flexibility, it's going to be another elongated fight as Team Nemesis lost out on those double Vanguards and want to back away.
Hello, thank you, Nero, for the quick elims there on Mantis, because Tap was still far from the res, and that was actually the time to take it, right? Window taking the long walk back. That's what was going to look good for them, but now, oh, this is going to be so tough, right? 2 of the point is Cap, and Tap has that res. We've got the imprisonment, so that's at least 2 fights they could just win with those conditions. Mello, though, has the one and the only one they need. Let's see if this Kraken impact does the old Mello favorite.
There's be any follow-up potential here too. They can enable him with Ricky and Kraz with the Feast of the Abyss, but Speedery, Tap, they're gonna have to do it twice if they do not isolate Tap. Thanks to Month being on that Loki too, we already know the Born Agains are gonna echo like a chorus within our screens, but you have to see this dive coming out as Nero tried to get the stun originally. He's got the Soul's Resurgence as he comes diving in. Speedery already has the reset after finding Dinks, and that's a big first pick because you won't have the Fate of Bolt Roll to keep you alive.
Yeah, it's going to be Speedery here on the Winter Soldier, throwing it down again and again and just chasing the prey, forcing the rotation, and that is just perfection there once again from Envy. The mean green machine right now between Groot, you got the Loki lanterns, you have Mantis. I mean, just absolutely getting it done here. Tap didn't have to use the res. They still have everything, Vicky.
Groot will just trying to get the tilted one so that way he could have some high elevation, play around a head glitch there too. While you see Team Nemesis rotate from the high ground right now, they're going to open things up with the mating and the extermination. Have to be careful with the way that Dinks and Ricky survive through this too, because they want to be able to time these rotations if they want to counter Month and the God of Mischief, copying the Adam Warlock, and Tap holding on to that Karmic Revival.
And that's Tap playing a little bit there, passive win cam, poking if able. Maybe trying to go on the back in here and exterminating the back line, but they do a good rotation. It's going to be the quick kicks of the diamond form. Nero once again getting it done. Speedery to follow, getting the best of Mello, and why he's such a good duelist. And the respect has been earned across team to team. Got to fear the speed. Kalush gets the rest, and oh man, right now 27 seconds left. They've got the res. They have the Kraken. Vicky, oh boy.
This is literally just a bit of mollywop. Every single different rotate Team Nemesis has tried to approach with Envy, they are ready. They immediately back away. They help peel for their own strategists here, even with Amadian trying to take a roundabout rotation to try to go in for that backline, and they haven't found the success, and they still have that Karmic Revival.
All right, here we go. Jumping in here is going to be Kraz, trying to get a little bit of a distraction, but right now just bringing at all angles. The seduction's happening. We'll see if the combo can follow with it. Mellophobia's got the Kraken up. This is the most important Kraken impact of his lifetime. He lands it on Window. He gets 1. Can he get 2? As he looks to feast for more, but the match is from Speedery. You're hearing again now multiple times coming from each and every Bucky, and on top of that, Tap to follow. Born again, win again. It's all over, Vicky. The screen is melting. The fight is now the Infinity War, the in-game for Nemesis, as they now bounce on V and try to get this point.
They have to find Month first, and they do. That was right there what they needed to get this point. They won't have the elongated fight that they need as overtime's ticking away. They can't give up this space. They lost an Amadian, and Scatter pops up, taking out not only the Vanguards, but Nero as well with a 4K.
Unbelievable. Scatter. 1, 2, 3, 4. Showing he can do more. Incredible job to give them life, Vicky. I mean, what? Tap. Born again. Kraken again. You thought it was everything they had, but it was Mellow and Scatter to keep this team alive.
This is Scatter's best Vanguard, in my opinion. That's why we keep seeing these safeties blocks for the Emma, except they didn't use it up this time around because the Emma hasn't been banned against Team Nemesis as Envy taking another roundabout rotate. Everybody on top of the platform invited to the party as Window with these cheeky rotates, allowing these group walls to help cover their line of sight before managing to wrap around. He's got the Strangling Prison, and they can try to go in for a wombo combo here as Envy want to get these follows together with Collusion, the Psionic Seduction, and Tap being on that Phoenix. As Tap can face here, everybody is gone at the Groot. I am Groot, says Window. And Tap has that Phoenix ultimate reserve for this next fight.
I mean, goodness, there's no windows on that wall. And he finds 2 as he continues to throw down the thorns. Just craziness as Collusion now just pushing them back, saying, look at me. Take a look at Mother now. Good wall out there on Scatter. They're getting rid of the most important player. The big KO, the fast stagger. Minute and 12 seconds left. If you're Nemesis, look what you have, all right? You have Mellow. You've got the Scatter. This is how they won the last one. Ricky to follow, Amadian. I mean, they can completely at least rotate this thing to get further in point 2. If that's, you know, at least the end goal for them right now. Looking a lot better than getting capped there on point 1. Good rotation from them, but Envy has everything to answer the call as well.
Yeah, they have the Eternal Bond here. Month can equally copy that on the God of Mischief and keep this fight going just as long as a body box attempts. They do come out, but they come out of the high ground instead as Kalush meets them, forced to drop down. Speedery's positioning here as he wants to go in for these resets. He's got that Kraken impact already, and Windows building up into another Strangling Prison. Opening up this fight, it's going to be Amadian here. Dinks also being on that Loki, going to be able to keep them alive. Month as well in the backline together with Speedery as the Invisible Boundary comes out to combine that together with the Eternal Bond, meeting them from the other side from Nero to keep Envy underneath the Invisible Boundary.
Ricky doing a good job keeping his teammates alive there through the ultimates. There it is once again. It is Winter's Surgeon. It's Mellow with 1-2, but Tap puts a quick into it with the 1-2 Tap himself. There goes the Phoenix raining down, trying to guess the rotate. Did not connect on that with overtime ticking. This is once again it. Can they turn the pressure into gold as they did before? Window with the Groodle. Speedery coming back. It's now going to be Crass rotating out, getting a quick jump in, bounce in, Tap getting pushed back now, going for the Feast, punishing there the Feast of the Abyss. Crass trying to do more. Speedery has that Kraken back. Diggs can copy and follow here. Mellow to the quick sidelock, Vicky. This is once again on the ropes.
And they have to continuously harass Tap right now. They're trying to isolate him, and Speedery, he comes in with the Kraken impact, and he gets shut down by Diggs here from the other side. Ready to go with Diggs having that Invisible Boundary in the copy of the God of Mischief, and Amadian follows up to find Window, shoving them all in that side room and in that choke. Overtime ticking away. They cannot get off this point just yet as Nero has the Eternal Bond to start off the engagement.
The clock is screaming, so are we. We're so close here to point number 2 for Nemesis as Tap moves in, and at the point going down, Vicky Nero use the Eternal Bond. That's the last of what they have till Month is about to follow up now with nothing of Nemesis. Scatters close. Kraz as well. They've got to survive this. Nothing strategist-wise. Ricky throws it up. Invisible Boundaries here. The Roman Coliseum opens up. The last fights happen. Speeder gets a pick on Dinks, though. This is it. We got a huge Phoenix coming down from Tap once again, trying to find Ricky. Looking now for more. It's going to be Dinks, the effort, going for the big pick. And Scatters out of this thing, Vic.
And a follow up there at the very least because Mellow has the dance of the Cutterfly, but he's lost out on Ricky and Scatter. Number advantage in favor for Envy right now, but with Amadian keeping them alive. Look at Speedery taking to the skies, floating Doctor Strange here as he continues to harass him, but Speedery also needing to back away, needing some of that health. Window makes a desperate swap over to the Angela here as Triple Vanguard rolls out, and Tap needs to deal just enough damage, and Ricky has the BRB that he can set up for Team Nemesis.
Every tick of the bar is a chapter in their story. Moving forward now, Speedery on the Strange has the Agamotto ready to set up. It's going to come right after this seduction from Kalush. Looking for more. Good patience from him, waiting for the group up, waiting for the moment now as he finds Mellow looking for that opposition on the duelist. And Mello gets tapped, though. Hello, opening as they continue to move in and look at the rotation. Once again, Kraz and Mello close. Here they go as Nero puts out the purple path to success. It's going to be the swallow, though, from the Jeff. A-Base Sharkin. Diggs takes it away, and that's a huge one because Speeder has got the Agamotto.
No Agamotto, and Mello gets enabled. 2 members off the table thanks to the It's Jeff. Cue the Jaws music. John Williams happy after that one. And with Nero getting taken out, the plan works out for Team Nemesis and that last-minute swap-up with the Jeff.
Can you believe it? I mean, it's the stuff you tell stories about. It was surgical once again from this team. Incredible job. 1 minute, 10 seconds left. Either way, this is a big win for Nemesis that had nothing of no fast start coming from them. But it's how you finish, right? Doesn't matter how you take your opening blows. Dinks with the biggest ult to stop what was going to be the Agamottos of a lifetime. And then they don't even use it, right? You have the quick swap back over Speedery on the Star-Lord for the open space, open airfield here. Going to be once again tapped, trying to get rid of Kraz in that minute. That is Venom. There's the symbol from the Avenger Scatter. Once again, leading the team, Vicky.
And with the Freedom Charge too, to lead the helm well as Kaluj is able to find Kraz, big pick, and Ricky's close to that invisible boundary. It's a 1v1 up in the sky though, and it's Speedery trying to isolate a Madian. This forces Team Nemesis to back away because they cannot stagger here with less than 30 seconds on the clock, and Envy have that group hug coming up together alongside Speedery with the Legendary and Tap with the Phoenix reset.
All right, now trying to get their positionings ready. They've got Legendary, yeah, with that Phoenix. I mean, with the window ult. Envy, show us why you were the favorites. We'll see if the combos come together, but Mello and Ricky can get it done. They've got what they need. Legends are made. Legendary in the sky gets the pick on Mello. That's the exact pick they need. Ricky now forced just to keep this team alive. Amadian does even the odds a bit, but it's Speedery that got rid of one of the biggest ways for this team to win. Kaluj with the seduction on. Vicky continuing this thing as the Phoenix comes down. Splashes, dashes, connects to nothing.
And with the side of seduction too from Kaluj, they want to get these follows, but Nero keeps Envy alive and keeps Kaluj in the driver's seat. Look at the damage output too from the Emma as Kraskos goes in for the follow-up. He's at the Feast of the Abyss. Scatter going down, and Dix is close to the fate of both worlds. Overtime ticking away in favor for Envy to try to hold this defense, and Window will come right back around with that strangling prison. He may have been meleeed before by a medium point blank, but now with Team Nemesis, they have the survivability here. They want to prevent Envy from rotating with Month and that God of Mischief.
Kaluj looking like Jon Snow out there withdrawing the sword against the army by himself, but it's a Madian with the window down once again. That's happened now twice on this one team fight. Speedery tries to get out of there. Now the Madian's on fire with the 1-2 click yet again. Scatter, Diggs, it's ice in the veins, fire in the hands, Vicky.
But they can't get off the point. Overtime ticking away, and Month and the rest of the strategist Nero force inside the spawn room gates. Look at Crash waiting around, an Apex Predator waiting to dive together as Window builds up this space with these group walls. He can't get shut down once again by a Madian. He has the ultimate ready to go after it was interrupted as he was taking down the moment he pressed the button, and Month and Nero could survive. You want to get the Eternal Bond right here, and now he's going to create the purple pathing to try to harass the strategist back by 2.
Window just trying to stay alive, does the group, but nothing comes from it. It's Mello with Speedery out of here once again. These ults are not landing. They're not connecting. Month tries to keep everyone alive. Kaluj there with the seduction, trying to keep this team up, but Nero now with the purple path to success. Looking across now, Team Nim has to win the neutral fight here on out. Can't step off the point. Every inch matters. Nero gets the pick.
Oh my.
Another Kaluj to follow. They get it done, but Vicky, oh my God, Nemesis pushes it to where they got it.
Where they had 0 time, and how long of a fight that second checkpoint was. Like, we were going on with a Doctor Strange portal reset. We had the rocket coming out. That was insane. They almost got it to the 3rd checkpoint. And Cozy, we know how hard it is usually to finish off this map.
Oh my gosh, I'm still getting over the Jeff eat of the Speedery Mono to give them the time and the patience. I mean, a Madian was popping off. The age of Madian right there, getting rid of Window at every which opportunity. And hey, the Terror Cape from Nero could not have come at a better time. They came up empty with all the ults there at the final fight. What just happened?
Mr. California would be so proud here looking at a Median. 7 final hits. The damage output combined together with the healing output almost tied 20-20 apiece. While Ricky, we've highlighted Ricky, and again, the potential opportunities that Ricky has had for these insane freezes whenever Ricky's on that Luna. 30,000 healing output. Then you look at Nero, and Nero now making a swap over to the Jeff. They've had enough of it. They've seen the baby shark, and now they're going to be able to replicate it.
And if it was ever time to be heroes, it's right now, as Nemesis has to continue to put on a defensive effort of a lifetime now. They're down, not out, as they push in window once again on that group. Looks for the easy combos there with Speeder and Nero over to the Shark. They've answered the call for the most part outside that one big play on this map. Looking towards it though, Mellow 32%, and the battle just started.
To wonder which of these ultimates are going to be reserved for Nero Shark when he wants to go in for the Edge Jeff. We've been seeing a lot of teams deal with it a lot better as time has gone on, as a grapple in and the freeze. We just witnessed the murder here as Speedery gets called out. Team Nemesis starting off their defense even stronger this time around as a dive-in comes in from Kraz, letting them know, I'm sure you don't like it, as another beautiful grapple comes in and Amadian deals a final blow onto Month.
Oh my goodness, hook after hook
What?
like clockwork. Melophobia gets tap out of this thing, and this is the way to open up this defensive effort from Nemesis. I love this guy, just always punching air, shooting walls. He's just thirsty for more. Melophobia knows it's going to be on his back here to continue this run from this last seeded team. Kraken Impact ready to go on the side of Envy. I'm going to blank, especially with these hero swaps. Nero will be the first to answer the call.
So fast, looking at how quick Mello got that Kraken Impact, by the way. Oh, almost getting another grapple in. That would have been another devastating pick here in favor for Team Nemesis as Amadian opens up the gates first. Extermination coming out, but Mello finds tap in the back as the rest of Envy's Vanguards are rotating to the left side, down mid, down the lane, and Kraz gets the trade-off onto Month. No BRB this time around available, this time with Envy having to back away too, and Nero does have that It's Jeff.
And just perfect staggering they're able to do here. Just not letting Envy set up whatsoever. We're seeing the rotations in heroes, the strategies, the combos they're trying to come up with. Still, you know, a ton of time. 2 minutes, 7 seconds. Nemesis took every bit of it, and they still got to where they're at. So Envy can get back into this thing. 98% for that legendary. Nero can open up with what they need to. They have to coordinate this perfectly. But once again, we've been highlighting it all tournament long, all month long. It's the rotation, the positioning of Nemesis. They're ready for the ults, ready for what's to come now as the show goes on. The pool is out now. Speedery is trying to find more and continue for more. But Tab gets Kraz. That will give them the opening to have Speedery push the aggression. No more Vanguards they have to worry about as Loki now going to get the copy.
A good patience shoot from the high ground as well. They're slowly funneling in as window. The Meteor M slam down onto Dink's head. Put that God of Mischief away. Loki sent back to the spawn, and the isolation on the Sign of Seduction to target focus Ricky as we have the Mother v Mother fight into the siren, but it's Scatter who is one shot, and Kaluge and the rest of Envy get this payload moving.
Winter came and went now as they are able to get rid of Melophobia and team. Good little punch there from Kaluge to get the best of Scatter. And they get the point. They have 3 minutes, 30 seconds. Obviously took every bit of time. I'm telling you, always punching, Vicky. Always punching. Looking at this next fight, though, Amadian has been their ticket to success. And I mean, watch Tap. They're always eyes on him. But it's always, the call is answered because Ricky keeps the team alive there. Ricky and Deeks are always trying to find Amadian, make sure he's healthy during that extermination, using it offensively more than anything.
Oh, huge stun right there, too. Together with Tap, they want to try to capitalize off of the space that they build up. As Team Nemesis rotate up on this high ground, looking down at Envy. Speedery close out legendary, but it's a Sign of Seduction from Scatter first. They can follow up with Amadian having that extermination, and Kraz wanting to get the tether and dive down with the reset on the Feast of the Abyss. As Nero comes in with the It's Jeff, the ultimate's good reserve, but it's a biggie! And Amadian was one, and there is no target focus onto the It's Jeff as he's found both a Bucky and the Luna, a little bit of revenge, but now the team is split up and Envy get to have a little bit more space.
Just absolutely again turning the backline into the buffet that we've seen yet again. Nowhere to go, but Nero gets their opening. Here comes Amadian back over to the Strange. They lose off on the Ultron, but gets the team back into this thing to stop what has been the Envy momentum since it. Tap gets Ricky out. That's a huge stagger. The portal's there, though. Mello to follow. They're not going to have what it takes to stop this thing, but they get the cap, though, back on it.
Phoenix Ultimate needs to go hard here. We've been having some misses, but not this time around with Amadian making that swap over to the Doctor Strange to portal right back around. Finding Scatter right next. And Ricky popping the Fated Bolt throws just a slight link here to help out the rest of Team Nemesis, but trying to keep the stagger. Rather, the stall in this fight. Collusion, Psionic Seduction following next, and Envy aren't even using up all their ultimates. They win this fight. They have the number advantage, and Team Nemesis have just used up that Doctor Strange portal, so they have to wait another 3 minutes.
I mean, 1 tap, 2 tap, 3 tap more. They continue just to erase the team before they can even set up, and that was just... I mean, a stagger on Scatter, there was not much Nemesis could do, but with 3 minutes, Vicky, again, this is the most important time for this org to come together and show what legends are made of. This game is full of heroes. We're seeing some today. Windows got the Meteor Aim ready to slam dunk, call LeBron from the top as Speedery's got the legendary himself. Looking to go to this back line as many go. No, he's going to take the jet bubble with the boost. It's going to be the Loki Lanterns down, so good protection from them as Kraz gets the back line instead. What an answer, what a call, and so close he gets it. There's a Median down, but he pays the price.
Yep, Ricky pulled him right back into to get the follow-up together with Mello. That's a big first pick, and Amadian will come back with the Ultron Extermination. Invisible Boundary used up here from Dinks. He had no other choice, honestly. He had used up the God of Mischief so early when that Legendary came up. Might as well at this point, but that is one support ultimate that they will not have for this next upcoming fight.
Yeah, as we know, Magneto, the man that moves metal, breaks hearts, has the ult to set things up. As Mello does have the Kraken impact as well. Kalush punching his way through this cave now as the Extermination comes out from Amadian. Again on the offensive, it's going to be the dunk and the finish.
Oh my.
The flush with all the mustard on it. Dinks goes down the window.
Dinks punching the floor right now with another median M landing on his head as the armed and dangerous, making sure Jeff cannot stay safe and unguarded. Instead, it was a target focus to the itch Jeff that could have gone bigger, but Speedery now next falls as Scatter catches him with Psionic Seduction.
Jeff tried to eat, man. Got fed the floor there as he goes back to the spawn room window, though. Gets Mello out of this thing. They're pushing in. Tap now, trying to keep the aggression. Kraz is causing absolute chaos in the back line, but they rotate well. It's Kalush with all eyes on the big guy. Or shall I say, Big Mother there as Tap gets 2, and this is just the finishing exclamation point. 1 minute, 9 seconds. One more fight, most likely, potentially 2, to win this thing and punch their ticket to Atlanta. If you're Nemesis, this is your moment.
Moment to keep yourself in this tournament. Mello wants this so bad. The rest of Team Nemesis putting on a display as they rep the org they're so proud to be part of. And Amadian's close to this Extermination. Tap, you have to look for these Phoenix ultimates as Tap wants to harass that backline. Taking a good chunk of that damage. It's just going to boost into the Itch Jeff. Month probably set up that BRB right behind them. And Speedery, look at this positioning. Already trying to go in for the flank. You can see those lamps maybe trying to get forced out from Dinks originally. As a God of Mischief, it's going to be big, but he can't even build it up.
Now they gotta now just feast off that because that spawn room is so close to it. Tap looking for Madian. It's the trade-off quickly. You are nothing as he shouts down to the seed of last. It's gonna be Kalush getting scattered out of this thing. Mello once again by himself can't get it done. They're causing heart, hunger, and havoc to the 4th seed as Speedery goes for more. This is it. 8 seconds left. Spawn room close, Vicky. Ricky up there with the Invisible Boundary. Nothing to boot for Envy. It's the Meteor. Can he get the full court shot?
The old target focus shutting down Mello time and time again, forces out the swap into the Psylocke. Meteor M, point blank onto Ricky's Invisible Boundary. Disappear, nowhere going anywhere at this point. And Team Nemesis, they're dropping like flies. They have no survivability. You look at Envy, and they're here clearing the point, the checkpoint right ahead, as well as their ticket to Atlanta.
Once again, Envy cannot be stopped. They're just comfortable down in the lower bracket. They answer the call. We will see them at LAN. It's Envy heading to Georgia. Nemesis with a heck of an effort there at the end. We found ourselves a crazy match 3, Vicky. My gosh, that was cinema.
way closer that time around here compared to what we witnessed within the last 2 games, right? Especially with Envy getting off that point in game number 2 of Midtown. And then here comes Envy this time around, clearing the point when they didn't have the best record on this map. Well, guess what? Update the score as Month is your MVP on the Rocket. 52 assists, 51,000 healing done, while Nero flexing over to the Jeff, 54,000. But then you look at these final hits too.
Attack of the clones here. 14, 14, 14, 35, 34, 34. Both strategists with 50 and 50. My goodness, Atlanta's calling, as you can see, and Envy continues to show why they're the team that is Envied, as they are constantly the favorites in this game. And looking at the outliers here in the lower bracket, what a win. What a fight as they continue to get and prove who they are in this thing, Vicky, as we take a look at the highlights of this match. And I mean, the rotations were non-stop, Vic.
And that was with Team Nemesis trying to coordinate different approaches onto the point when they were the ones on the attack. It was a very good attempt. And then you look at Envy, the way that they were able to quickly readjust, even with the portal play to recontest and cycle through another set of these ultimates. This was such an intense, long overtime fight. By the way, that it's Jeff, the isolation onto Nero and Speedery when he had the Eye of Agamotto that we just keep rinsing and repeating here, Cozy, was crazy.
Yeah, they had every single Jeff kind of ready to go, and you know, they were able to answer the call. But man, the ones that mattered most here, this one and the Agamotto, just getting the teams completely isolated. And you know, we're going to talk a lot about Envy here in a moment. Got to give the shout out to Nemesis once again, just getting further than the org ever has. Maybe one more that can punch the ticket. Next time, next year, Mello and that team has deserved to where they've gotten, and just a fun team to watch. So hats off to you guys. Enjoy and look forward to watching more from you. Again, coming from that MRC and getting to where they're at. But no, it is Team Nemesis month. We talked about the strategists and what they needed to play. The fundamentals, Vicky, they answered every single question.
Yeah, this is Month, by the way, being able to also be flexible on this Rocket, dealing enough of that damage too, and top of the healing, which Rocket players, take notes, because Month was here with those BRBs too when they came out in clutch. He went 20 and 5, 11,000 damage on top of the 52 assists. And you know, we highlight Month a lot because he's usually on that Invisible Woman. We know that he flexes over to the cloak, but the Rocket really had a big impact here. Combine that together if Asia does not get deleted, considering that Tap was the one on the Phoenix, so they don't really have to worry about that Phoenix ult.
Yeah, you know, they described their strategist, Month and Nero, at least back in China, as kind of the heartbeat of this team. And we kind of saw it there and what they were able to do to keep everybody alive, to thrive. And again, just what an effort. We saw legit everybody getting a piece of the pie, Vicky, with the stats to show us evidence. That was just tons of fun. And that's what I expected from Envy. We kind of saw in that domination, and they could snowball from there. Job's obviously not finished for this team. They want to win it all. They don't want to go there as the 3 seed again. That's how you get welcomed in, right? You got the big lights on you on the stage as we announce them coming up, and they don't want to hear the 3 seed Envy. They want to win this whole thing.
Yeah, because it's more than just the $250,000 prize pool that we have in the Americas region, right? You want to punch your ticket in for land. You want to be able to get not only that money, but the fame and glory that comes with being the winners of the infancy of Marvel Rivals Ignite.
No, absolutely. Here, as we take a look at the bracket, once again, in the path to where we have been and where we are going. We know Envy, 100 Thieves, and FlyQuest have punched their ticket to Atlanta. Now we find out Dark Zero or Sentinels once we conclude this matchup. We'll be playing Envy there to get to that lower bracket finals. A lot of matches to come up here today, Vicky, but that was a sweep, which has kind of been our song and dance, Vicky. I'm just saying, we've had a lot of 3-0s around here. They have been entertaining, though.
Yeah, they have been, but I just want to cast some more Marvel Rivals. I want to be able to indulge in the action that we have here, but our teams, they mean business, and this is what happens when these teams know what's at stake. We're here in the playoffs, it's best of 5, and despite it being a best of 5 territory, they're not even giving an inch to the teams that could find their reversal in the ban and pick phase.
Well, guys, he's huge. He's Kaluge. We know him. We love him over here at the Marvel's Ignite team. We welcome him in for the winners interview. What's up, buddy? Way to get it done, and congratulations punching the ticket to Georgia.
Thank you.
Listen, I mean, I don't know what it is with this team, backs against the wall to come out swinging, because you guys, you know, we've seen you guys thrive when you get pushed into the lowers, kind of like back in June. Seen the same song, same dance. But, you know, walk me through just what this team has kind of gotten to at this point. I want to give you the floor first before I, bridge you with any questions.
I mean, I feel like we've been struggling a little bit like these past few days. Like it hasn't been the case for like the past month. I feel like we've been really strong in scrims. Maybe just like match nerves and like a slight meta shift really did a number on us. But I feel like we get it now, so we're chilling.
Sure, next meta looks pretty good for your team as well, with Psylocke and friends getting boosted up. So that's what we were just talking about for the show, you know, opening up.
Yeah.
It's exciting. I wanna allow you to get the clap back, by the way, because we had an interview yesterday and you guys had lost it against 100 Thieves. You know, staring ahead and looking at the possibilities here. Is there any thoughts without revealing too much after coming off of losing out that series where you guys came swinging today, and you guys probably wanting to get that run back opportunity versus that team?
Oh yeah, we want to run it back bad. I mean, I open up Twitter, I see like 5 tweets headed my way. You know, I love it. Those kids love me. It's all right. Those are all my sons. We'll get back to them. We're chilling.
There's a lot of mother, but he's daddy over here. No, listen, man, I love it because for you guys in particular, you know, you won this thing, you get to land, that's awesome. But I know you guys, you don't want to be announced as a 3 seed going in. You guys want to win this thing right here, right now on the group stage as you go. One difference I've seen, and you guys have always been flexible, but I feel like watching even Window go to Magneto and some Groot, you're playing Captain America, which we don't see too much of. You know, we typically, you know, I know you guys can play it all, but for me, I feel like with Speedery, what Tap is able to flex into, that's been a big difference of this Envy now from back in even June.
Yeah, Tap's really proficient on the DPS heroes. I think swapping him in, like, we open up a lot of possibilities. Like, we have a really strong Phoenix player now. He can play Psy, and Speed can play the other hero. We have Speed can play Star-Lord with another DPS. I think it's really good. The only thing we struggle on is like triple support when he's in, so it's all right though. We'll figure it out.
I did notice one thing specifically, Tier 2, is that you guys aren't usually the team that wants to run out with the Atom, whereas a lot of teams have been very flexible with these other compositions. Again, without, you know, revealing too much here too. Do you feel like you have that flexibility now as that shift in the middle of this playoffs has really kind of diverted to Bucky play? We've been seeing a lot more often. The Star-Lords have been really focused on. Do you feel confident in what you guys have running together right now with that flexibility?
Yes, I feel like Speed can play Bucky. We just didn't do it yesterday for some reason. The only map we won, we played Bucky Groot. I mean, obviously it's strong. We're not going to make the same mistake again. We fixed it.
Well, listen, it feels like you guys are the vets, right? You guys have so much experience on your team. We highlighted that back in China. I feel like, you know, you guys are the Thanos. They should have gone for the head here on this part of the group stage. You guys are alive and thriving. I want to give you the floor, though. I always love to let you, you know, in this thing, speak it, you know, say what you want to the other teams, fuel the fires, and then we'll wrap things up.
I mean, I'm going to watch this next match, and whoever I play, I'm ready to just stomp them out and then play 100 Thieves, because 100 Thieves are getting 3-0'd. Realistically, they're terrible. So, yeah.
There it is. Speaking to his sons, it's Kaluj. Once again, the cam off the whole battle, but glad you came on here for the interview, bud. And look forward to seeing you again, man, in Georgia. Looking forward to hanging out once again. You guys are always locked in, but we'll see you in a couple weeks. Enjoy the win. You got another one coming up here momentarily, but appreciate you coming on. As always, give my props to the team.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Shout out to Gator as well, the coach over there, Vic. Just wants it all, and yeah, I'm telling you, it's so fun. I love when esports are talking, you know, crap to one another. I think that is just so fun. That's what really fuels the fire here.
Oh yeah, I heard him when he said, "Oh, those are my sons," and then how he's gonna 3-0 them because they're trash. I was like, that's the chancleta talking right there. That is the dad in him really coming out to play. But we have to find out who they're gonna be up against, because as you already mentioned, Cozy, we've now determined our winner within our first series. That means Envy will be participating in the last series to close out the day, but they have to face off against the winner of the next game that we're about to move on to.
Yeah, Envy can now, you know, chase redemption in what was their runner-up for the mid-season finals. And we take a look, as we are going to be heading to in just a bit here, the matchup of Sentinels and Dark Zero. I can't believe it, Vic. I mean, the fact that we looked at this, we kind of circled it on the calendar of these teams, like, wow, what it would mean. They faced before, but what would it mean if they faced towards elimination? All of them going together in China and thriving, making videos to get, I mean, the whole gambit. And now it's going to be the matchup of an absolute lifetime. Storylines sometimes write themselves. This thing has been scripted. You would think from Kevin Feige himself, Vic.
I cannot wait to see how this happens, because you have to imagine this is the run back opportunity right now for Sentinels after everybody was looking forward to seeing how that first series was going to go down in the group stages, and now we're finally here.
Well, guys, we saw a lot of the White Queen, and you guys can too in your rival games. Once again, taking a look at the skin of AMER Frost. The White Queen comes to the game with the Hellfire Protocol, and every skin is absolute fire for the ice of AMER Frost. Vicky.
It's got a really nice animated nameplate there, too. I love this skin. I got it already frame 1, October 3rd. You guys definitely should be able to get that before it is out of the store, because you do not want to miss out on an opportunity for rocking a skin like that.
Well, Vicky, it was 3-0. 3-0 yesterday. We got another 3-0. I can promise you guys, we're not getting a 3-0 here with Dark Zero and Sentinels. There's going to be so much more on the line. I mean, obviously Georgia, but the pride, what they want to do. They know each other so well. It's two teams coming together, clashing. These Titans going to be a lot of fun. Don't go anywhere. We're going to reset, reload. We'll be right back.
Crush! Priceless! Feel presence!
What's going on, guys, and welcome to our second matchup of today. We now have seen Envy punch their ticket, but we have two teams, one facing elimination. Win and get in, Vicky. And when you look at it, again, this has been the story we keep on highlighting. You have Sentinels. They won the entire group stage last time to go into China. You have a team of Rymazing, Kurova, Armori, Crimzo, Techie, Nectar. Two of those, Kurova, Rymazing, go to Dark Zero. Dark Zero finds the top talent across the teams, and they put together this insane, great, dominant team we've seen so far.
Yep, Dark Zero looking to see if they could take it again versus Sentinels, who have to rework their roster. And with their last series too, Cozy, you know that Sentinels, they want the reversal. They want to make it to land. It'd be insane after their performance in Group Stage 1 if they don't. But this is a different team compared to what we saw in the very beginning of Group Stage. If anything, both of these teams kind of are relevant to this conversation, Cozy, where every single time I see both Dark Zero and Sentinels, they only get better and better. But Dark Zero, what they've put together here between Madara, between Impunity, Smash really stepping up, who was the only player, by the way, from the original Dark Zero roster to stay here on this team, and then bringing together Maze and Kurova, and then Velocity too, that has been fantastic thus far. It's going to be hard.
Yeah, I mean, the battle of the rebuilds, right? As you take a look at both these teams rebuilding, definitely finding them, themselves as they continue, to advance in this thing, Vicky. But when you look at what this team can offer, they click when they're able to play what they want on the strategist front. And they have a lot of things they do right. They have fallen to some of, obviously, the top teams, but Smash could do it so well on the sticks. He's complemented great there with Amazing, who, knows what it takes. Clutch is that guy's middle name. Such a great guy, and excited to see what he can put together. But the Vanguards, I mean, we always talk about Impunity, but do you remember Madara and what they did to continue their success? They look dominant.
Yeah, Madara is an insane Emma Frost, and when you see a lot of these teams try to target ban the Emma, that's fine, because we've also seen Madara do some crazy plays on the Groot. We've seen the Venom as well. Now, do you have that flexibility looking at that pick and ban phase and what Sentinels may be rolling out with here too? Because Smash has really stepped it up. We know that Amazing has insane flexibility too. So this is a team that has had to make that readjustment against a former team that knows where these strengths are.
No, for sure. And they have great coordination for such little time put together. They also have their seventh player, Jay, right? They always credit Jay and what he's doing over there for the team. Shout out to you, bud. But yeah, I mean, they definitely are just out there having a good time, too. I mean, every time we talk to them, they're just having themselves a good laugh. We talk about these boot camps from across these teams, but when you look at both of them, I think they aren't with one another, right? So interesting to see how that plays an impact. As we take a look at Sentinel's roster, the org, well known, just so cool to see the support from this team. And you look across the board, we continue to highlight a lot different look here. But, I mean, same story of success that we saw them dominate there just yesterday.
Yeah, and they found themselves in the lower bracket after their first opponents were Envy in the very beginning of playoffs, and then they beat Dreamland in a quick 3-0, as you and I keep talking about how that's just been the theme whenever you and I are on board, and then they've made those adjustments. You talk about Crimzo leading the way for the rest of this team. We see that cap usually coming out. Avery stepping up, by the way, on that Ultron, but that's not it either. Torch, Bucky as well. Nectar on the Mantis has been fantastic. Star-Lord, this is another one of those teams that usually roll out with the Star-Lord. You let the Mantis come by too, and you get that damage boost on top of it all. Techie, you highlight Madara on the Emma, you have to look at Techie too, and the Emma v Emma matchup.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because both these teams lost to FlyQuest and Envy, right? Which are the two top seeds. I think we can say that with confidence. So we're going to now see how they come together and what is those, kind of third and fourth spot for NA. Quite literally going to Georgia as we take a look at Rinko and what they've done here on the Shark time and time again. But for me, Nectar, they are the Thanos. They are the key difference maker. Crimzo is often the one banned out and having to adjust. He does so very well into this thing, but they've got the tools they need to put it all together. They're kind of like Envy, though. We see right away how this team's going to show up.
Yeah, and usually when we've been seeing a lot of these teams try to target ban, so the strategists onto Sentinels, we've been seeing the bans onto the Invisible Woman. We've been seeing the bans onto Phoenix, Torch, Mantis, and then the protection that we usually see is onto that Star-Lord and Jeff. We still have that flexibility out here that we know that Sentinels like to play. Armory coming out with the Rocket and having a great performance, having that BRB up at all times, and even getting it destroyed before they see a dive from a Venom per se. And then you look at what they've brought out too on Convergence, having the protection onto the Star-Lord and Jeff. So Jeff also what they've been leaning towards aside from what we've seen from Dark Zero.
Well, they've matched it before, so we do get a little bit of a sneak peek into what this preview was like last time. And when we look over to the seeding stage, it was Dark Zero that got the last laugh, right? Looking at what Amazing Krober did to the former team and how they played, we can look at the pick bans and the way that they went around it there and on the maps that they did so successfully. I mean, opening up, Dark Zero did end up falling, but as it continued on, they just showed the dominant performance that they did. And Vicky, for me, you know, I feel like Sentinels, what they do best is their homework, their prep. You know, they're kind of coached top to bottom. Their comms are really good. Been there, watch this team, you know, in person and how they communicate. And so that would be what I would say is the winning edge for them. But Dark Zero, I mean, they are just talent exploding.
Yeah, and if they're going to be rolling out on domination, as we always start off our first game, currently Sentinels, they are 5-3 on domination. You look at Dark Zero, they're currently 4-5. So the first map we know could always be very volatile, but it's what kickstart a lot of the momentum that we usually see starts our series here between these two.
Absolutely. Once again, they know what each other are going to do. So the big band phase is such a mind game between them. And so when looking at the maps and the matchups, I mean, domination going both of which ways. Hell Heaven, Krakoa the same. And so we'll have to see kind of who rises up to that spot, because both these teams, I would say both these teams in my book are just equally deserving to be there for a multitude of different reasons. Dark Zero has been kind of the hot team of lately. Beaten Sentinels before. Can they do it again? History repeats itself often, but if there's a team to put a stop to it, it will be Sentinels.
And after they've made the readjustments that they've had to. We've talked to them in interviews before. They feel like they've been really figuring out midway through the meta how they've had to make those adjustments. And the last time these two teams met, as you saw in that graphic, it was Sentinels that did win that first game. But Dark Zero completely coming out with the reversal. But that was during a best of 3. Here we have a best of 5, and I'm expecting this to go to distance as both Mantises are off the table.
That is the big difference, because they do adjust so well, as we saw in that first matchup. Best of 5 is such a different story. Mantis off the table for both teams. Obviously very important on the way that Nectar plays, where Amazing can swap over to that Mantis. Two goats going at it. More like Rams when they're bashing heads. Ultron save for both teams. I'm telling you, it's like a mirror match.
Getting a little bit of deja vu here as the Star-Lord respect comes out from Dark Zero. We were talking about the Star-Lord that we've seen from Nectar before, but it's the flexibility that we've also seen Nectar. They've rolled out with either the Hela if they need it, because we don't really see Hela in general, but the Psylocke has been making their way back into these matchups, and that's without 4.5 being into play, but it's the Captain America save coming out of Sentinels 2 for Crimzo.
Yeah, so I like this Star-Lord and Human Torch ban. You know, obviously trying to shut down Nectar, but Avery playing such a good Human Torch yesterday. We saw that. They're kind of attacking on all sides there, and there's just no response to be had. The save there for Crimzo to play that cap, and so fitting for the role that he plays for the team. Venom banned as well, so they're trying to stop a little bit of that. You know, in my opinion, they don't play too much of that Venom, but that is off the table. If needed, Techie leans towards different outlooks, same as Crimzo with the save on cap. A little bit confused there, but either way, do get the Jeff save. Korova gets to play the Baby Shark.
They're just trying to shut down that dive here. We've seen Techie onto the Venom at times, but Techie also a really good mag, so now you allow Techie to go over onto the Emma. Same thing onto the other side when we highlight Madara. Very strong Emma and Crimzo, looking to see if they do want to reserve that Captain America, or do they want to roll out with the Groot instead if they want to shut down that Venom off the rip. And it looks like that is what they're leaning towards, as Avery does have that protect over onto the Ultron, and Renko rolling out with the Jeff. It's the Jeff v. Jeff between Korova and Renko.
Yeah, I like the strategist ban approach here from Sentinels, though. They're trying to force them to say, okay, here, have your Jeff, right? We're going to ban the Rocket, you know, try to attack kind of Star-Lord a little bit there in a pseudo ban, but Luna, Invis, Mantis, they're shutting down those, you know, some of those big healers, and so you're going to have now Velocity playing a big role there on Cloak and Dagger, and that is going to be a lot of the healing output that we're going to have to see. Yes, Jeff on Jeff. Shark Week's going to be a good time, but that's going to be the matchup I look for. I was going to see what Nectar decide to play, but it looks like they were locking in Winter Soldier.
As we take a nice little tour through Celestial Husk here too, it's nice to note that neither of these teams have played on Celestial Husk just yet. Usually it's Hell's Heaven, obviously we've seen Krakoa here too, but now moving out of the gates, no Burn and T'Challa either. Celestial Husk is going to start things off with Madara being on that Doctor Strange before he'll probably swap off, and then we get to see the Doctor Strange portal to cut off, Sentinels rotate.
Yeah, Battle of the Emmas, typically Techie been such a threat on that hero themselves. They're bringing the Strange right to it, though, and they want the team, the action, aggression here as Nectar 21% gets some good opening fire shots. They're going to rotate to the bottom. 5 seconds for point. Open up. Good shield and movement here. They are the space makers for the team. The Vanguards continue to push in there as Madara and Co. behind them. Impunity climbing the walls of his hometown of Celestial Husk, swinging, diving, dipping. finds himself the back line, and it's going to be a good rotation. Avery trying to get focused, but Crimzo is going to be the one that gets everybody out of here.
Crimzo with the isolation off these group walls too. Cut off the healing, get the follow-ups as Nectar and company. They win the first team fight, and they get the point first.
Now, what an opening. What a statement there. They were able to handle that with ease. Nectar taking care of Impunity by themselves, and then you see over the Crimzo just doing it all on the Vanguard. I think Crimzo is completely underrated constantly for this team. Crimzo now pushing in. The walls are ready. The traps are set. See if they can get the mouse to take the cheese. It's going to be Amazing pushing in, trying to flame those down. Okay, good approach, good separation. Techie gets Mutter out of here.
Yeah, good isolation right there, as well as just sneaking through the extermination right through the cracks of that wall, but it cost Avery to go down, and they don't have a rocket, no BRB, and now it is smashed, and Dark Zero having the number advantage, forcing Sentinels to back away. Armori has that invisible boundary to keep this fight going, keep the stall going forward, as they're looking to continue on this domination, and Renko finding Impunity is huge, because he can't get the reset with the Feast of the Abyss.
Now, right now, they're just charging up this point. 50% in climbing. The Supernova up and ready. Crimson trying to find it. Wow, what an aggressive ult there. Nothing to come from it. What the heck? What a Hail Mary, but did not land. Techie does get the pick either way, though. They don't need it as they continue to push in. We've seen Crimson do these Hail Mary imprisonments from time to time in this Vicky, as Techie is having and imposing their will. It's going to be now the quick swallow from Marinko once again. And it's just going to be Sentinels getting this point as they continue to sustain it down. And Vicky, this is how they started last time against this team. They want domination to open things up.
Yeah, and they started off really strong, but it's continuing on with that momentum. And that's even with Amazing taking to the skies alongside Smash, who they pull out the diamond. Amazing tries to counter, rotate right behind the other side of the bridge, but Techie with this aggression being on the Emma, boosting up into that damage before trying to force Techie to back away. Dark Zero will re-engage now. Meteor M, Extermination to start off this fight.
Yeah, just barely sneaking out of there. The rotations were good enough to keep the stagger from happening. Smashes opening up now with the explosions from Ultron raining above, going full aggression. It's going to now be Smash taking down Crimzo. That's big to give this team some type of life on point number one. The fear comes up, lands down, nothing to fear. Right now, outside of Sentinels with this point and a 99% in climbing. Nova is up. Flame on, game on, throws it down. Amazing looking for Techie.
Ow.
Techie now low, 32, 20. Okay, good keep up from the strategist.
And good, amazing terror caves from Velocity. It was a back-to-back that landed on both of those Vanguards. That's what caused Crimson to go down and what forced out the invisible boundary that's now not on the table. Neither is Exterminate. Renko really only with the Itch Jeff. Korova to match that following right afterwards. But they could focus that one Itch Jeff from Korova, looking at Nectar and the reset potential from Bucky.
Avery, though, with the big answer over there too. Amazing. It's going to be this Walk Swallow. Oh, Renko with the quick hit. Avery, the strategist, and Go getting it done. My goodness, Vicky, what an absolute quick answer right back over.
Much better.
30% is nothing as Crimzo is popping off. A hero with few words but speaks volumes. Nectar to follow.
I am Groot. That's all he needs to say here to make a statement. Overtime now, 99% in favor for Sentinels. Currently see Velocity here with the Eternal Bond to keep Dark Zero in this fight, but they don't have much to follow up right afterwards, while Renko tries to get the Itch Jeff up on the high ground. Nobody there for him to take as Impunity finds Avery next. They had lost it on just a little bit of that healing, just literally leaving up to Armori, who's about to have this invisible boundary, and they're going to give this space over to Dark Zero now.
Yeah, trying to sprout a plan, but it did get stomped there as now they're going to force to rotate up. Good resilience from Dark Zero. Smash has once again that extermination that's kind of led the way for this team now twice in these fights, and they're looking for Crimson early, but great healing. Okay, there's the extermination and leading the fight. They've got to win this one. They're using it on Crimson and Co as they push back. Don't get anything from it though, Vic.
Yeah, they really wanted to capitalize off of another good terror cape from Velocity, and now Crimson walks up, group hug, wall right behind them to try to block out their positioning, but with the Meteor slamming down, it finds Armori. Armori had just used up that invisible boundary too, but it's fine. They still were able to restabilize for now before trying to move up. Dark Zero now have Amazing onto that Doctor Strange portal right back around, as well as the Eye of Agamotto.
Yeah, that was a good Spaceball special, and then they instantly countered that, got Mater out of there. Rotating around the Eye of Agamotto. What an opening, what an aggression. Comes from the forward teammate and Amazing. Not in the hands of Duelist, but in the Vanguard. The Strange himself gets one. Nectar gets down. Velocity, but Amazing another. That's going to be a big shift. Boom, baby. Oh, now just playing with his food. Come on now.
He's waiting for as long as possible when Dark Zero's close to that 95% of oppression right now on the point. Renko has the It's Jeff coming up right afterwards, but they need to recontest.
What a play, what a way. Now as it's Jeff on Jeff violence, this is what you've come here for. Throw your bets in. What Shark's coming on top now? Crimso getting the team back into this thing. The Jeff opens up, looking for more food. Came up empty last time. Rinko is going to be getting the Whirlpool down, and there goes the quick extermination of the Shark. Say your goodbyes to the baby Shark himself. Nectar, though, getting the other opposition out of here. No Jeffs inside. Velocity with a great pick on Techie. Oh my, Vicky.
Both Jeffs are turning into sushi here, and Crimso swapping over to that Doctor Strange. Had used up that Doctor Strange portal here, perhaps, as Armory is the next one to go out. Velocity with another Terror Cape. We've been seeing new Velocity used up the Eternal Bond, is able to cape away with the Dismissal, and Madara and Impunity. What a turnaround from Dark Zero to take that first round.
Yeah, listen, you can have early bruises. Doesn't define the round, though, and they just completely shook that. And, I mean, woo! That was absolutely what I expected between these two teams. And I expect this on every single point, every single match as we look towards ahead. Crimso, 98% climbing. They can use that. But, Vicky, it was the resilience there. And amazing, honestly, opening up that opportunity. I mean, what a way. What a play. 74%, 10-2. Getting it done.
A little sneaky eye of Agamotto from the higher ground while Amazing was waiting for the opportunity to jump on Crimso's head. There's that cap now coming out, the Steve Rogers that they saved up before getting started on this map, now finally coming out. The group was fantastic here, but a lot better with the Captain America, I feel like, within this round, respectively, on Celestial Husk. A lot of high to low ground verticality that you have to focus on, and with the Flyers on the other side of Dark Zero, they'll be able to get out of their line of sight a lot better.
For sure, some food takes a little longer to cook, as we're seeing now Dark Zero looking on top. We have Impunity, 97% to dive in. As you've said, the aggression's going to happen right away. Nectar does this swap often if needed. Look out for the Psylocke Demon. As now pushing in. It's been a big play in the skies. Avery versus Smash coming up clutch with the plays there against anti-Jeff protocol or whatever they've needed to do there as Techie goes diamond form for some instant protection and healing. Now it's going to be the Feast of the Abyss from Impunity trying to get the best of it. Comes up with a quick limb on Rinko, but Nectar does even the odds, getting Rye out of there.
Trading in their favor while also keeping Armory alive. Even more important, while Techie taking a good chunk of that damage. Same thing with Crimso. If you look at Smash, though, it's the extermination that's going to put Dark Zero in the driver's seat. Avery doesn't have that, and it's met with the invisible boundary. Good save here from Armory. And Kurova, it's Thanksgiving coming early. Everyone's grouped up together. They try to reserve the Meteor M. Madara trying to look onto the other side, and Kurova being able to find that Psylocke, bringing right back his own Venom into that fight.
Yeah, I was wondering if Nectar would get the best of the Shark coming out of there, but no, it's Kurova finishing off the E-Limb, but Armory gets the best of their former duelist. Love to see it here on the biggest stage of rivals. Once teammates, now enemies, rivals to the truest sense of the word. Techie and Armory get it done once again. Hey, guess what, Vicky? Point has not been capped.
We are going the distance. This is what I was expecting within this series right now. None of these teams have any advantage on this point, and we've just been duking it out back and forth in the middle console of Celestial Husk. We're going through another rotate, by the way, of these Strategist Ultimates as Crimsos finds Kurova. It's another It's Jeff, this time from Renko, and it is huge. Finding both of his teammates here between the God of Mischief from Velocity and sending out that amazing Doctor Strange.
Madara's out of here. They do still keep the point, though. Dark Zero, even with not a lot on there, it's Impunity, the Menace, running around, trying to get me, he says, as he plays right around the Celestial Sword, staying alive. Wow, what a sustained effort. How?
Dude, there's no way. It took so long. He lived for so long right there. But yo, we take it at that point now as Amazing does have the Eye of Agamotto ready to go. Smash with the extermination as well as Kurova. It's the follow-up as Sentinels wanted to back away, but they still want to be able to have the advantage on the point, nearing 20%. Extermination met from the other side as Avery answers back to fight Kurova before he can send them off the ledge.
I mean, Smash tried everything to keep Kurova up, but it was not enough. The Shark turned to Sushi quickly, not able to get that throw off the map. The point now going on over to Sentinels. This is as close as it gets. Crimso to Rinko finish off. And here's the slow stagger happening. Nectar's going to go do something else for the time being while the reset happens. Nectar now gets Madara out of there. Good stagger fest. 38% to 24. This is as close as it gets, Vic.
Looking at the old economy here too, Impunity has a reset potential with the Feast of the Abyss. You get the follow-up as well once Amazing has that Extermination, and Madara with the Meteor M to target that of Aramori, who has that invisible boundary.
All right, now looking on how each team's going to want to approach this. The sustain's there for Sentinels, right? They're going to start here with Crimzo. They're going to go with the dive attack right away. It's going to be Madara to try to answer the call. Nothing connects. That's going to be a missed basket off the rim. Impunity has gotten some value out of these feasts before. Finds another on Avery. That gives him the opening. Rinko, though, can follow. Aramori is going to be able to keep this sustain alive, but Crimzo just right in the face of victory here as he continues to rotate tech. He's going to keep everyone else at bay. Vicky, they're doing a good job having this point now climbing to 99.
And shading away from that Terror Cape here, too. The It's Jeff. Renko gets 2 big ones, but no protection. The invisible boundary was just short to protect Renko there. Instead, it was the focus onto the Vanguards, and now Impunity backs away because Sentinels, Aramori, still finds Amazing. They still have the number advantage in their side as they near 99%.
Yeah, the Clash of Comms. Impunity's going to be able to jump install this thing. They don't need the strange swap over as they're going to continue this fight. Overtime's ticking. Georgia is waiting now. Avery's going to open up this thing with Simulation. Crimson going to get Kurova out of there. They are going to get themselves, don't call it a comeback, 1-1 right now in this first domination.
Let's go. We're going the distance, Cozy. That's what I was saying before. Already opening up beautifully with the way that Sentinels flipped that around. But can we talk about how long that first fight was? We had, what, 2 rounds of rotations of the ultimates?
Yeah. Insanity. I mean, this is what we had the first time they matched. And by the way, just the Clash of Comms is what I've been saying. You know, you get the yummy, and then boom, the Jeff's dead every time. I mean, like, before the Jeff can even find victory, it's gone. Smash was using the entire Extermination on Kurova, and it just wasn't enough to keep them alive. So they're just calling out great. Nectar's now gonna, you know, get the old ace in the hole of magic we've seen them play time and time again. Probably some of the most flexibility in rotation from Nectar. Thanos himself, as many have called him. Looking ahead here, once again, both on the Jeff, neither coming up with crazy success. I would say, obviously, there's been a couple big plays, but not on that last one.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
It's hard sometimes when you're getting target focus and a reserved ultimate just to crash on top of your heads. And now Dark Zero have 3 ultimates. Make it 4, honestly, with the It's Jeff from Kurova getting started into this game. And by the way, you talked about the magic. There is that flexibility as Nectar comes rolling out together with the Doctor Strange as they look for the reset on the Kraken Impact. Kurova tries to get everybody together right on the outskirts of the lip of the map. It's the Doctor Strange that falls to his doom. Hasta la vista to Crimzo.
What a way, what a play. Kurova getting Crimzo out of there, former coach. Now food for Kurova, who's going to spit the joyful splash. And my gosh, what a way to get things re-rolling for the team. Rinko just tries to find his team in the spawn room. Look at Kurova, slight little smile on his face. Get a little comms there. Was one of the more talkative ones. I would say Amazing was more quiet of the comms when I got to watch them. Kurova a bit more talkative. But Armor and Crimzo really just have such a way of getting the team directed where they need to go. Impunity looking for more. Has been able to always find something with this feast, Vicky.
Okay, a pesky fly on the wall, literally. They know where he's at. The comms are there. He's found Renko to isolate Aramori, who is right behind Renko. Teki with the peel on the supports here as he goes in for the Feast of the Abyss. Nice sustain, as well as the choke slam. Mother says, get back over here, as Impunity can't get away. The pullback, as Impunity gets a taste of his own medicine, and Velocity comes in with the Eternal Bond to move up with the rest of Dark Zero, because they had reclaimed this point first here and already nearing 50%.
Yeah, dude, they just played Symbiont Tennis, Vicky. Did you see the way that Venom was going back and forth? That was hysterical now, as Nectar's going to try to find more. The 1, the 2, the dance, execution. Hitting those arrows, dancing away. It's the Assassin Waltz once again. 61% though is not jump change here for Dark Zero that opened up the point with vengeance.
Impunity with another attempt of a stall there too, but they finally get the point. Dark Zero have the advantage at 64%. Looking at what Sentinels come out to play with, they have that Sound of Seduction, they have that invisible boundary. Smash now moving up will have that Kraken Impact for this upcoming fight, and the reset as well as the survivability from Amazing.
Yeah, here comes Smash. Need to throw the Kraken Impact down, finds Psylocke. Always a tough matchup there. The Psylocke players going, gets a good Winter Soldier, but it's going to be Techie trying to get everybody's attention. Wow, they found Ryan Mason there easily. They just reel him in like a fish, but now it's going to be the shark himself swallowing up once again. It's going to be the nice clutch Diamond 4 keeping that away. Kurova is going to go down quickly, and there comes the slam down. Smash finds Rico, gets a reset, goes for more. Again, he says, as he throws it up, down, Smash doesn't press the reset button and dies.
This is so cinema. We're seeing counters on counters, right? You see the It's Jeff, so then you force out the other It's Jeff. You force out the Diamond form to not get taken up by the mouths of that Jaws, and instead, then you get countered by Smash, and the counter focus on having that ultimate available to deal with Renko. Sentinels still have the point right now, and Avery does have the extermination, and Nectar, being on the side lock, is looking to harass those backlines.
Already, Avery going to be popping the extermination once again. Oh my, Monero! Slam City, zero pity as he just exits him from that matchup. Now Techie looking more as the shield's out. It's going to be the two Vanguards keeping the sustain up, 78% and climbing as AMER is going to keep the team up. Invisible Boundary ready. Swords dancing. It's going to be all the ults coming from this team of Avengers now as they pop. Rotate and look. Crimzo now with the old time. It's the Vanguards trying to get it done. 90%. Oh, look at the recap. Doesn't quite get it, though.
Yeah, the Eternal Bond lasting for so much longer, too, once AMER had already called in that Invisible Boundary as everybody was stuck in the cave. Good opportunity as you spit out the Emma Frost, taking Techie off the map here, and Smash finding Avery. Number advantage now in favor for Dark Zero as they flipped the point, and they needed it with Sentinels already being at 99%.
Emma down, out of bounds, just spitting him right out of there like a shot put. Good distance and measurement there from Kurova. Always feels like he knows exactly where he needs to be for the throw off, who and what he has. It's harder to do than you might think. Impunity, though, once again, has that piece of the Abyss. Always finds that strategist when needed. Almost has it, 82, 83. Right, Macy's got the extermination to follow. Kraken Impact did not have much of an impact last fight, Vicky, but we'll see if the team of Sentinels can win in the neutral.
Look at Impunity. He's trying to do it again. Trying to dive right back onto this backline here as Dark Zero near 99%. You can see Renko looking right behind him here. The Itch Jeff as Amazing has the extermination cure, but they have to continuously need heal from this backline as Renko is forced to pop the Itch Jeff, leaving Oromori. Avery close to his own extermination as Nectar finds Amazing. Huge pick here after Amazing was trying to utilize that as the arm endangers the Kraken Impact, does not get the reset. Smash had saved that for Renko. He makes a swap over to the Doctor Strange as they're going to be portaling into Recontest.
Up again, dead again. I mean, he was trying to find his next target, but they found him, Techie, Nectar, and more as they're looking for the recap. Amazing back over to Strange. No, they can portal touch here. The cap's going to come back. He's waiting to get in this thing once again. That's what won him last time as they get the quick hit and finish on Kurova. Point still not there, so good connection. But right now, kind of staggering in, Vicky. Not what you want from the portal comeback. It's going to be together for victory as Crimso yells it to the team in person and in-game. Mori's got the invisible boundary, though, to keep the team up.
That's going to be used right after this Freedom Charge here, too, keeping everybody alive. The Silent Seduction to follow up, too, as Nectar wants to build into that Cutterfly. At Dark Zero with Kurova and an Itch Chef could go crazy here, but they've lost on velocity, which means that they'll be down another strategist. Impunity to follow next. Number advantage in favor for Sentinels with overtime, ticking away in favor for Dark Zero as the Cutterfly comes out and they clean up whatever is left of Dark Zero.
Holy, Butterflies in, bodies out. It was fatal. What a way to hold things down. It's Sentinels once again taking domination 2-1. Same story, Vicky, as the last time they fought. I mean, that was as close as it comes.
Talk about some Jeff on Jeff action too. Sneaky Venom plays as well from Impunity that constantly got shut down by the push and pull available from the Inviswoman. Nice saves as well on the Invisible Boundary to rotate that through the Freedom Charge. And it is Nectar. 21 final hits from Nectar.
Yeah, I just unstoppable. They are 36,000 damage to boot. Are you kidding me? I mean, across the board, these teams played, just nearly perfect. For me, it was the difference in the duelist there at the end between Smash and the impact that they had. And Amazing, they couldn't get it done. The ults had the impact not even close to what Nectar was able to pull off. And I just felt like Techie and Crimzo, yeah, they 6 and 7 deaths, but it felt like they never died.
Yeah, I agree. And Oromori too, being able to have that survivability, 36,000 healing output, Velocity was on fire. We kept talking about those Terror Capes. The Eternal Bonds came in clutch. That's why you see Velocity with 41,000 healing done. But you need to be able to get these KOs. And that's something that Nectar, Avery, together with Crimzo harassing that backline Techie with these Honest Seductions, that's something that they were able to constantly do.
Yeah, and to me, Vicky, it just felt like every single win con or thing that the team was trying to do, every punch was a counter punch, right? It just felt like a chess match out there. You know, you have the Ultron play. No, it's going to be Moderate, throws up the Meteor Imp. Oh, the Jeff comes up. They say no. It was counter for counter.
That's why the Jeff was a big problem too. They had to reserve ultimates just for these It's Jeffs. But then you see the portal play, you try to get back onto the high ground, and the counter rotates that we had from Sentinels. When it comes to a map like this, where you have that low to high ground rotation, it could be difficult. Look at this. We saw Smash, again, reserve that Kraken impact to deal with the Shark. If it was Shark v Shark violence, it is Nectar that takes that MVP role. Once again, 45 KOs, only going down 6 times, but it is that 21 final hits.
Putting the duel in duelists. I mean, just insanity. 45 and 6, and getting them when they matter most, right? I mean, you saw half the deaths there from Team Sentinels. They, always found a way to rotate the correct way and just not able to get the finish exclamation point once again. Very similar to the first time that they did go against one another. These teams are they're so disciplined, Vicky, and so, big bands, they're always going to look good. It's going to come down to little moments, little things that they can do to adjust. Dark Zero, the good news is you were quite literally here a week ago, so you know what it's like to be down 1-0 to your former teammates.
Literally a similar situation. It's a deja vu out here looking at this matchup. Once again, Sentinels were able to take that first map on domination. Can they keep this up, though? It really depends on the pick and ban phase, because even when you and I were able to interview Dark Zero, they felt confident. They felt like they had figured it out, and they were not worried now as they're down to 1 game as they want to punch their ticket into Atlanta.
As we look to take a break here in just a moment, I want to see from the chat, y'all, is it the same? Is history going to repeat itself? Does Dark Zero come back and win this thing? Is it Sentinels that punch their ticket again to LAN? Let me see it. Let me hear it. We're going to take a quick break, allow these teams to reset, reload. We'll be right back.
Smoke screen! I'm hunkering down. Judge! Jury! Executioner!
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show
Hello and welcome back. As Aramori put it yesterday, hold on to your butt cheeks. She said it was going to be a good one. She said it was going to be a close one, and that's what we're getting here, Vicky. I mean, it could have come closer there on that last matchup as we head into what is our next map.
Yep, and we will be moving on to the run back. And I say that because it is Central Park, the map that we saw Dark Zero try to take them there before. I believe it was Dark Zero that won that 2-1. So doing their homework already as we move on to the second map, this is why making sure that you go back to the drawing board, you figure out what works is so important here for these teams.
Yeah, we'll see if they stick with the same story. Yes, it was Dark Zero that got the best of them last time. And if you looked at the saves, they had the Ultron, the Invisible Woman, and it was the matching mirrors on both sides. They both had the same exact play. The bans, though, one team had Jeff, one didn't, one had, both teams did not have Adam. So we're going to probably see a similar kind of lineup here on what they choose to go with. Funny enough, though, we didn't really see any Adam bans or adjustments. Maybe they know Kurova's Adam very well. It'll be interesting to see if they do this going into map number 2.
That was the one thing that I took away when FlyQuest was banning out against Dark Zero in yesterday's matches, and they did not ban out the Atom once. Not one time. So there's been counterplay there, but this is a different beast, right? This is Sentinels. They know what Dark Zero could bring out here. I'm expecting the Atom ban to come out because this is a perfect map to have the Atom Warlock born again, just resurrect everybody back and forth like it's infinite waves of zombies as the Mantis are the first to go. And Cozy, this is exactly how we opened up the last time we were on Central Park with these two teams.
Absolutely, with the Ultron save. They do it again. Yep. And then the other side, coming from Sentinels, they got rid of Human Torch last time. That was how they opened it up. We'll see if they continue to follow. Wow. It's like they've got the journal. They're like, okay, we're going to follow this. And if they follow that, it's Adam and Captain America. We'll see. Vicky, I want to say, it's nice between them. We like them. They're old teammates. I'm saying this right now. They fell short of expectations in China, point blank, period. They want to know, in their heads, it's kind of like, who was the problem? Who was the issue? You know what I mean? A bit of that in there. So this is everything on the line in terms of egos, in terms of how these storylines have clashed. A little bit of a different look, though. And, you want that for Sentinels, who did lose this map last time.
And bringing newfound talent. If you're looking at Sentinels, the way that they've had to rework things, I'm wondering if they do want to stick to that Invisible Woman save from both sides as well, because obviously we know the flexibility that both of these teams have when it comes to the strategists. I highlighted Velocity out here with that Cloak and Dagger between the Terror Cape that we saw. The Phoenix is the next to go, though, and that's been a change-up because we usually saw the focus on the Jeff being a problem, but they've already figured it out, as most of these teams have, when it comes to dealing with the It's Jeff and reserving an ultimate, as the Torch is the next to go.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Torch is probably going to go here. Avery been picking up the heat there a ton for them. The save there on the Star-Lord. Thought the ban here would potentially go... Okay, they're going to go on the Venom. All right.
Ow.
I like it. Impunity was doing some work there in the back line. You got to shut that down, especially on this map where things can get out of control.
You're letting the Atom come through too, though. And
Jeff.
You haven't been the Jeff. Yeah, and the Jeff. So that shows that they would rather prioritize the flexibility of Rymazing Spool, who Rymazing, obviously, we've seen him on the Ultron here on this map again, too. Impunity going over to the Cap, because now you also have no Venom to follow up. This is interesting. You also have the Protect 2 on the Star-Lord, so it's a very different look. It's more of a priority onto the duelist between the Phoenix and Star-Lord saves, rather than the double Invisible Woman saves.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they mix things up a bit. I think both teams can look back at that last match because, the funny thing is when they had this matchup circled on the board, right, you can quite literally watch film from just days ago. So that just helps out so much in terms of prep, especially when it looks at maps. And make no mistake, I think Dark Zero picked this map for a reason. They clearly have done and looked at the tape and they're like, okay, we feel good about how we played this one last time. Things have changed a bit in terms of pick bans. We'll see if they adjust to it. It's going to be Kurova on who you came here for. Man does not disappoint. He's going to be on Adam Warlock, and then you can have the Star-Lord there to play as well. So this is going to be a fun one. Nectar on the Bucky. Vicky can be scary.
Kurova, the embodiment of Adam himself. I'll keep repeating that until the end of time here. As already Sentinel setting up on this defense, Crimzo being on the groups. Also saw Crimzo pop off crazy on this map with the group plays as Nectar takes onto the high ground, being on that Bucky, trying to send out the Steve Rogers as Impunity jumps onto the high ground.
Just insane tracking there in the 1-2, but a quick save there from Dark Zero. It's going to be all pressure going in right away. Love the aggression here. They're going to set up the play. Impunity, who did have that Venom ban, is going to go to the Cap himself. Was banned last time from playing Cap on this map, as Techie is going to look for more. It's going to be Avery with the first lap, though. Smash goes down. Once again, Smash been going down kind of early here for Dark Zero. But look to get that set up, because when you have Rymazing over to Ultron, that's kind of your damage output here. Kurova can do a lot on Adam, but it's not going to be enough when you don't have the firepower of Smash.
Have the numbers available for your aggression here. Kurova slowly approaching that Adam Warlock Karmic Revival. Rymazing's going to be able to open up the gates first for Dark Zero to close in this gap with the Extermination. Look to the skies, because Avery's going to be able to match that together with Nectar. Wanted to get a reset with the Wombo combo together with Crimzo and that Strangling Prison.
Already here, Avery punching down Wrinkle with more. It's going to be the strategist getting it done, but Kurova bringing the back, trying to take the wipe to a win. He has everyone here. Smash gets Techie out. Again, that's such a big play. That's such a big body and wall for the Fortress. That is the Sentinels to live to the team's name. Impunity follows, and at this point, there's going to be no answer, but Techie will get the magic out. They're going to get 1.2 point cap. This is the cap to fight, but no, they're going to pull back. Techie is too late on that. Oh my goodness, they actually go to the portal and it's just not timed.
Also forced out a stagger right there too. That was unfortunate timing, and even with that Groot wall and Crimzo backing away, they really wanted to play into trying to re-engage with the combo that they had available for them. And now this forces out Renko to pop this Lunarsnow ultimate, because they're so desperate to back away, because there's just no time after they weren't expecting them to take the point already so quickly.
A good adjustment, though, for the awkward play line for a team that prides itself in comms. They want that one back for sure. Smash finding himself behind the team. Nectar's screen looks like a rave right now on the player cam as he finds Smash once again, gets rid of him in the back line. Going to be the rotation there. Impunity pushing for the power. Eye opens, closes fights often, but nothing from it. Velocity show up. You do have the Meteor and the Call with Rymazing. That will be what they look for, as Avery's going to do good here to keep the team up with the pressure out. Wow, Nectar with the Rymazing hit. It's going to be the slam up, slam down. No connection. Kurova's going to get the Resvic.
Trying to get the cheeky slam down, and now with Kurova bringing everybody back together, they can get even more aggressive. As Avery, with this Extermination, trying to be aggressive, but it's not going to land on anything. There is nobody else to follow up on that anyways, and nobody to restabilize when you've already lost out on 3 people from Sentinels.
And I got the air ball from outer space, but it's going to be the alley-oop and the res instead, which really helped this Dark Zero team find its footing yet again. Nectar did the plays needed, but not enough, as Adam brings them back to life once again. Pushing forward, making good headway. 3 minutes, 20 seconds left. Smash has got that legend once again to prove what this team can do. It's up in the air. He's ready to go. He has not gotten anything from these ults from this team before, but this time's a different story. Nectar, Avery, both going out. Crimzo now on the One-Wing Angel yet again.
Angela plays here. We've been seeing it happen a lot, but they need to recontest this. He gets frozen by Velocity, and they can't even recontest. They get the second checkpoint, and Madara's going crazy on the Magneto, but this is the wrong timing. If you're Sentinels right now, not only have they found themselves staggered, but they have yet to stall once.
You don't always need a 3-pointer. You know, the ult to get the slam is just the often constant 2s in the paint, and that's what Madara does there. That is the fastest point 2 we've seen, I would say, in a while between teams like this of equal caliber. And Smash just putting on a special right now. Crimson going down again. I do like Angela on this point, but this is going to be a tough rotation here as they're going to push in. It's going to be the open up yet again from Rymazing. Grand finale opens in this finale between these two teams. Vicky raining down, trying to get the pressure early.
Bit of both works. Oh, the double! He gets the double. Let it sing here as the Angela has come to play. Cue the music, the shish kebab and all, and it works out perfectly on this point.
Heaven falls, but hey, how about you go visit hell for a second? Throws him right off of despair. Crimzo. Oh, wow. Madara just trying to... They want another tennis ball to play with. It was a beauty last time. He's forced out with the quick meteor. Finds himself through the barrier. Throws it down. Off the rim. Shakes. As the team continues to rotate out. Tries to survive the stagger at the cost of the ult now. Continuing to charge.
Kurova also has that Karmic Revival with Avery, and the rest of Sentinels having 4 more ultimates to play with. Look out for Avery, who finds Velocity. Big first pick, but it is Kurova with the board again to bring them back into this fight. Look how big this is. All this engagement from Sentinels, all for naught, but they're holding on to the 3 ultimates because they can re-engage here with Velocity.
It was textbook on how not to ult. I mean, they used everything there. Vicky did not work out. Nectar found the best there. Smash. Corova brought them back, trying to get more. Heaven falls once again. This time, no ledge to be found. This will be the seduction coming from Techie. Trying to join in with Crimzo there. Vanguard on Vanguard, helping the team out. Mason looking for more. Just use that ult as well. Oh my, fight tries to find that environmental, but this time it's him. Taking a visit to hell. She's been there before, though.
Yeah, you know, just taking a quick trip before coming around the other side of the neighborhood, though. As now, Crimzo's making the swap over to the group. No more Angela this time around as they've made progress beyond being able to get those environmental KOs. And Renko finds Velocity. Big pick once again because that is a fate of both worlds not available for Dark Zero. That's been held on for quite some time.
Trying to find, right now it's just been good ult rotation and answering from the execution of Sentinels here as they have a minute 52. They had to have this play, though, if they wanted to win this map. They were on full overdrive, but get a good stop here. Velocity gets a pick on Crimzo, though. That's going to allow the team to push in. Techie's facing some heat now. They're going to have one down. Now the Extermination comes out. Mason pushing forward. Vicky, they've got, Nectar saved there at the last dance.
From old cancels here to resetting, Renko now bringing everybody from Sentinels back in the driver's seat. It's going to be able to have that dance off between Velocity, the fate of both worlds. Smash has a legendary opportunity here as the Angela is coming back from Crimzo. Nectar shuts down Velocity, but with the Born Again, Corova brings them back. Nectar with the reset as he can try to find out where are you hiding as you see Impunity holding up that Captain America shield with the counter rotate and the re-engagement now from Dark Zero as they have everything ready to go.
Here's Johnny. No, wait, Nectar. They don't need to ban Adam because they've got the answer. Oh, my God! From downtown!
Oh, but, yeah, you get that spray in. You feel yourself, Madara, as he moves up with the payload. A crazy 3K here as Smash finishes off Crimzo.
He puts him on the poster. I mean, just, you can hear the rim shake.
Time to switch things up, including which side.
The rod drop, the jaw drop. Nectar played that as well.
He said, wake up to the reality. He's the ghost of the Uchiha for real. Doesn't matter what Vanguard he's on.
Oh my goodness. Did this for them last time too. Nectar just answering the call on Corova there. One man escapes. One man is all they need.
Oh man.
Nick, we got a good one. Like, let's go.
I wasn't, again, this had to have been it, right, Cozy? Like, surely, after the 3-0s that you and I have had, like, we're going to distance. Looking at the final hits alone, Nectar, with those 10 final hits, was really churning up when getting those resets. But then you look at Dark Zero and what they rolled out with. It's pretty even with Smash popping off, 8 final hits, survivability in favor for Impunity. Madara, who now has the ability to go over onto that Emma Frost, as they're going to be the ones on the defense, and maybe looking at the swap here from Sentinels.
Yeah, I mean, outside of that one kind of stagger of ultimates that didn't work out well, they were in control that entire time, and it's kind of the opposite effect. They just showed much more survivability this time around. It started there from the shaky point 1. That's a very hard point to get, especially with the recontest of the portal. So, you know, Dark Zero does have that advantage here. It can be a bit more buttoned up from what we've seen, Vicky, as the teams continue to collide. Once again, and the team comps are looking the same.
Techie being on the Magneto. We're trying to close in this space here. Corova's still sticking to the Atom, as it was working out amazingly for a lot of these re-engagers, allowed them to get that push that they needed with a huge Madara ult. Impunity 2 creating these walls, just trying to build up this space as Crimzo gets pulled in. Nice dealing with just trying to control this space, but then he gets choke slammed. He manages to get away. Look at the damage output. He stays alive. I cannot believe it. The survivability from the strategist of Sentinels.
Tree on tree, grass type on grass type there. Insanity Crimzo stays alive. That's going to feed the ults for the strategist as well, but it's Smash and Madara to continue this thing at the hands of Mason in the sky, Vicky. And one thing to notice, obviously, Nectar over to the Jeff, wants to have the big moments to throw him off the edge and face them as You Are Nothing pops. Good reset on the health that was going down, but at the same time, all right, team wasn't there, just tries to get, tries to get that health back up in the white room.
I wanted to try to get a follow-up potential here, though, because you have Crimzo approaching that strangling prison. Nectar with the It's Jeff, but look for Smash, who's going to be able to reserve the Kraken impact for him. And Dark Zero have that survivability here too. They have Kurova with the Born Again, Velocity with the Fate of Both Worlds. They move up as Crimson brings them here from the other side, but it's Impunity that sends it out first with a Strangling Prison, a beautiful group wall from Crimson to originally block that off as the Born Again comes up from Kurova to re-engage.
Yeah, that's the big one that Nectar was looking for, trying to find Kurova in this thing, but he doesn't care about Born Again. Gobble, gobble. It's not Thanksgiving, but he's making it look like it.
Oh, we got to get through the first holiday first here. It's looking like Halloween, a little scary as a nice dagger comes out and Sentinels get this payload moving.
Yeah, beautiful. They actually had the perfect counter, and that's why Nectar went over there, but this is the difference. Last time, Techie didn't get the jump in, and this time, the tick left is going to give him a fight in this Armory. Now first, forced to burn the ult, and that alone is the difference here, as now Madara going to pop the seduction out. There's a tick left. It's got to stay on point. Crimzo looking at the mother. Going forward here, Smash getting close to that ult. Nobody, just the neutral fights. Pure Fist here in round 1.1. Pushing forward again. Got to continue to stay on this thing. It's going to be the Groots going in. Crimzo staying firm. Avery with the 1-2. Either way, though, Vicky, gotta say, great job of stalling and getting more ults out.
And that's the goal here, too, because even if they just fully set it at this point, they stall for as long as possible. 3 minutes, 40 seconds in favor for Sentinels to get to that first checkpoint. And now this allows Dark Zero to re-engage, to clear up the space that Sentinels were unable to do when they were the ones on the other side.
Oh, my goodness. What a matchup we have. I mean, just incredible. And Nectar just knowing exactly what hero he needs to go to make the biggest difference here. They continue to do that as, oh, it's Kurova v Nectar. I'm telling you, it's the battle of fates, the duel of fates. Quoted John Williams earlier. We're seeing it right here, the battle of heroes. Call it Anakin and Obi-Wan. I call it Nectar and Kurova.
And jumping off from the high ground here, taking a page out of the book is going to be Techie. He gets forced down, and now the Strangling Prison from Crimzo, and the wall to block out the healing. It's all for naught. They break it down just as quickly as the Fate of Both Worlds helps restabilize them. Techie looking for that Luna Snow eclipse, the roof of the building, and now the Legendary from Smash as Renko helps restabilize Sentinels. They held on to it just for that ultimate, and armed and dangerous, the Kraken Impact trying to find Madara.
What a huge answer from this team. Kurova coming back with the pass and bringing everybody back into it. But I love Nectar going over. But this is once again found. Has the high ground. Throws it to the low ground. It's done for Kurova with the bring back. But Nectar's been saving those ults for it. Madara now just trying to find safety. They burn that quickly. Good rotation, though. They know that they can hold a point here. It's a fast point, too, for Dark Zero. Up goes down.
Oh my
goodness. It's a lot.
Man really has a shotgun gun. He's always getting those. He's always getting it. Madara Magneto coming out as Armory's able to pull in and find Velocity, then punch out Madara in the process. They're duking it out. Strangling Prison to clear this space. Sentinels with the momentum run to get to this next checkpoint.
I'm telling you, yeah, it's always such a force wide lockdown from Crimzo. He's always looking for the aggressive Groot ult when they're not expecting it. Great job there for point 2. We can carry a lot of momentum from that first one. They do it there. 3 minutes, 10 seconds. They nearly matched the time from Dark Zero. Plenty of time. 40 seconds left is what Dark Zero did to answer the call. The phone is ringing from Atlanta. Right now, Sentinel's up 1, Vicky. This is as close as it gets.
The end is in sight, Cozy. Going to be able to try to clear more of this space. No Angela shenanigans this time around. And with the extermination from Rymazing, this forces Sentinels to back away to help heal for the backline because there's a pesky Captain America harassing those strategists, and Rymazing is able to find Techie the moment he turns around.
Yeah, now as Avery's cooking up, it's got the Kraken Impact here. Nectar surely going to save that ult. He has found Kurova every time, whether it's the Winter Soldier, whether it's from the Jeff. Looking for the Golden God and the res. And it helps when you know everything your teammate's going to do. Former colleagues, now enemies. Avery pushing in. Waiting on that good patience here, Vic. I got to say, all in all, Smash has that Legendary. Says, all right, stage cleared. Headliner moment now. Looking for it. The controller at it. The man on the sticks. And Avery kind of poking out a bit. Not getting anything out of it. The claw is going to miss. He's going to go for the backside.
Good counter rotation, too, to avoid getting hit by the legendary and not using up any of those strategist ults. By the way, playing on the edge of glory off to the little side of that stairs while Smash finds Orimori. That means no invisible boundary to help resustain. At least they have Renko with the fate of both worlds. It's going to be a dance-off, but Velocity head onto it last. This means Sentinels need to back away just a little bit as the Meteor M needs to hit its mark. Looking behind, though, you try to land it on the rooftop. Captain America assembling the rest of the Avengers. It's another counter rotate from Sentinels, and the Freedom Charge is dwindling away their time bank.
Right now, the MVP is just the environment just blocking these Maggles. Avery finds Smash, though, and there's Kurova, and Num Num is going to come right after it. Yep, there it is. Nectar looking for it, and he finds it for the 4th time. Goodbye.
There is nobody that's going to get born again. Maybe born again in Nectar's jaws because the Jeff has been reserved to deal with this, and it's cleared the pathing for them as Dark Zero now need to regroup, and they have used up so much. They're about to have a legendary here, but Cozy, look what Avery has. Crimzo with the Strangling Prisoner slowly approaching.
Puts the track in. It's going to be now match time for time. My goodness, we saw this in baseball. 15th inning now. We have the 40 seconds speed, 40 seconds. Legendary Smash yells. He gets one out of it. That's more than happened on map 1 in this similar situation. Rinko's a big one at that. Puts a stop to the show as Avery now fights back. Looks for more. Kraken impact ready. Smash gets Orimori out of there.
Ow.
There's 2, 3, 28 seconds, and now they're playing from behind.
Yeah, this is Smash stepping up right now. You've harassed both of the strategists, and now you've delayed that ult rotation. But Renko will have the fate of both worlds going into this next fight. If Orimori could stay alive here, you get that invisible boundary, but they need a recontest on this point. Less than a minute now on the clock. You got less than 10 seconds as the portal plates come out from Nectar.
Nectar throwing down the Strange. This time no Shark to swallow up the Golden God. 67% in climbing. Madara continue to swish. He's at 30 points and climbing for this basketball game as he's got the space ball special going up, going down. This is the same moment, the same court. Show's on. Show is out. Orimori is what you got to stop this man.
Not able to get away. Armed and dangerous here as Avery tries to go for a reset, but with Rymazing going uncontested in the sky. Techie with the slam down here is going to be able to find Velocity. Big pickoff, but Kurova has the Born again, and they need to get it to this finish line as Sentinels are nowhere in sight.
Only one meteor, one moment, one map. Dark Zero, get it done. We got a 1-1.
We're following the script, Cozy. Replicating what we just saw the last time these two teams met up together, tying the series. Usually Dark Zero have a pretty rough time on domination, but it's about closing out the series in this best of 5, as Madara is your MVP after some of the most insane meteor run plays.
I don't care what the game said here. I was going to give it to him anyway. Like, insanity. I mean, every time you heard Fear, you could smell it on Sentinels. They were just trying to run from it. Smash played a lot better that time too, Vicky. I mean, it feels like Goku Vegeta throwing out the Kamehameha, the final flash, and hitting because the power level of these two are just so close to one another. And it's just going one way or the other. It's crazy.
This is Impact. 10 final hits, by the way. And being able to call out the strategist, like Orimori not being able to have the invisible boundary just to stall even longer, that was crucial there. And we even saw the Bucky trying to help out Orimori between Nectar, trying to go for more of these resets too. But the Born Again from Kurova, it did get countered a lot. They understood the assignment if you're Sentinels right now, and they were able to take advantage of the Jeff, but it was just so much here from Dark Zero to resustain.
Yeah, a few things to call out. You know, they did. They had the answer. They had the win con. In the plans, yeah, right there. Yeah, that was not in the plan sheet, right? Okay, they had Nectar on, Kurova there, but they did not expect Madara to be swishing buckets. And sometimes when people are on the heater, you just can't stop them, and that was the map for them. Dark Zero, great job picking a map that they thought, they played strong on last time. Vicky, we're in the same timeline. Same timeline. Domination won first from Sentinels. Last time, Dark Zero won it out from here. Crazy.
Smash 2 really stepping up, especially within their defense. 13 final hits, as we saw, 32 and 14. The Star-Lord, he did go down a lot, but he put himself in a position to get a lot more aggressive thanks to Kurova being right there on the Adam Warlock. But the MVP going over to Madara, having those impactful Meteor M's, was on a different level if you compare it to even the 17 final hits that we saw from Nectar at some points.
Yeah, I mean, the dunk set it up, the squad shut it down with the alley-oop of a lifetime. And that's what you want to see here at the highest level. It's like a coin flip with blood and sweat written all over it, and that's what we expected here. So much at stake. Egos, money, trips, you name it. This matchup has got it. Vicky as 29 is our MVP, and Madara continues to kind of pick up where they left off. Again, this is a player that we didn't highlight so much in the seeding rounds of the tournament and has been on fire ever since.
Madara has always been a player that I've had on my radar, but just has constantly getting better and better with the flexibility of the Vanguard pool that Madara has provided. It's not just the Emma, right? Yes, obviously you give Emma over to Madara, which, by the way, Emma was not banned for either team going into this map, but it was the Magneto plays that were so important, not only in helping out the Vanguards, but enabling more of these pesky Jeff plays too. And if you're on the other side, enabling Kurova there on the Adam Warlock.
Yeah, it's the revenge of the rebuilds. It's kind of what we keep saying, and Madara just defines what keeps doing. They dropped against Nemesis, and then ever since, they've really just continued to build on that momentum and find themselves as a team of talent there. And sometimes when you just have that much talent, the other team can play better, but it just takes one play, right? And that's what we just saw right then and there. It's 1-1, Vicky. No more 3-0s over here. I'm excited.
Oh, yeah.
You guys are too. Go ahead, Vic.
I cannot wait. I cannot wait, Cozy. We have some more action. Game number 3 in a tied series coming to you guys on the other side of this break.
We are undefeatable!
What's going on, guys, and welcome. If you've been waiting for the match of the entire tournament, you're in the right place, because this one has been an absolute heater, neck and neck, Vicky, as we find ourselves for match number 3.
Yeah, moving on to map 3 here. We're going on to Spider Islands too, Cozy, and this is great because you talk about the homework being done, and usually Dark Zero have a higher success on Convoy versus Sentinels, but they're both 1-1 apiece here on this map.
Yeah, Spider Island, we don't see this picked all of the time. Love the pick, though, here from Sentinels. They feel like they have the edge on what they can put together. I think, again, their game plan was really well done. And we talked about it a bit, but again, they played such a good team that last match. They had a lot of the answers. You just can't sometimes beat talent when it shines at its brightest stage, and what a biggest stage it can right here, right now, guys. If you're just now coming in, the winner of this is going to be moving on to land to Atlanta. Loser goes home, Vicky, and an everything at stake situation.
When you have some former teammates that you're playing up against, everything on the line. Pride, money, and your opportunity to make history within Marvel Rivals Ignite. And as we move on to Spider Islands, this is actually where we got to see Dark Zero and Sentinels play off against here too. And Sentinels coming back here, they figured things out because this was a very close map between the two. And this is also another one of those maps where they wanted a prio safe on the Ultron and the Invisible Woman, which obviously we've been changing up a lot more of these safety picks.
Absolutely, yeah. It was 3-2 in that favor. It's funny, this is just following the same course of the last matchup. And, you know, they feel like they have the better end. It's a lot of Ultron, a lot of Invis save time and time again. The AMER was not banned at all last time these teams did clash. And really, that's just a respect to what the team's been able to put together here. Madara's so crazy on that. If not that, Magneto, we might get the save there on the top end. Ultron being saved yet again.
It's been coming out in clutch here, especially if you're going to have another flyer take to the skies. As we know, that Sentinels could roll out with that Star-Lord if it doesn't get banned, but it's the Captain America, the respect. Once again, over onto Crimzo, who has also come out with that Angela. It was very fun to watch those environmental KOs, but now rolling here into this map, we get the protection onto the Mantis.
Yeah, that's the first. These teams ban Mantis every time, quite literally. Last time they played, Mantis was nowhere to be seen. Right, Mason going to be playing on the Mantis. Typically, that's what we see from him. Captain America stopped for the Crimzo, like the answers to the call so far. Looking at it. Human Torch to follow. Next band up. What I would expect here, most likely. Okay, so you have the Torch to follow up, and it's going to be the Phoenix on the other side. Right now, I think that Dark Zero, they're okay with what's been banned.
Yeah, because if you're Dark Zero, Smash still has the opportunity to play the Star-Lord, which we've seen Smash pop off on this exact map with the Star-Lord as the protect over onto the Adam Warlock. They already know what's going to roll out here. You even have the opportunity to even have the Loki if you want to get the double res.
So they can ban Jeff, what was the answer, or they can save it before they do it, Vicky. But if, yeah, right. So the Torch was banned, but that's what Amazing plays. He was going to play the Mantis probably anyway in this thing. Groot now banned on over. Interesting call. Maybe this is the Jeff just because of how well that worked out last time to answer the call. Okay.
Well, protect on the Doctor Strange just in case they wanted to ban that last. That's actually really big because of how important having a Doctor Strange portal on this map to recontest is.
At point one especially. We see it time and time again with the triple Vanguard setup, and this is what they're attacking here. You can see it. But yeah, I mean, I believe it was yesterday we saw a team without Strange, and it was just falling apart.
Yeah.
There was no way they could answer that call to it. Now looking, going to be the same here to shut down and adjust. The teams are going to be looking at what they want to lock in for their first defensive effort. You're going to have the triple Vanguard smash at the mag. I know you guys want more from the Mad Madara, but he's going to be on Strange for now. Impunity to the Thing. Haven't seen too much of that this time around, but Amazing has been a big difference maker there on the Mantis.
Well, seeing how they're going to be able to start things off on the defense here, Spider Islands is our third map. We are tied 1-1 apiece between Sentinels and Dark Zero in a series that means everything for these teams. You lose, you go home. We have to keep reiterating this, Cozy, because right now we are playing on patch 4.0, but these teams, if they make it into LAN, they will be playing on the new patch. So talk about readjustment after restructuring both of these teams as we take a nice little flyby on what to expect before diving into our third game.
Yeah, one of these teams get to redeem themselves on the biggest stage we've had for Rivals. We jump in, y'all. This match will not decide it. It's just match 3 in a heavyweight fight. Madara here on the Wizard, looking for the left side. Nectar favors that side typically now. Going to go right into it. It's going to be the once again Magic Show, Vicky. They play this a ton on this map.
I like Nectar's flexibility here, taking out something that we don't usually get to see all too often. Maybe just a little sprinkle on top, as the damage output is there with Amazing also having that damage boost being on the Mantis. Kurova building into that ultimate, and they are running that Loki and Adam Warlock, so it's going to be Born Again all over your screen, something that Sentinels want to pinpoint, with Renko being on point on finding exactly where that Karmic Revival has been.
A good aerial advantage there with the semi float up from the smash. shooting down the meteors as now it's Thing, and the pure aggressiveness from Impunity doesn't need the Venom to do so, and it's Nectar and Rinko, though, that get the job done. Sentinels looking pure aggression here from the get-go. Mater gonna try to get this team back, and here comes the counter portal.
Really comes to show, too, with Dark Zero having group banned against them, that, oh, the counter portal to portal. Trying to block out their rotation here before they try to jump out. Like the cheeky plays, as Mater also trying to put the window through window before putting out the portal and flipping the script before trying to re-engage. But they've already got in progress on the point. They have now flipped sides. And this comes to show you, I was going to say here, with no group that Impunity usually likes to play on this point, Aya Agamotto's going to come out and he gets put to sleep, but he still lets it unleash. It's still found 2, and the Emma, the choke slam into the Silent Seduction, and the reset from Avery from Sentinels.
Yeah, Sentinels full commit here. I mean, every single ult flashing, screens melting, graphics cards dying. There's the Agamotto in response to the push away from Madara. Does get a bit of it, but no connection there as the rotate happens. Kurova does have the resurrection. Good use and all-in mentality there from the team. Crazy way to start that off with the portals. Felt like Spider-Man falling through the multiverses. Techie amazing out of here, but Kurova still has it.
Pretty fitting for the setting right now, and now the Sackers come out instead. The Magic working out for Nectar as he's got the ultimate ready to go and trying to get more aggression before closing in this space.
They take 2 team fights. They're like, come on, give us 3, we'll take it. Good reset and actually focus from Dark Zero, not full committing. Sentinels used it all, got it all. Nectar here ready for the Dark Child to come take a visit to your screens near you. Velocity pushing in. Kurova still has it. Waiting for that opportunity. That's going to allow the team to play a bit more aggressive.
Very fitting with the Magic, by the way. Waiting in terror for the opportunity to utilize that Dark Child, and with Crimzo falling low, looking to push up on that Shredder's backline, finding out the Loki, trying to force out those lanterns, and that's the goal ultimately before backing away, forcing all of them to back towards the side of that one corner as Avery and Nectar have found them out, and Dark Zero have been wiped from the floor.
Behold, Nectar! And this is the thing, it just complements their playstyle so much because the more damage you do, the more shields you get, and it just allows you to go in there. Came back for a quick little pit stop, got the heals back up from the strategist, and then back to the action. Was able to get the full limbs from it. Good follow up there from Crimzo on the Strange. Don't see that often. Now Smash going in. Legendary ready to go. It's been all Sentinels here on this map. Their pick ready here. This last time finished 3-2. Smash going Legend up. It's going to be AMER that gets a boundary going for this team. Crimzo going to be rotating back for the protection. Nothing happening yet.
Look at all the ultimates that Dark Zero have now. They're going to rotate through this and the Soul Resurgence, following up with the damage boost from Impunity as he gets put to sleep from the other side. He gets stunned as Techie, Silent Seduction, gets the choke slam onto the Loki. Beautiful Magneto bubble to protect that strategist as Nectar takes a quick nap at the hands of Rymazing, and Kurova still with the board again from the back as an Eye of Agamotto comes down, but a great save from Velocity and those lamps. He gets the copy, he gets the Soul Resurgence, and you hear the Karmic Revival to put Dark Zero in the driver's seat.
Avery just keeps getting the follow-ups too.
Wow.
And there's just nothing coming from Rinko. That's a nice bit there for Dark Zero to get a little bit of breathing room. But yeah, I mean, Crimzo, who's getting eliminated first on every bit as he actually does go down there, was able to really give this team the setup plays they need, and Avery with the flush to finish. Smash not pushing in. The aggression is all the way up. Amazing fueling this team with the damage up. Vicky, but once again, coming right back around the corner.
The counter download complete, too, right there from Kurova's positioning to deal with that. It's Jeff was huge.
No, for sure. Nectar back on the Shark, too. You know, tired of that Kurova. How's that answer the call?
He's going to be approaching that. It's Jeff. Dark Zero had the Meteor M to pinpoint exactly where that Shark's at. Legendary, almost online here as Madara closes in the gap. Oromori's got that invisible boundary, and Sentinels is trying to get around this one corner that's been so difficult for them. A nice freeze onto Impunity, who was trying to dive those backlines. A damage boost to follow up with him. And Renko's been on top of finding out where that Venom has been. The invisible boundary just to deal with the Legendary.
Madara has been patient here with this Meteor. We've seen him hit him before, but not using it yet. Smash going to get a little bit of that poke damage out from the Meteor. Madara now just backing up, staying alive with the team. Kurova's close to it yet again, but Nectar's there to chomp him down. Happened every single time last time as Undefeatable raises. There goes Impunity. Kurova with the follow-up. The 1-2. And wow, what a quick flip of the script, Vic.
Wiped them up after what we just saw Sentinels do to Dark Zero, and they're still conserving 2 of these ultimates. Really, with velocity, you can make it 3. This is going to be a very long fight with the sustain that Dark Zero have to work with. This forces Crimzo for some desperate playmaking abilities with the Angela.
Don't know if I love this. They got the plan already, though, and the attack they're looking for. Nectar, this is going to come down to the big moment. Can Nectar once again help this team move forward to point 2? Smash looking for that. They know exactly what each other's trying to do here. Former teammates, but they've been now toe-to-toe matching against Techie. Is going to be the first to press the Q now as the seduction rolls out. Mutter's had this ult for what seems like forever. Kurova to follow. Avery's got the crack and impact. It's Crimzo, though, in the sky. Looking for more.
I saw a little cheeky sleep attempt, too, from Rymazing, yeeting it over into the backline. It's the God of Mischief in the form of Velocity, though. Gonna be able to get the copy onto the Soul Resurgence, putting everybody up with that speed boost.
Oh, boy.
From the dance off, the sleep, Mara finding Techie here. Crimzo could try to go in for the biggest shish kebab together with Avery and the Kraken Impact. The legendary next from Smash as he's been focused, and the It's Chef as Mara shuts him down here earlier on before and then finds Crimzo next.
Oh my gosh, he needs nothing. The timing on that one was missed, unfortunately, and that's going to allow Nectar, who did come up empty, to at least stay alive within this thing. Madara doesn't need the rock drop or the rim pop. He still gets the swish. Vicky, what a hold.
They body blocked the portal. We got the body block off the portal again. Impunity. Oh my, throwing it back there on the Venom too. Just dancing along, making sure they can't get through it there. No recontention and no second checkpoint.
Yeah, talk about the buzzer beater there. They blocked that Venom last time. You know, it was doing so much work in the back line. Can only get rid of so much. Was the option now. I mean, they played that so well too, Vic. Avery was really answering the call. My opinion there, Nectar switching over to counter. It just did not, it came up short this time around.
Look at Rymazing hovering over the magic, by the way. If Nectar could do it, I can too. Unless we see something else being rolled out instead. As Dark Zero are the ones on the attack. And we know with the Omega Hurricane, the goal is the same, right? With the Legendary and the Star-Lord, you purposely utilize that ult to not only build up space, but to force out these strategist ultimates. You want to break through this chokehold of the triple Vanguard, triple strategist that Sentinels are going to be holding them.
Yeah, 3 very important picks there for Kurova. 8k damage and climbing. But once again, it's Madara. Right now, your MVP for this matchup. Showing great patience there in rotation. On what I thought was going to be the pop down and the drop on the invisible boundary earlier, but the rotation allowed them to stay that thing alive, get back together. But the bans were directed towards this part of the phase. We'll see if Dark Zero now is going to put in a show with impunity on the Thor. Okay.
You can take my group. You can't take my Venom. You can't take my Thor. The goal is the same on getting into these diving positions to harass the backline here too, while Impunity takes the high ground. And Crimzo taking a good amount of damage here. Hand of Khonshu already slowly approaching as Rymazing out of the gates. It's nearly at 80%.
Season 0, Rymazing's favorite hero was Moon Knight. Man, taught me so much on this hero on early conversations back in December. The teams look to reset, and he's going to go off of Khonshu onto Frank Castle instead. Just going to get that pressure to kind of blow through here in the main street.
Seeing more of that final judgment that wants to come out. Sentinels and having Renko here as he gets the snipe onto Velocity over to the back end. Make it 2 with a 2K. Renko getting away with murder at this point as he gets the follow-up together with Techie, Nectar, and Crimzo.
Call it a hydro pump. That's Blastoise out there getting 2 from the Joyful Splash primary. Shout out to the Jeff Change a couple seasons ago. There's the Executioner, otherwise known as Rymazing, as there goes the meteor up, down. Great protection from Impunity, keeping him alive as they push in now with the Storm.
Fear nothing. No meeples here as the BRB brings back Nectar. Omega Hurricane to follow up right afterwards. And Renko uses the It's a Beautiful shield that we just saw coming up from Crimzo. They look behind the Sonic Seduction, and Renko gets away with sending Kurova off the map.
Again, great defensive hold here from Sentinels, who made this first point look easy. Again, this is where a lot of their pick bands were focused to try to give them some more effort on the point. Rymazing would have liked them back on the Moon Knight. I'm not going to lie, it was a quick change early. Did work out for them a little bit with Frank Castle. Smash going to give that damage back up to break through this resilient triple Vanguard. Powers are his. Velocity up and ready with the Mantis.
So Resurgence, clobbering time met from Nectar, though. Doesn't find the mark that they wanted to as the Eye of Agamotto comes down. Also missed out as a nice pushback. Oromori being on that Invisible Man. And Nectar just punching his way, holding onto this choke alongside the rest of the Vanguards. Crimzo close to that Meteor and Renko with another It's Jeff. And with Smash going down, they're not breaking through the choke in the way that they want. With Amazing really needs to rely on this final judgment.
I mean, a 1-0 stop, but this is an absolute fortress here from Sentinels. Just getting it done, not allowing any space for Amazing locked completely in, trying to make his aim tight. Shut off the nightlight now as he goes judge, jury, executioner, looking for more. Aramori called it for him in the past, calling it now as the Magneto rises up. More protection coming, hopefully, as the bubble goes down, but nothing from it, Vicky.
The moment Crimzo tries to use a Meteor M, it just gets deleted at the final judgment. You have to use it point blank in his face, but the bubble protect from Madara is always protecting Amazing just in case too. Velocity, God of Mischief, gets the copy off the Soul Resurgence here before getting the slam down off the Meteor M, misses out on its mark as the CO2 from Avery keeps Sentinels in this game. It finally gets destroyed here, and now the It's Jet from Renko.
The first air ball we've seen in that position. Impunity gets one, smash to the other, giving this some breathing room. Either way, it is easily overtime here. They do get themselves a little bit of room, but there's going to be a lot of fight to be had, Vicky. Almost could have been 3 times from Dark Zero last time they fought. Techie going to go over to the portal to get them right back in it.
Good tracking right there, too, from the Legendary. The moment Avery went down first on the rocket, they knew it was all green light here for that Legendary. No invisible boundary to counter that, and now it's the portal recontention up here on the high ground. Got to look to the rooftops. Less than 5 seconds on the clock, and they cannot get off this point.
Yeah, Impunity can set up the back line picks. If they can get it off, that would help them massively because they can't get the ult charge. That's going to be Smash trying to spin to win in the back with the distraction. Nectar, though, is going to open up with the favorite time. Clobber in time as Nectar rushes in, continues to do a job no matter what the role is. Diving back here, going for the protection. It's going to be Kurova keeping the team up, Vicky. The res is close behind. Madara close with the slam dunk. It's Crimson, though, trying to do the best impression back. He slams it down, lands it down. Techie gets the pop.
Huge as Amazing's close to at least having that Karmic Revival. Is it going to be enough? Impunity, Beast of the Abyss, the board again, brings him back in. Huge board again, immediately brings in Kurova, Smash, and Madara, half health. Impunity gets taken out, but he'll come right back around, and Sentinels now are saving onto these strategist ultimates. It's Jeff as Avery's looking to get the follow-up, and Aramori needing to hold on to that invisible boundary.
Yeah, they can fly, though, so they have to go down together. Smash could have just flown out of that thing easily, though. It's one big one out of the fight. Renko, though, to follow. It's going to be the Soulbound, keeping this team alive. Amazing and Kurova swap the roles. Time is ticking. Pixels are the difference between the 2-1 start. Madara gets the pick on Avery, though. Vicky, Kurova to follow. Can they... Oh, no!
0, 2.
Oh, my God. No. Twice today? Ain't no way.
Vic, no, there was the
pushback.
Pushback. That was that Aramor with the pushback of a lifetime?
I would expect at least one person from Dark Zero that had wrapped around the other side of the building behind them, but the pushback at the perfect time.
Oh my gosh! Clutch this! The pushing the team back, pushing the members back. I can't believe it. Because that was completely Dark Zero's then to get another 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Not having to go far. Another overtime battle. Coin flip to make it a 2-1. Oh my gosh, history doesn't repeat itself. Sentinels are up now, 2-1. We look at the scoreboard. We look at the clock. I'm speechless.
Renko is your MVP. Lucky number 7, by the way. 777 across the board for these final hits. What a hold. That was incredible. And they would have won. They had the number advantage. They could have rotated through another Adam Warlock ultimate there too if we had some swap-ups. But wow.
Not me looking at stream slightly behind to see the perfect finish of what that was here in just a moment. But I got to say, they just had that call back and answer to the former duelist in Amazing. I mean, they were able to shut down most of that difference from Amazing. One point, then Kurova and them switching roles completely. Mantis to Adam, Adam to Mantis. Renko doing a great job getting smashed out of that thing. Came down to comms and perfection. But Vicky, as I watch it back here, okay, Moder's on the point. There's 3 seconds left, but overtime goes for a bit. Vic, I mean, I can't believe it.
I mean, it was going on for a really long time, but they had scattered a bit, so overtime had that managed to go down to basically like a pixel left. But even with the Jeff being able to have everything happening at the same time, we had an Agamotto that was not hitting anything. Armory held on to that invisible boundary for as long as possible to then utilize that to help for a reset, but then they weren't ready for the Born again. The pushback, though, as they had navigated back away as well. Renko, your MVP on the Jeff, still a menace here.
Yeah, I mean, and if you look at it, I mean, they set it up to perfection. You open up with Techie and the Vanguard's getting it done. Right, Amazing brings everybody back into this thing. 0 seconds were on the clock. Smash was spinning, had to rotate, got swallowed up, but it was just the pure perfection in play from Sentinels there as Avery jumps down with the Phoenix. And now, as you know, we continue to watch what unfolded there for what was just a photo finish. Absolute craziness.
With how long that fight also lasted in overtime, I just cannot believe it. I cannot believe it. This is a series that we have on our hands. Pushback was insane.
Yeah, so Moderate gets the pop on 8. Oh, they're all there. The whole Dark Zero is on the point, but they're just like this far away. It was the pushback. They put 4 people were in that push from what I just saw. Excuse me, looking over at my stream monitor over here, but like I had to see how that just broken down because the action was so fast and the execution was done so well.
With the clutchness, the Invisi-Woman pushback when there was literally a pixel down left to the overtime. Mori go. Mori go.
Yeah. W Mori once again. I mean, after that interview yesterday, we'd expect nothing else, guys. Sorry, we're both like dumbfounded at what was such a crazy difference. And once again, even with the 1-0 hold, Vicky, that was as close as it gets in terms of this fight, this match right now. If we look back at history, it was the team that kind of took it from there that won. We'll see if Dark Zero could bounce back on what was a game that surely looked like it was theirs.
Yeah, now this is looking like a very different Sentinels this time around here, Cozy. This is Sentinels leading the way. One more game to go, Cozy.
Yeah, Master versus the Apprentice at times, especially in the coach's position, guys. Don't go anywhere. We know you're not going anywhere. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll get right back to what is the matchup of the tournament.
Forgive me for what I am about to do. I see you. You've been judged. Face the devil. Wrath of the beast. Hellfire. On the hunt. Let the devil out! Ruthlessness is mercy.
going on, guys? Welcome back. Hey, I'm reading the chat. I see a production's goaded. We are going to play back in just a moment the clip here to see in the point of view of AMER and how that push off happened, because once again, how many members were so close to that point. Vicky, I don't know about you. Oh, it's ready. Let's go ahead. Let's pull it up. Take a look at what happened there in this in this chaos that unfolded at the end. Ready to go. And this is AMER's point of view. Once again, has that invisible boundary ready, throwing it out, and there's just everybody on the point. Invisible boundary goes off. There's the push off, the first one, so it's going to come back and reload. Vicky, it's right around here, and this is the half speed. This is the point of the push.
Oh, I love this. Wait, right here in this moment. She jumps up, and the moment she sees all the vanguards out there, she pushes all of them back into the turnaround. Can you imagine what those comps sound like, by the way, for Sentinels? The moment that the game just froze and they see the victory screen.
Oh, she just hit the cold beat like this with the walk back, like the no look shot, and she was doing that to rotate back out, right? Because her whole team fell, right? So she was just getting a little bit more space, but she hit a 4 burger. What?
The 4 for 4? Yo, that was crazy. That has to probably be the clutchest Invisible Woman push we've ever seen in Marvel Rivals Ignite, actually.
AMER haters are in shambles. In shambles. That was absolutely just elite play. So cool to see. And that's what it's all about here, guys. But we're not... the job is not finished, Dark Zero fans. They were looking all the bit confident as we try to gather ourselves back up for what is going to be a great match number 4 here. Right now, 2 Sentinels, 1 for Dark Zero, neck and neck. Every single point, every single map has been a close point of contention, Vic. And not a lot you can change. I definitely think Sentinels won the pick ban phase, though, for them on Spider Island.
Yeah, and they are sitting at match point right now, too. So if you're Dark Zero, you're wondering, okay, what's the next map we're going to be moving on to? Because they've also found so much success on Convergence as a team. Specifically, you know, what we had seen already from Central Park in game number 2. So wondering where we're going to be going on to next as we are in game 4 territory. We reset the game modes, and we are going on to Yggdrasil, where Dark Zero... they find themselves 4-4 on Convoy, but they've also been down 0-0, or rather 0-1 on Yggdrasil.
Alrighty here. This is so funny, too, because when I was making my picks, Vicky, I just go back to the lunch I had with AMER, and I'm like, hey, I'm not going to... She asked me, do not pick us anymore. It's the cast occurs. They believe it. Well, I did my job. I had Dark Zero winning this, who I did think had a lot of what it took as we look at the pick ban. Mantis out on both ends. Seen that a lot lately between these two. Once again, Human Torch out as well. Ultron going to be saved.
Seeing the respect here with these torches again. From both of these teams, we've seen it. The Groot bans too for both of these teams. It forced out the Protect onto that Doctor Strange, so we could see a similar rollout to what we had already seen from Sentinels if they want to rely on that 3-3 that they had before. As the Captain America and the Emma Frost are the next 2 to go, as Techie will be the one to rely on that Emma Frost, but Madara will not be able to.
Yeah, and I like the Emma. Love the Emma save in the ban. Really, what Sentinels do so well is when they are on top, they finish things out. And that's what they look to do here. Strange save as well. Very good taking bans in terms of strategy for this part of the map. They're going to get rid of the Jeff on their side of things. Got one more ban left. They can, they can save Jeff if they want to go that route. They can save the Atom. They're going to save the Star-Lord, though, Vic.
I do like the respect where they're like, we're tired of the Jeff, man. These Jeff plays have just been crazy in the most situational moments. And it's the Star-Lord Ultron that will take to the skies for Dark Zero. And Sentinel starting things off on the defense. They have the Doctor Strange. It wasn't a Doctor Strange ban onto Dark Zero, so they still will be able to recontest with that 3-minute portal, as well as the Emma Frost, once again, having the advantage for Techie. So you could even roll out with that Magneto and that Emma Frost.
No, that's a good point there. And when you look at this triple Vanguard lineup that they're going to try to roll here on their first efforts, and once again wanting to... They do like to get on that defense first at times, so we'll see as Nectar, who played a great thing, as we saw there on Spider Island. Guys, this could be it. This could be our last call on who makes it to Atlanta, the teams we will be watching in 2 weeks. This story has to come to an end between these 2 teams. Friends, enemies, rivals, right here. Marvel Rivals Ignite, match number 4.
This is where Sentinels find themselves one step closer, Cozy, to punching in that ticket for Atlanta, for possibly getting the run back opportunity against a team that took them out in the group stage. As we move on to see how both of these teams have improved, Sentinels 2-1 right now versus Dark Zero as they roll out on the defense.
Here we go. As these teams clash, we are ready. Rinko on the Luna's our first spectate advantage. Crimzo has been doing a great job there on the Mag. Not play him too often, but we did see that on that last map with the quick portal of Rymazing, going to show Magic and what they can do on the quick aggression here. Kurova on the Shark and more. They've got the full aggro comp ready to go and the build to follow. It's Crimzo finding them in that fortress. Small lead up there, keeping the point on hold. It's going to be Rymazing though with the first lap with a demon.
Boy, Rymazing just completely snuck his way through that back line and is terrorizing them. Now Crimzo's left alone here up in the front together with Oromori, and it's just a matter of time now together with Avery, who goes down next. And now it's a reset from Sentinels as Dark Zero, Rymazing rolling out with the magic, as Rymazing has told us before here, Cozy, how much he loves that character.
Yeah, when Rymazing pulls a blade, everything changes and just continues to show. And you know, she was on the other foot last time. Rymazing clutched it up for them to get the win on Sentinels. We'll see if they can do the same, if he can do the same for this Dark Zero team. Coming right back into the fight is going to be Techie. Techie now trying to get some more bounce back, but Madara is going to be the strange that's winning this one. One looking like the zombie imposter. Wow, what an absolute execution from Dark Zero.
They were not expecting the counter portal right there. Look at Madara's portal right behind them. They placed it in the perfect spot, exactly where Crimzo wanted to set things up. And now this forces out a swap from Sentinels. Crimzo onto the Angela, as they have not been able to stop Dark Zero once on this attack.
91% for Rymazing. You know what they say? Darkness grows and hope goes.
Oh my
God.
God.
Going to open the eye and close the chance for them to stop this .1. What a start.
I think it's just another day at work for Madara. The follow-up too with impunity. Avery does not go down without a fight before trying to force out that reset. And now Sentinels have to try to restabilize here before they get to the second checkpoint.
You just tell, playing so pissed off, so focused. You love to see it here again. So much on the line. These two leaving Sentinels, the team that could eliminate them. Who made the call? As we make the call, Kurova trying to dance around there on the Star-Lord. It's going to be the quick swap over. Nectar going to be playing Peter Quill.
Ult economy with Rymazing and the Dark Child. Smash to put him in the driver's seat here. Gonna be able to find Crimzo close to that extermination. The legendary from Nectar has some safety with Oromori and that invisible boundary, but it was a double strategist ultimate, it looked like, because Renko was also popping that fate of both worlds. Here comes Kurova though. He's found the Luna Snow, and wait, not his own venom. It be your own sometimes. It be your own.
No, Kurova. We have the face cam on him too. He's emotionless. You just throw off your teammate. What just happened?
Nothing to see here.
And look at the other face cam. You can't focus on it. You can't focus on it. Played perfect outside of that. I was about to say too that was gonna be insane. I was like, wow, the Venom can't even get back. But then I looked at Sentinels. I'm like, they don't even have a Venom. Holy moly. Right.
I'm so glad it happens in pro play too, by the way. You know, they're just like us sometimes. As Dark Zero have Madara and Smash, and Sentinels don't have Crimzo or Techie. It looks like about to throw a freeze onto Avery too.
One swing can change everything. Shoot your teammates off or not. They get the point too. And right now, holy sword flash, clutch slash. It's magic. Rymazing continues to push in. We got a quick pause. I think it's probably Impunity calling up Kurova. What the hell, man? What the hell?
Oh, man. A quick little pause also, though, to get a nice little stall and maybe get a mental reset here. Hopefully everyone has their own peripherals figured out here. If you're looking at Sentinels, as they have not been able to restabilize once. It's just been Staggerfest after Staggerfest. But what has this series been so far, Cozy?
And it's been just a sandwich of the Vanguards. Impunity. It's been a little bit of Madara, and right up the middle, it has been Rymazing. And it's just so funny to see, because last time these teams, fought with everything on the line, Rymazing was Iron Man. Jarvis was there. That's what got them the ticket and that win. And now it's on that opposition. And I don't know what it is about Ry, but when quite literally everything's on the line, he plays his best.
Man, and then we're getting to see the counterplays too that we're also having from Dark Zero coming out between that Doctor Strange portal, send them off to the side. Now as we get started, no time wasted. Sentinels, they've restabilized. Crimso's got the Strangling Prison. They're looking to play the game for the first time of this map, honestly. With Dark Zero having Rymazing not get off the magic too, by the way. And the Extermination aggressively not only trying to hit Sentinels in their face at the spawn room doors, but also forcing them to counterpoint and trying to path and then avoid the Strangling Prison too.
And we keep highlighting it. Crimso, he's very loose with those ults, and that one did not connect to anything as Madara was able to protect his team with the shield. The kneeling commences. Techie's looking for that backline of impunity. That's just been so annoying as he just single focuses the back there, and there it is. Limbo opens. Dark Child emerges. We'll see what they pull out of it here as the Agamotto flashes, dashes. It's going to be the stun and the follow, but nothing to come from it.
Yeah, Avery saw his life literally flash before his eyes there, and he still stays alive as Korova is able to get Crimso up in the jaw's mouth of that shark. Now, Dark Zero, though, with only velocity, slowly approaching that fate of both worlds. Don't have anything to try to cater away to this legendary. Nectar is going to be able to harass him from the high ground here as Velocity gets it right on time. Talk about on cue as Rymazing then follow up together with Korova. It's unstoppable. The BRB, the nice stun here, but Impunity is harassing them alongside Rymazing.
I mean, it's just been perfection of play. Armor saving their teammate there with another push as Rymazing was thirsty for more. There it is, trying to find Avery in this thing. It's Armor who did the push last time. Teammate on teammate. It's now Armor down at the hands of Rymazing. Can you believe it here as they find themselves closer and closer? 0.3, 2 minutes left. The most perfect push we've seen between them yet. As now trying to get anything going. It's Avery. He's down. It's Dark Zero on top.
The stall though, but it's not going to be enough. You have lost 3 or 4 of your teammates. Nobody left to stall on this point. Dark Zero with a 2-minute and 25-second finish on a map that we see a lot of teams struggle to get to that third point.
Yo, that was just the Rymazing show. I mean, absolute cinema from the X-Men. I just can't believe for a team that did just so well, it just happened so fast. Even with a little bit of a break in there, Vic.
They had to say pause. And then when they resumed, Rymazing just continuously tore them down. The magic, is it coming out to stay as Rymazing and the rest of Dark Zero start things off this time on the defense? But the Madara portal plays, the Korova friendly fire, nobody's safe. Korova said, if I'm taking down one, I'm taking down everybody.
Oh, man, that was a match full of a lot of moments. For me, the difference right now is the Vanguard. I mean, just straight up, Techie and Crimso can't even find air to breathe against Madara and Impunity. It's just that constant venom in the backline, causing pressure, and Madara just being the clutch king as he's been.
Sentinels don't want to let this lead escape them, and Dark Zero, after coming out of what could have been them having the lead instead, are looking to take this to a Game 5, Cozy. Coming out of the gates, Sentinels, Armory, getting a little hint on what Dark Zero want to roll out with on the defense over through that window as Smash is here on that Star-Lord.
Behold Dark Child, behold Dark Zero with the quick defense opened up. Again, not the triple Vanguard as we typically see, Vic, we continue to highlight Smash now with quick death. They did have the save there, and they allowed that play. And once again, it's Techie going down. Going down early, getting good stuff and a hold there. I mean, you're going to have to see an absolute show from Sentinels if they're going to match anything from it. And right now, with this quick rotation, it's just a nothing burger.
Yeah, it's uncharacteristic too here. Techie struggling to find their footing when they're the ones on that Emma Frost. Avery being up flying in the sky on that torch. And Smash claiming heads here. Korova slowly approaching that It's Jeff. If you're looking at Oromori, she's also approaching that invisible boundary, but it's about getting to that choke first. While Crimso's going to be able to also get on the high ground here to split more of this attention.
All right, now pushing in, rolling in. It's going to be Nectar at 63% climbing, but Madara is going to be the first to open the eye and shut the door here for map number 4, as Rymazing's got the extermination to follow velocity. They've got the rotation they need, and wow, it's Crimso, as you would say, with the shish kebab. Gets 2 of them. Stacked back to back for some s'mores, and Rymazing, Crimso doesn't even mean to go in the line of fire.
We'll take those, just serving himself on a silver platter in the middle of the line of sight of that Ultron extermination from Rymazing. Madara I have Agamotto ready to go. If you catch Orimori, you have to look for Renko too. The strategist could be in shambles, and Nectar could be the insurance policy that they need with the resets. And with Kurova getting caught out here too, Velocity to keep Dark Zero in this stall, but the block off from the group wall is preventing him from going anywhere.
Yeah, nothing you can do there if you're Madara with the chokehold and the slam against the wall, and Avery's going to get rid of the Smash Legendary. Team's going to reset. Madara is going to be able to get this team back there, and they've got plenty to follow, but the team can't stagger like it. They've got a long way to go. They'll be able to touch yet again as the portal and the magic open up. This is about to be a lot coming at it. Sentinels have it too. The Mac will be special. We've got every Q press screen's about to melt, Vic.
Already having a lot more of that damage on the floor, putting Ignite to the Ignite series, but a huge Eye of Agamotto catches Avery in the middle of that Supernova. It puts the fire extinguisher down on the floor, prevents him from getting any output as Nectar is looking for the reset. Again and again, he gets it here onto Madara. He gets it for the second time. Let's see, as Impunity is so incredibly low, he gets it. And as he slammed down for the third time, Nectar is looking to clear this point.
The bullet right into the top of Madara's head. I mean, that was straight on, as that was a clean finish there. Point number one. Both teams using everything to get it. Extermination is ready for Ryan Amazing. Point two was super clean, though, from Dark Zero. The tougher part of this map, we typically see point one go both teams' ways, as Techie now trying to get the ship back right. And they're going to push in here, Vic.
Madara also made that swap over to that Magneto, so you'll be able to have Bubble for Kurova to make the Itch Jeff plays. Right from seeing some more of that focus from Nectar as the extermination from Amazing now, but they lose out on Kurova again. Avery going crazy, gets a quick 2K here while Velocity does find Techie. Techie going down, but they're going to be able to try to break through this choke. Madara gets frozen. Beautiful follow-up to capitalize off of that.
Yeah, Madara just trying to stay alive once again. I mean, get right Mason off Ultron. We just saw what happens. I mean, obviously it's a defensive plan, a little bit of, a different strat here, but good answer, good call. Avery, the responsible member of that one, who is playing at that role Amazing used to play there on Sentinels, rises up to the moment. This is point two. This part of the point is everything, though, Vic.
This is the hard part here, and with Velocity approaching that fate of both worlds, it's really what they're going to want to rely on. Smash 2 with the extermination. Omori is getting focused here. Invisible Boundary ready to go. They want to rotate this together with Renko and that fate of both worlds. And Avery trying to call out that pesky shark who is looking to attack. Kurova does not have the Itch Jeff. And Ryan Amazing in the backline. Nice peel from Avery as they try to get the dive down, forcing out Renko and the fate of both worlds.
Amazing heard the catches. He did switch over, but they did find him first there. Both shows going on as it's a dance-off here on the middle of the points. The goats are laughing, screaming. Madara looking for more smash. Now going to try to find his teammate in this thing. Now keeping his team alive, but can't keep himself alive. He is able to stay through this. The good Groot wall there to keep more, but it's Avery, it's Techie, it's the whole team on it. Kurova, goodbye. Hello, point two, as they continue to push in this thing. Amazing Madara with the two, though. It's now Amazing Madara. They all go down, and so does the hope to stop point two in its tracks.
And with the Groot walls there too. Nobody to break through this. They have more than enough time to try to go in for this second checkpoint. We also have to talk about these push and pulls that we had originally from Orimori were on fire. Beautiful follow-ups to prevent Impunity and Ryan Amazing from getting these dives as Nectar finds Velocity.
Wow, Impunity now just hunting the prey, trying to set back up with the team. Can't have that early stagger, so not letting themselves know. Rico, the only one on the point, though. Everyone else pushed up. Can dive in here, but you can't go too early as he is looking for his team. Look at that little quick hello. Hey, what's up? I'm over here.
It's a little tickle, just to let them know, hey, don't ignore me, by the way. I'm trying to stop for as long as possible. They want to flip it just so that way the cart stops, but not going to work out when you have to deal with Renko and that Luna Snow. The freeze, the Eye of Agamotto. It finds Crimzo point blank. He's got the strangling prison. Techie slams on the Meteor M, but it doesn't hit anybody. Instead, it's going to be Kurova who gets Madara in the process to bring him right back around as Sentinels, together with the Crimzo strangling prison. It's the Wombo combo as everybody from Dark Zero falls.
Dude, no matter what these teams do, the other meets the expectation. Vic. It's crazy. You got a 0.1 hold? Okay, we'll do it too. Oh, you push the map instantly? Hey, we're right behind you. 155 left. But the big difference is it's just kind of how this has flushed out for them, giving Dark Zero now a chance to sustain a lot longer.
And that's why they have to make these swaps too. Kurova, it says the Jeff is not working out. I go over to the Adam Warlock. We keep this fight going. Dark Child activated as a Feast of the Abyss from Impunity comes out. The reset already with the armor and velocity. Fate of both worlds. Sentinels have everything. The invisible boundary as Oromori stays alive. They rotate that after Renko's done with that Luna Snow ultimate. And Nectar can get put in the driver's seat. Huge grapple to get the Luna Snow. But they need to get the follow-up.
He's Thanos, but right now it's Avery in the driver's seat getting 1-2. Flame on, game on, heating them up like barbecue. Kurova, though, back up and ready. 60%. Madara open with the eye. Ready to go. He's trying to find Smash. Avery does one connection, 2, 3. He's trying to stay alive. Goes to spawn. Point pushing in. Agamotto out. Madara frozen after the stun. It's going to be Nectar down, though. Vic, that's a big pick.
I'm getting whiplash watching Avery right now, and he's cooking up something good. It's Hell's Kitchen here as Avery is setting the board on fire, but with Madara finding Crimso. That's a big pick because that Strangling Prison was coming up. Meteor M coming up instead here for Teki as Oromori gets another round of this invisible boundary. Huge block coming up from Madara and that Doctor Strange.
Madara doing it all out here. Soulbone keeping them healthy. Crimso with a long walk back. Oromori has the invisible boundary to sustain a little bit longer. It's going to be 30 seconds and climbing. Either way, this is a win for Dark Zero in terms of the overtime. If they do it, it's both Vanguards pushing. Kurova down, though, with that res. Going to come back here slowly. No need to use it. Nectar with the 1-2 pop. Click is gone, and they're pushing in slowly. There it is. The born again, win again. Kurova bringing them back into this, Vic.
Velocity coming right back around. Amazing with the extermination. That's going to be what they use first. But Nectar was ready, waiting at their spawn room gates. The Cutterfly, as Ship calls it, as Kurova gets taken out. Sentinels, number advantage. Overtime taken away. And they don't need the extra time back to get to this finish line.
1 for 1 every time. By far, the reason they got that far was Avery. Absolute menace there on the last bit of the point. Great resilience and honestly sustained from the strategist, keeping them in that fight. Trying to walk a tree back a country mile is no easy task. Big difference though. Vic is overtime, 2 minutes. The amount of ult you can put up with that. Sentinels are going to come off. They're going to have to come off on fire here, and Nectar's going to have to put it on his on their back.
Yeah, and we witnessed what happened when you flip the script. Sentinels had to deal with being on the defense instead. So now rolling out the gates, Dark Zero being on the defense here. With how strong it looked earlier before, it's the flip-flopping match that we were expecting, Cozy, between Sentinels and Dark Zero. And just taking a look at the scoreboards, 14 final hits apiece between Avery and Nectar from Sentinels. I love what I am seeing between these two players right now.
No, absolutely. I mean, Avery, we say it all the time, right? 99 fire making, but he's also 99% farming just this team and the staggers over and over, man. You think it's Gilnor out here. Craziness from the duelist position. He's going to have to do just that, though, Vic, if they're going to try to get anything on point one.
The wise old man would be very proud. We must host a party here in Fally. But that is if they win this series, because they have the limited time bank compared to Dark Zero, and Impunity still sticking to the Venom. They're rocking the double Vanguard this time around, as we get to see how they're going to be able to restabilize with those strategists.
Will we see this go to match 5? Oromori called it yesterday now as the Sentinels look to push in. Crimso on Angela at the home court of Asgard. You got Kurova on the Atom. A little bit of a different look here. Now Avery trying to find more. Good pushback. 43 seconds is all they have to continue to build this thing up. It's going to be the strategist now with a third of the way there as we're halfway through this push in overtime clock.
Now you start things off with Kurova getting the nice snipe onto Nectar. Avery moving around the building, trying to avoid getting hit, also helping PO4, Oromori, and Renko. Crimso being on the Angela to disrupt the piece, trying to dive into that back line. They cannot get up this point in the next 15 seconds as it would be forced into overtime. Dark Zero having Amazing, and the extermination, though, could be exactly what they need.
Yeah, and that slows down that pick on Nectar. It just stops all momentum from that big carry duelist ultimate. So it's going to have to be Avery that does that job. So big pick early there as Avery just trying to stay alive. They know that, though. They know who to track as they push in. Rinko going to have that show. Crimso, too. So they do have the ult rotation. That's what they needed to make it for if you want Sentinels to win. That was their first condition. They find it. Show up. Kurova up with the res. Madora close to falling. Going to stay there. Smash has a legendary ready to go. It's going to be the rotation. Everybody's sending everything.
Oh, but the Meteor M fails to land its mark onto Velocity, and Kurova is still alive. Smashed with the Legendary, forced out that invisible boundary. No survivability from Sentinels. Overtime ticking away, and now with Crimzo going down, Sentinels are at a disadvantage. No numbers on their side. Dark Zero, they've cleared this point.
It's the slam dunk that gets it started. The alley-oop from Kurova. Impunity. It's Dark Zero shutting this down, doing exactly what was set up and called for them with the push they had. They now have 2.5 minutes, which means most likely, folks, we get a match 5 unless we see the most dominant defense of all time.
There's only so much you could rotate through, and Dark Zero even had a plan for the plan. They still had their Karmic Revival in their pocket just in case.
And Vic, that pick on Nectar was quite literally everything. I would have liked the Moon Knight there, maybe. I mean, wow. You know, obviously very amazing showing the Ultron here. We'll see if they just stick with the same. I think they maybe like this rotation a tad more with how long they have on the clock. I, for one, would go Magic. There was no answer to it. But maybe that's what they're prepping for.
I'm just thinking back on Spider Islands, right? When we saw that really strong triple Vanguard, triple Strategist hold right before that first checkpoint. And if you're Sentinels right now, you want to try to replicate something like this, but you also want to be able to get right back into the action. Renko being on that rocket will be able to have that BRB. Looking at the stats across the board, 47,000 healing done alone from him. And now we get to see how everybody's going to be able to split up this attention, hold these two different angles, and seeing what Dark Zero is going to roll out with.
Oh, start of a good defense. There it is. Yeah, I was like, come on, give us the magic. What are we doing here? What are we doing? For good defense, though, the start's going to be a lot of lives. So they have that there with the res. They've got that with the Atom, but the Atom's going to be tough to get in time. They'll see if they melt the team fast enough. How is Madara already at 20%?
Madara doing Madara things. Looking into the future right now, right? Amazing. Waiting and on the prowl to dive into that back line. Crimzo close to that Meteor M here too, just slowly racking it up as he gets a nice first big pick, stalling out the Strategist's ultimate economy. Madara taking a good chunk of that damage. Amazing goes down next, and Smash harasses Crimzo, sending him back. Renko had that BRB already up earlier on, and now Sentinels need to re-engage with Avery being on the Atom Warlock.
But did he use it on anyone? Did Renko use that? Because
I didn't see it earlier. Like, he could have been outside the range.
I think it was I think it was pushed too far ahead. As Smash gets 1-2, make it 4. Super Smash goes out here with the Madara flush in the finish. Dark Zero on the path to victory.
Oh, they have the portal. They have the portal. They're going to be able to recontest, but look at the ult economy right now. Madara's about to have an insane Eye of Agamotto, followed up with Sentinels needing to have Aramori survive with the invisible boundary.
I come on through this magic as it's set up and ready to go. And Peter could be the first to dive in there. Ready. Ult tracking is Aramori's job for this team to prevent the match 5. Nectar throwing in the flame, staying out of the magic as much as they can. Good tracking there. Aramori is going to be first to throw up that invisible boundary, and that's going to be the pick off Nectar early. 2 minutes though. An eternity is still on this clock.
Look how close the payload is to the goal right now. Impunity with the Feast of the Abyss. Dark Child as Impunity wipes the floor. Nobody to touch the point.
We got a game 5, folks, and would you expect anything less? Hold on. As Aramori put this, is going to be a show. I mean, blow for blow, Vic. They just continue to match the effort. Dark Zero and Velocity taking the MVP.
They're upset after what we saw from game number 3. They said, we could have ended this before. We're going to go the distance this time. And a game number 5, our first game 5, Cozy, of the playoffs.
Absolutely blessed out here. I mean, just look at the effort here from Dark Zero. 14 elims, 15, 33k across the board, 42 from Velocity, 15k damage to boot. Are you kidding me? Rico Aramori answered the call, but was not enough. Big difference there on my end. Was going to be that duelist and the momentum at play. And we highlighted it earlier, the Vanguard stoppage was no answer. No answer for Dark Zero at the beginning of that thing.
Techie was going down a lot in the early part of these engagements too, and Dark Zero, they made some swap-ups. The Jeff didn't work a good amount of times by the end point of their defense. They had made the swap here, but the Rymazing Magic, man, seeing Rymazing back on Magic, as we get to see the beautiful highlight, by the way, expecting his Venom to come right back. Kurova was like, oh, I didn't know that you needed me to help you out there. You know, I just thought you were going to swing back around, but it be your own sometimes. We have some funny moments here, but also some great success with Sentinels also trying to find their footing when they got dominated on when they were the ones on the defense.
It's funny. It's like, who would expect the magic, right? Well, the coach of him prior in June. Sentinels won it all here on the biggest stage that we are here. Euphoria from both these teams as they find themselves in match number 5, going the full distance. Vicky, are you kidding me?
Renko really popped off there, but it's not enough to deal with Velocity getting the MVP. 42,000 healing on the board, 8 final hits, and dealing a good chunk of that damage, right? You compare that to Luna Snow and what Rocket could bring to the table. Luna being able to put down 15,000 damage compared to that of Renko, who had that survivability, but didn't even brush the 10K.
No, absolutely. And just the rotation of ultimates from start to finish was near perfection, and Smash being that perfect complement to what Amazing was able to do for the team. Now, if you are going to be Sentinels, you do get to pick the next map. When they got to pick Spider Islands, it did help them out, a good amount there, Vicky. And last time, backs against the wall, they picked Hell's Heaven. Did a great job there on Domination. That's kind of why when everything was on the line, I personally, the fan of me hopes we don't go to Domination to settle this insane matchup, because I love the push and pull and the chaos that ensues there. But if you're Sentinels, maybe that's the direction you go, right? Because how confident that did look for the team and the micro plays of it going one way or the other.
And I'm just thinking the recontentions with the Doctor Strange portals, what if you just ban that out? Like, just try to throw a wrench until whatever we may expect here from the other side. There's so much that could go down into this final game that determines which of these final teams in Americas punch their ticket into Atlanta, Cozy.
Every play, it's war. Georgia is on the line. Here we go, guys. We're going to take a quick break, reset, and get ready for match number 5. That is the match of this tournament. What's going on, guys, and welcome to match number 5. No more next times, no more shoulda, coulda, woulda. This is it, Vicky. One of these teams moving forward. They've thrown everything at each other, and they both still stand as we get to view match number 5.
Down to the wire between both of these teams. Last time opportunity as both of them tied 2-2 apiece. Game number 5, because we finally have it. And guess what? You highlighted something before we went to break, Cozy, and I'll let you take it away from here because guess where we're going?
We're going to Krakoa. Listen, hey, last time it was not the same script. You know, Sentinels, they wanted to take it to domination. Hell's Heaven, they got 2-0'd. All right. But this time, they're taking it back to the map they won at the beginning of Krakoa, and domination this is going to be a blood match. I mean, it's going to be wild here to settle the score, all the money, all the differences, the honor of going to the land. I can't believe it.
We start on Krakoa in the group stage in this same exact series between Dark Zero versus Sentinels. We end it on Krakoa. Last time these two teams met, Sentinels won, and it was all the way down to the 3rd round, by the way. They won 2-1. We've seen the changes within the pick and ban phase, and now we've made these adjustments as we've applied it going through the series.
All the build-up, all of the moments, every clutch is for this right here. And it starts with the ever-important pick and ban phase. We've seen both teams go back and forth. Who wins the phase? Both, though, equally matched. We've got the Ultron save, the Mantis opening. Same song, same dance. Look for the middle of this thing to shake things up.
As it's right there, the Luna Snowband.
Yep.
I like this call right now from Sentinels. Actually being able to pinpoint what may be the issue from Velocity before in the past. You know, we've seen Velocity roll out with that Cloak and Dagger as they protect the Captain America. No Ultron, though, for Sentinels to rely on.
Now, I'm looking for Star-Lord. Like, if that gets banned out, the magic, that's been the big difference. The protection for Captain America was huge, though, for them to continue what Crimso's able to do. Invisible Woman is also off the table there for Dark Zero. No Jeff on the other side of things. Next save going in. Vic, we look at the last time these teams did meet on the last match of Domination. It was going to be more the bans towards the Atom. The Cap, though, being banned as well. I mean, this is a different script than we saw last time. The Rocket Raccoon save is surely going to be for most likely Aramori.
I'm thinking, do we see from Sentinels that final ban if Dark Zero does not protect the Atom, or like maybe the Atom here? As we see the respect here, too.
That would be a big momentum swinger, right? Like, I would almost go with Adam, just like go with what you've done so well thus far. I mean, if you're looking at what is available to them, that's what I would personally favor, because if it's one side or the other, they're going to go with the Star-Lord. Smash has been playing that so well, but right here, if they do ban the Atom, you're right, Vic. I mean, that's just so much aggression against you, the old team that used to run this triple res so much.
Or Jeff? It's either the Atom or the Jeff is what I'm thinking about here. Like Sentinels, it's the Jeff.
Yeah.
It's the Jeff. They rather not deal with the Jeff with the environmental KOs. And then we also have seen the It's Jeff flip so many of these fights. Even if you get some friendly action. But yes, on Krakoa, exactly.
Yeah, that waterfall. I'm telling you, that waterfall is lethal out there. And we continue to saw wipes to wins. But they lock in here, Vic. And everyone's going to be locking in their best moments. Sentinels can absolutely feel the revenge tour over there on land, as we now have Nectar on Psylocke. Look for that matchup. It comes into play ever more, right, when you open the door here. I thought we would have saw a Venom ban as well. You know, typically that's just really tough to go up against, and last time I believe they had that ban against them.
It's interesting. They've made so many of these adjustments. I love to see how a lot of our teams have developed over the course of these last few weeks. But this is where it ends right now in this series. Which of these teams will be facing off the Titans here as they move on through the bracket? Who will be punching their ticket into the very first Marvel Rivals Ignite Championship in Atlanta, Georgia? It's not just the $250,000 prize pool on the line here, Cozy. It's that chance to make history.
What half of the Season 0, Season 1 MRI champions, MRC, the old nightmare if you know the old lore here. And Sentinel split in half. Amazing Kurova versus the rest of them now. It's so fun to see now as Avery goes up. Been big on this Human Torch, even bigger on Domination. Crimso's able to go full aggression with the Captain America. Impunity on the Hulk, though, with Amazing on the name, was a nice swap up of things. Been able to do a lot of work there. Good call and a good change of pace is now going for the point lock right away. It's going to be Sentinels on the point first.
Usually forced to rely on this and the Gamma Squid on domination. We've seen them do it time and time again as Nectar's on that side lock. Look at velocity and that ult economy nearing 50% as Crimso's able to get away. Techie already pulling out that crystal as both Sentinels and Dark Zero are not letting go of this point just yet. Is backing up, trying to counter rotate here as Avery's in trouble, forced to back away.
He has 1 health. He had 1 health left and it wasn't enough, but Madara enough done. Wow, still finds him in the back, and this quick swap to the tried and true Namor and Hulk combination. Impunity truly can do it all, showcasing it right here. Good peel from Crimson, but not enough.
It's a horror story whenever you see Hulk just jumping on your head and you're a flyer and you're trying to get away. You're literally one shot. You get stunned, and guess who's meeting you? It's Impunity. So Dark Zero having the control over the point first, and I like this ult economy for them here coming up with velocity already nearing that eternal bond as you're trying to isolate Crimson. Beautiful stun. Sorry, no health pack for you, forcing Crimson to back away.
Oh my, just the Hulk slam. The team jam, the freeze, and the finish. Now he's getting close, though, and low on health. It's, oh my, explosion, no chokehold. Get back here. Smash.
But a shutdown off of that grab here, too. Techie laying it down. Here comes the whale. The sounding of the 7 trumpet to only find Crimson. Terror Cape, but no follow-up as the Sonic Seduction follows up. And Avery and the legendary as Avery gets countered by the Sonic Seduction at the hands of Madara. But shutting down Smash is even bigger. But you have to find Kurova and that Karmic Revival.
It's a new player in Avery making the big difference for this team, allowing them to flip back. This Sentinels roster is really good here to hold a strong defense as they do get a very important flip even after the res. Definitely want that one back here as the close bubble is going to give them some safety in this thing. But Crimson just going in, leading the charge as that Avenger. Nectar does find the prey there of Immunity. Impunity going to be going in the backline once again, but always able to just get good peel and poke.
Getting out of that Bruce Banner form right out of the gates, coming out of that spawn, and he will be able to have the reset off of that World Breaker Hulk. Smash, take it to the skies. Waiting out as Dark Zero give this space over to Sentinels here. Sentinels want to build up into these ultimates, as now with Dark Zero having that Gamma Squid, they're trying to prevent them from setting up.
All right, now Nectar trying to look for more. Avery's been responsible so far for the success on this part of the point, but Kurova's going to get Nectar out of here. That's a big play from the Golden God himself. What's on the team of Sentinels? It's Impunity with the Gamma Clap. And the end of Aramori. Avery goes down. Rico with a quick res back, though. And right now, just a tick left on this point. The sustain is great from Aramori to keep them in this. And that was the we saw from Dark Zero.
But Impunity not only pushed her out at the same time, shutting her down. So the stall was there temporarily, 55% as it flips. Again, down to the wire in this first round alone. And Dark Zero have a lot coming in the bank.
Wow. Absolute Gamma Slam there from Impunity. Amazing has the whale ready, point back to their favor, 55-78. What else would you expect with these two teams going neck and neck? I'm smiling from head to toe. This is insanity. Amazing throwing Tritons, trying to get that poke early, has the whale, throws it down. It's a quick finish and exit from Marinko, who gets out of there, throws up the amplifier, and Avery's going to be diving in there. No seduction this time from Madara to keep them at bay, and Avery's going to find Smash through it twice now. Smash going down to that Star-Lord. Amazing throws 1, make it 2, can't afford that point. Go back 99% in climbing. Avery getting low. Amazing trying to find the new duelist there on the Sentinels as the Blessing of the Deeps go up.
Oh, beautiful timing of the Eternal Bond coming out of left field as well. Avoiding the Sonic Seduction originally, and now Sentinels only really have Nectar to make a big play. Crimson with the survivability and the Freedom Charge too, but the Sonic Seduction, it does catch too. Diamond form on Diamond form. Emma v Emma as Smash has the Extermination. 99% in favor for Dark Zero, but Sentinels have not given up this point yet.
It's Nectar once again with the purple slam and trying to get something, finds nothing, Vicky. Point going back, though. We're going to have to see the rotate from Dark Zero to get this first point. Madara continues to put the pressure on Techie. It is a queen off now as Amazing finds Nectar. Madara finds Avery. Dark Zero looking to get this first point.
They're looking to just push them off at this point because they have the number advantage. Ranko gets stunned, and Crimson falls low. No survivability, and now look at this ult economy. Dark Zero have the Born again. They have the second other ultimate to work off of, and they have the advantage after winning round number 1.
trying to find their end game here against Crimzo and his Avengers. One away and history repeating itself. They won 2-0 on Hell's Heaven last time these teams met up, and the advantage to be up a game right here, right now. Guess what, Vic? They're also cooking here in terms of ult charge. They've got everything.
And Kurova has not gone down one single time, while Impunity has been harassing Renko and Oromori. We see some changes here as Crimzo still sticking at least to the Captain America, but the Phoenix coming out to play for Sentinels.
Oh, man. If we get any more of what we've gotten today, we can expect another 1-1 here as the first domination match came down to the absolute last moment, the last stand for one of these teams for LAN now as they continue on. Yeah, Kurova staying on that Atom. Why Switch have been working so well for them. Impunity too. And Clutch on the Gamma God. You would not like it when he's angry. And he's angry here, Vic.
This highlights that you have to pick your poison. Do you want to deal with the Kurova Jeff or do you want to deal with the Atom? And he's made a name for himself being on the Atom, the embodiment himself, as Amazing opens up the floor with a big whale and beautiful follow-up from Smash to get that first pick onto Nectar, who has been struggling to find their footing this last map. Oromori has the invisible boundary here, has a missionary unlocked now in the next second, and Dark Zero still have 3 of these ultimates rolling up.
Yeah, rides the whale into the portal. Look at the full extermination, getting rid of the ult now to continue. Techie is getting rained from above and on the ground. Madara tank feed tank. It's a legendary now from Avery, trying to find some opening for this team, but Smash. And now Techie go down. Sentinels, their backs are against the wall here, Vic.
The BRB is not getting the same output that they're looking for, while Velocity is just staggering and allowing themselves to linger on this point with the Eternal Bond. Velocity coming in clutch, too, with these Terror Cape follow-ups.
Oh my goodness, this is for everything. 13%. Rez on the line. Agamotto ready. Crimzo knows what he needs to pull together for this team. 95%. Lead them into this Infinity War against their rivals of Techie now with the Seduction to open things up. Nectar can go on top of this, but yeah, good call it. Nectar being a non-factor so far. Does get smashed, though, to get things rolling.
Big first pick here. Can't build him into that extermination, but Kurova brings him right back around to build into these ultimates, and the Gamma Squids have already been set up. Look at the damage output that we're seeing from Amazing as he has another whale to unleash.
Here comes the whale. It's a perfect setup, but they did bring the boat. They stay alive through the ocean. Nectar gets the pick on Impunity. Big one to stop the sustain. Amazing with the soul bounce, able to rain down from above. Going to continue this thing as Madara now is on the point to keep that thing. There's Avery finds a Triton with his name written in cursive as they push through. Madara continues to find success. Rinko and Armor, though, both are going to ult together, but it's enough now. But that could pay the price later, Vic.
Gave him the pen and paper for Sentinels to take it over instead. Armor getting the quick 2K at the very end. And while Dark Zero, they roll out. They have the portal. Then they actually make the swap. I was going to say they had the Eye of Agamotto, but rather build into that Silent Seduction together to combine that with Amazing in the Whale.
All right, now, Nectar's got the Phoenix, 63%. Might as well be nothing at this point. Sentinels know this is their last stand. Last attempt. Madara team perfectly taking the portal together, jumping through Kakoa, using the environment to their example. A Cerebro gazes upon us in the middle. Madara now looking for more. 64%. Up and up. Kurova is 70. Amazing to follow. Avery's got the legendary, followed by the Phoenix. That's the move. That's the play. But keep in mind, we had Armor and Rinko both use ults together. Madara gets Techie. That's going to be such a big opening.
Oh, but they shut him down. Amazing with another squid advantage after hurling that Trident in his direction. Madara in the driver's seat, having their own pop-off performance, already building up the side of Seduction, finding the last pick onto Oromori, and Dark Zero are flipping this point, already 65 and climbing.
They can see the throne. They can see Atlanta. They're ready. Now with Smash, Madara, Kurova. Ults up. Nectar still has it. 74-55. It's the punch-off between two goats. Now as Impunity bounces back to his team. Good Pio, good poke as they both continue to do, Vicky.
3 ultimates ready to go, nearing 90% already. They take the portal, and they desperately need a recontest with Crimzo. And that freedom charge, they need that survivability. Cycle that together with Oromori and the invisible boundary as it's a sign of seduction to start this fight.
Becky sets up the team for success here. They have plenty of sustain between it, but got to flip the point first. It's moderate a match now with Korova ready to pull the wipe to the win. Smash now with the extermination as Crimzo pushes the team forward. Good bubbles and gamma from Impunity once again. Crimzo continues the aggression on now as the team pushes Velocity ready for the internal bond to have that point sustained even more. 99% climbing up. It's going to be the smash now. Show as he continues to find Nectar. Going to rain down. This is for everything the most important Phoenix in this person's life, and Avery gets the 1-2.
Getting the follow-up here, too, off of Nectar, getting a lot of that initial damage, but they have to find Korova. They ban the Jeff, and you let Adam pick Adam himself at this point, and Korova bringing them all back. They have nothing against the Legendary, and Avery staying alive thanks to Aramori.
Only Avery show the 1-2, the Nectar. Oh my gosh, everything used, everything played. Impunity jumping off the edge to get back with his team, 59%. Y'all, this is exactly what we thought. Impunity, right, amazing. Both have ult ready on the opposition. Nectar close, Techie behind. But Vicky, the big difference maker here is this is going to just be, Smash will be the first to get there, but the strategists are pretty far behind.
Yeah, exactly. Avery looked 1 second in the direction of Dark Zero and got deleted. And now Dark Zero walk up to the point for free. Nobody recontest from Sentinels. They're so close, and now overtime taken away. They let them have it as Sentinels were not expecting them to take that portal. Nobody left as the whale meets them on the other side of the rotate.
No clutch saves this time as the whale throws down. No floaties. There you go. Right Mason with one. The other tick left for Sentinels, the previous champions of stage 1, Vicky. There's moments, pixels left. Hope remains now as Impunity claps. Finds another Aramori out of here with Korova to follow. Velocity. It is Dark Zero, Vicky. Making it to land.
The pom-poms, they did it. They did it in a Game 5 Dark Zero. They've punched their ticket. They represent the org that has been known throughout so many titles as they represent the team together in this new form. Rymazing's your MVP.
Legends aren't born, they are forged, and tonight Dark Zero writes their name and has a chance to write it in eternity for the finals here in the LAN, as that was an absolute show. Sentinels winners. No more. We will not see Sentinels in LAN as Dark Zero punch their ticket. Team full of talent, as we know. And as I always say, we always give a lot of room and big claps to the champions. Want to go ahead and say just a big honorable shout out to the entire team of the Sentinels and what they put together. There's not enough, Vic.
Wow. It's not easy. It's not easy, especially looking at the talent that we have within the region. But now, Dark Zero, Atlanta is calling, and you have answered as they find themselves competing together in person. It all came down to the wire. Former teammates meeting up once again. And the question begs here, Cozy, what would this final game look like if they had prioritized the Adam ban instead of the Jeff? So many what ifs here. Whether you have to pick your poison. We knew the Gambit squids were going to come out. There's only so many bans you have at this point.
No, Vicky, that's a great point. I mean, when you look at it here, also just the confidence to go back to domination because you win the first time around. The same thing happened. The exact same thing. So you look at it, you got 2-0'd last time at Hell's Heaven. So to bring it back to the map that you won it on, to risk it all right here, and it was Rymazing Smash, the duelist, that got it done on their side. But the whole team, start to finish, this team was crafted from champions and top talent across the board. Rymazing, though, beats his former team in Sentinels to not only send once again a team over to LAN, but this time it's 0 to hero. It's Dark Zero. I can't believe it.
And with a 5,000 damage differential compared to Nectar on the duelist side of Sentinels, right? Avery had tried to come out swinging with an Ultron ban here, or rather Ultron pick here for them to really rely on, and nothing could come out of it. Rymazing with the Trident play, the Gamma Squid setup, it was on another level, only going down 3 times, 10 final hits.
Yeah, it continues to show what he can do in the flexibility that they put together to open up there, kind of save that kind of ace in the hole with the Hulk and the Namor, and it just worked to perfection. They saw what happened in the domination last time, didn't work out. Korova, though, I mean, Avery was the final boss there on that second point. Korova on that important matchup, 1-2 pop, and the Golden God once again, and just, you know, slams down that exclamation point for the team.
And Impunity with a really strong start too. Came in literally swinging. These stuns were on point. And you know how aggressive Impunity likes to play on that Hulk. This whole team. And then letting Kurova having the Adam Warlock smash, stepping up once again on that Ultron pick too.
I just can't believe it. I mean, against a team that was just, they were known as the Triple Res team going back. This time, Golden God in favor for them. But yeah, I mean, across the board, the Vanguard plays were perfect. Madara played the best games of their life as we take a look at the bracket, how we got here, what we're looking at. Before we welcome in what is going to be an interview, I'm sure we're letting that team just digest what was, I'm sure, a lot of emotions now. First players getting to land. 2 of them returning. FlyQuest, 100 Thieves up top. It's Envy, DZ here. Oh my gosh, what a show.
I can't believe it. We have our official 4 teams here, Cozy. We have our 4 teams from the Americas region competing at LAN. FlyQuest, 100 Thieves, Envy, and Dark Zero. And it took everything from Dark Zero to push it that distance. I mean, imagine having to recover from getting pushed off the point where you felt like you had it in the bag. You saw the amazing magic coming swinging, and then you have to immediately do the reversal on Yggdrasil.
Quite literally the man probably, you know, correlated with the hero the most in this entire game. We welcome in our interview and our winner against, once again, their former team in Kurova.
Hello. Oh my God. Oh, dude, my heart.
First of all, congrats on the match of the tournament and bringing that cinema to light here. Kurova. Man, first of all, it's good to see you again. I haven't gotten to talk to you since we talked at the buffet line in China, but I gotta say, man,
good to see you
how
as
does
well.
it feel not only punching your ticket back to LAN, but to do so against your former team, bro?
Oh, it feels unreal. I feel like it was such a personal grudge match a little bit. Like, I know they're all, like, they're great friends. Like, I love them to death, but, like, it was so personal because we've been on that team for, like, a whole year, and we ended up making, like, a really big and risky decision. That match was just, like, insane. It was, like, so much nerves going on and everything. We wanted to win that so bad.
Oh, for sure, man. And that's what I said, right, Vicky? I was like, you know, they're friends, they're buddies, but you guys split paths, so someone was right? And, you know, we was going to find out today.
I have to ask you, Kurova, aside from some of the funny plays that we got to see, how were the comms like for your team when you guys had to re-stabilize after getting pushed off the point on Spider Islands?
Oh, we're like just full mental reset, right? Like, I think we were very likely to like win that map or it having be really, really close if we actually got like that cap on first point, because we only had to push all the way to second, and second wouldn't have been too hard. But I think we just like fully mentally reset. Like, we're like, all right, just like do some breathing exercises, let's calm down, you know, like this is map 1, like just full reset.
Listen, the man responsible for a lot of the clutch plays for Sentinels of old was Amazing. Right? We saw that before in the past. I got to ask for you two, right? You know, Coach Crimzo back then, you guys know each other so well, and you could actually see that blow for blow. Like, everything had a counter. Every play they knew, you know, Nectar was like, I'll go on Jeff to shut down, you know, you over there on the Adam at times. How much of it is knowing your old teammates, right? Did you know what some of their kind of plans were up to and could kind of get a good feeling of what they were going to try to do?
I do think that we both teams had a pretty decent understanding of how the other team was going to play. Like generally speaking, I feel like we have a pretty good idea of like how they prefer to play, what they want to play for, and what they're like really, really comfortable on. And we kind of just like kept wanting to push them out of that comfort zone, and like stepping into our comfort zone as much as possible as well.
Awesome.
When you saw that last ban, by the way, go over to Jeff, and you had free reign over Adam, tell me what your thoughts were, please.
So we baited the Jeff ban with a Star-Lord save because we weren't planning to play Jeff and we wanted to play Hulk no more, and we knew that they wanted to play Cap, right? Like, it's final map, Crimzo saves Cap second. Like 99% of the time they're gonna play Cap there, right? So we're like, all right, let's play Hulk no more, right? Like let's go for like a bait play. They think that like we're gonna play dive as well, but like we just wanted to play something like really, really difficult for them to dive and something really difficult for them to initiate on. And we were planning to play Adam from the start there.
listen, how perfect of that to be a cerebral battle on Cerebro Krakoa, because it was. I mean, it feels like y'all, because I was like, oh, this is gonna be the Adam save, and there was the flip of the switch there, and so incredible job just playing the mind games against people that know you so well. You've won so many big games, Kurova, in your, I would say, decorated now career of a year in forming, going back to Nightmare to Sentinels to now. How big does this one feel for you?
I feel like this one's like pretty big because it's way more personal, right? Like before you'd win, it's like, yeah, I wanted to win that so bad. You know, this like grudge match, like when we played last stage against 100 Thieves and like the Grands, like that was huge. But like this one was like so much more personal, like specifically for me, and like I'm assuming for Rai as well. So it feels insane to win this one.
This was such an enjoyment to watch on this, and I really want to give you the floor to continue to say what you want to, whether it be to Sentinels, to the crowd, to your next matchup, buddy. The floor is yours, Kurova.
Oh, I wanna shout out Mega, our manager. It's his birthday today. And then I want to shout out my girlfriend. She's right next to me. She's been cheering me on this entire time. And then third, J3, because he's gonna bust it down because we won that match. That's what I'm talking about.
I was waiting for it. I'm trying to T-ball you up there, man. Trying to T-ball you up. But listen, hey, enjoy this win. You guys have quite literally a match coming up right against Envy, right? So this is gonna be just right back into it here. Thank you for cinema. Thank you for such a fun performance. And Vicky, anything else from you?
No, that was it, man. Just thank you so much for putting on one of the most insane series we've had right now in the playoffs between Cozy and I.
Can't wait.
Thank you.
We'll see you again, buddy. I'll see you. Can't wait to say what's up again in person, man. I'll meet you at the buffet line once more.
Sounds good. I'll see you then.
All right, buddy. That is Kurova coming at us. The man's like 6'10", and incredible personality, both in game, out of it. And Vicky, just so fun to see the heart there and what it meant. You can see his hand shaking with the water bottle. I mean, quite literally, so much was at stake there. And again, heart goes out to Sentinels and what they put together. But Vicky, listen, the drops, they've been dropping here on Twitch. People have been able to get them because it's been cinema in the making. 3-0 to start, but that last one was worth every bit of the watching.
My nerves have been dropping. My heart has been dropping. My hands are shaking. And for all of you guys watching the cinema at home, don't forget to collect your Twitch drops here in the channel. We got the Rocket Raccoon. I know we have the Jeff Spray. I know Mr. Fantastic as well. So we have a lot of action here, a lot of presents to give to you guys for watching and supporting the Marvel Rivals Ignite series. Yeah, lots of drops there to be had. And wow. What a show. What a show. I'll be fortunate enough to be calling what is going to be an insane tomorrow. But Vicky, once again, always just such a pleasure to cast this one. We didn't get another 3-0. We got to cast a banger, and there's no one I'd rather do with. Oh, man, you're my duo, man, Cozy. It's been a really fun time. Thank you to you guys at home for supporting us, supporting these players here, too. And the action's not done yet. We're going to be leaving you guys in the good hands of Dogman and Shib. Don't go anywhere, because the next series will be coming to you on the other side of this break.
regrouping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories, and yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn, we can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it all. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Marvel Rivals Ignite Series Playoffs Day 3, Part 2. I'm one of your co-hosts, I Run Shib, here with my buddy Dogman and co-host. How you doing today, brother?
Doing good, Chip. Good to be back again. What a series we just saw. I mean, from the sideline, that was an incredible matchup between Dark Zero and Sentinels. Unfortunate that we have to say goodbye to Sentinels, but huge congratulations to Dark Zero to qualify for LAN and be involved in another huge matchup coming up soon.
Yeah, man, honestly, I gave them a lot of crap for not, having tough series, 3-0 series, and that was an absolute banger of a series against teammates that have been storied, have gone through a lot together. Duking it out into Game 5 could not have been more textbook, storybook. It was a beautiful and fun watch, but we've got plenty more of that coming your way with these next two series, starting up here with FlyQuest versus 100 Thieves Titans right now in this bracket.
Yeah, FlyQuest specifically is that Titan at the moment that needs to be taken down, right? Maybe if it's going back to Greek mythology, they need to become, the gods, basically, to take them down. And FlyQuest, the current moment, they are so good, right? The pick up a Vision recently, we talk about that many a times, but I know that you mentioned, and everybody mentions, really how good Vess has been on Spark Chief, right? I mean, I'll hear talking to Moxie, for example, in EMEA, that she'll talk about Vess being one of the best tanks in the entire game, best vanguards overall. So these guys deserve a huge shout. And then yesterday, from what we saw, Shib, Energy had a fantastic game on Bucky throughout the entire time, seeing the very first Bucky ban against him.
Yeah, talk about Aura just going ahead and getting that solo ban target out. I mean, again, we talk about Bucky, how strong Bucky is right now in the meta, but has very much not been a target at all in these banning phases, finally going that way. But yeah, dude, this entire team, right? We've talked about Vest, Spark Chief, just a huge nuisance in the back line with those more divey, front line off tanks, something like Venom, where Vest always has that shield up. Zelos and Cooper in the back line. Vision, again, this entire team is disgusting. They made some recent changes coming into stage 2, and it has clearly worked out for them. Stage 1, we talk about them having that series where they dropped down low into the lower side bracket and made a huge run, almost making it to the midseason worlds, but falling short right at the end. And this time, after those changes, they just keep on going. Will they be able to keep that alive against 100 Thieves, which they have been looking nothing but better every game?
Yeah, that's going to be the biggest question for sure, Shib. And 100 Thieves as a roster, I mean, they've also, like you mentioned, been incredibly solid. I mean, just like constantly throughout the beginning, right, of this stage, we were talking about how maybe in practice and in scrims, we weren't hearing the best of results for them. But this is why sometimes, for FlyQuest on the opposite side, they cashed in their scrim bucks early. 100 Thieves cashed them in late, right? And they're still at the dance right now, right? They're still in that top 3 position at the moment because they're in this upper bracket finals. So this team is really good, Shib. They've seen, time and time again, meta change after meta change, consistent results, and it's kind of hard to bet against them.
Yeah, I mean, their whole team is incredibly strong. Terra, obviously, in the conversation for one of the best duelists. Delena, we talk about all the time that change to Warlock, having Warlock in the picks, and how much value it got, especially yesterday, was insane. TTK finding MVPs after MVPs, huge Eye of Agamottos, as you see on the screen right now. Zelos and Cooper in the back line, consistent, nonstop, making sure they don't make mistakes. And then, as always, you've got Millennia, or excuse me, I'm talking about Fly here, or going over to 100 Thieves, Terra, Delena, TTK, Vinny making that switch over to Venom was looking disgusting. Harvey got an MVP yesterday. They have Millennia, who's played duelist and strategist. I mean, again, the Witch, and although I did Pepper and Fly, 100 Thieves, it's just got so many huge names that have been showing up in these games and just dominating when they need to. After, like they said, struggling a bit there early on and losing map after map at the first map and then consistently bouncing back every single time.
Yeah, this is a damn good team at the current moment. I mean, they're in a similar position as Envy, kind of, where they're like, okay, what is our lineup going to be, Shib, right? Like, were they going to play with Millennia, like you mentioned, or were they going to play with Nuck or Harvey, right? They were even mixing up all 3 of those sometimes with Delena, maybe even being interchangeable too. Like, they're still trying to figure things out, and same thing in the Envy position, except they're able to come out on top over Envy, who was playing with Tap alongside Speedery this last time, and they got that W. But in the head-to-head matchup at the current moment, Shib, 100 Thieves and FlyQuest, they've matched up evenly, right? Throughout the group stage, throughout the playoffs at the current moment, they're both undefeated at the current situation. And they look, I mean, one of these teams is going to have to lose, right? That's the sad part, is that one of these teams is going to have to lose, not maybe secure that top 3 or top 2 position just yet, because if they win now, that puts them in the grand final, Shib. And also, I mean, they're already in LAN, but regardless, both of these teams have been unbeatable so far. One of them is going to lose.
Yeah, I mean, the crazy thing to look at here is you're staring at this. I mean, FlyQuest really has only lost maps to Envy. And then obviously we saw what 100 Thieves was able to do to Envy in that 3-1 series yesterday. So definitely have what it takes. Their ban faces are looking a lot better. But the thing that we always joke about is they consistently seem to lose, except for, the only outlier is yesterday, the first map, and then bounce back and just sweep through. And almost every single time, it's like they need to wake up and, have that like shot of adrenaline that they need to clutch up in that moment. So again, 100 Thieves, they keep looking better and better, and seeing what they were able to do against Envy yesterday in these team fights with huge plays was disgusting. Again, we could list the whole roster. But, just some recent things that we've noticed. Again, Delena with that Adam Warlock was looking really, really good. Then we talk about, Terra consistently looking good. That's, at this point, something we're consistently talking about. TTK, huge Eye of Agamottos. We've seen, Harvey got an MVP with Loki yesterday, and we haven't seen a lot of Loki in this tournament. So, again, they're coming through with stuff that maybe is taking a backseat in the current meta and finding a ton of value. So we are going to see if they can stack up against the Titans of FlyQuest, and I think this could be a fun one.
Yeah, this could be a fun one for sure. I mean, this team, 100 Thieves, is land tested. Interestingly enough, Shib, and FlyQuest at the current moment isn't, right? That is maybe one of the more interesting things that I think that you brought up also earlier, which is like getting that shot of adrenaline, right? It's something that can help you in some cases because, you know, for 100 Thieves case, right, they went to land first. They went to the midseason. They got to experience in person with commentators, with a crowd. FlyQuest haven't had that yet, Shib. And, you know, sometimes that can sort of be like land hangover where like you come back and you're like, oh man, you know, we're back to the online space, no more crowd, you know, live audience in front of us. You know, how do you react? How do you adapt? 100 Thieves in this case, they're trying to make that top 2, top 1 run in North America yet again. In FlyQuest, this is their first time, you know, with these odds stacked in their favor. I mean, it's definitely a different sort of situation than any of their players have experienced before.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of the LAN, again, to reiterate, Envy, 100 Thieves, FlyQuest, and Dark Zero will all be making an appearance there. It is official, which is a crazy thing to say. That is going to be so exciting as we look down again, locking in that Ultron. That was something we witnessed a lot over, you know, well, throughout the entirety of Stage 2, but definitely a lot yesterday. Both teams feeling confident on that hero. And we will see that Mantis ban, which typically pairs well with Ultron. That damage boost is a big threat, but outside of that, enables a lot of those one-shot combos. And yeah, strategy here for 100 Thieves once again.
Yep, focusing on those heroes, maybe allowing Torch to get through if FlyQuest want to play it. I don't know how much they've been able to play it so far. I don't think it's that much. Maybe 100 Thieves have a read in that department, but you'd always have that last band to work with. Now that you've banned out Mantis and Jeff, they obviously don't want to play against that Jeff. But Adam Warlock's still getting through for 100 Thieves, and we've seen how good Delena was on that Adam Warlock yesterday. It's kind of like with in that interview we had a second ago with Korova talking about baiting out bans, you know, sometimes, or baiting out protects even, with the Ultron Protect this time around. You know, we already know that they like to play Star-Lord, and that's definitely something they could always flex onto. Meanwhile, or not Star-Lord, sorry, Adam Warlock. And meanwhile, on the opposite side, FlyQuest, they get to keep onto Star-Lord instead of focusing on the Torch.
Yeah, that's a scary thing to see. Star-Lord right now is incredibly impactful. Definitely up there at the top of the quote-unquote tier list, especially at this level of play. That, and you know, having that 25 additional overhealth every juke really does add up. But not only that, one of the fastest ult gains in the game, while still having the survivability of those escapes with those iframes, and then getting that ult and just forcing out strategist line ultimates, which in this current meta, that is a huge thing you're looking for. So just one of the strongest heroes being able to do that. But if you look down at the current moment, I guess they could, and I don't think we've seen a lot of Fly running Torch, but that is available for them as well.
Yeah, exactly. They're sort of like testing them into playing that. And we also have a Rocket Raccoon Protect and ban for the first time, I'm pretty sure, this tournament. I mean, that's insane. First of all, that Rocket Raccoon, you know, talk to us a month ago, Shib. How many of us are saying that Rocket Raccoon is going to be in the meta? Today, we're going to see it again.
Well, yeah, I mean, coming up in this new patch that's out currently right now for all of us who are playing the game, you know, that 40% damage boost, that goes back to OG Rocket for those who have been around for, you know, let's say the early seasons of the game, even the beta. Rocket Zalt would give you 40% damage boost. It was changed, I believe, let's say season 2, can't give you the exact patch, where it goes down to 20%, but instead it also gives you healing. Now it's not only going to maintain that healing value, but back to the 40%. So it's going to enable a ton of combos, and we might see Rocket more so even in the meta than what we're seeing right now with that ban and Protect. And again, like you're saying, that is definitely one of the few times we've seen that even right now in Stage 2.
Yeah, it's some great advice, I think, to a lot of people that are, you know, learning the game, trying to figure things out. On top of everything you mentioned, too, he's like one of those mobile characters, right? And that's something that we noticed, I feel like, a month ago, Shib. Remember when people were like experimenting, you know, with Rocket Raccoon and stuff, and seeing how good he actually is. And now he's sort of full-fledged been in the meta alongside Jeff and Ultron in this case. Just play these heroes that are hard to sort of dive, at least the ones that can last the longest, right? That's why they're also running Invisible Woman. On the opposite side, FlyQuest just going for full firepower, man. Like, they're just going straight up Luna Snow, Cloak and Dagger for a ton of healing on top of the Terra Cape, and, you know, just want to set up energy mainly on these hard engages with that Blaster Barrage.
Yeah, we've seen this before here for 100 Thieves, and that is going around that Ultron and Jeff combo. Millennia going to be on the Jeff here. This is very much a good Jeff position with the off-map being so close, and yeah, obviously Ultron going to be matched by Vision and Delena. We're going to start off these fights early. Vision looking at the high side, going to try to start that battle with Delena, see who is the better robot. The dive goes in here for Spark Chief, going to take the high side now and look directly at the strat back line, and again, that will be some early pressure, but again, nothing too major in these fights, more so stalling, just feeling each other out. And, you know, these nerves are going to be through the roof right now, but there is definitely a sigh of relief knowing that you'll make that land.
Yeah, energy in the sky. You're right. Yeah, there's some pressure off, and maybe that makes one team play better than the other, right? We could definitely see something like that happen. Maybe 100 Thieves with a little bit less pressure on their backs, too. Maybe get to show a little bit more out of their, you know, potential sort of playthroughs at the moment. We already see Vision starting it off with that Ultron's Rage met by the Ensong Inferno, but no elimination just yet. Just Ultimate's built.
Yeah, we'll start again. Like you're saying, just alts get launched. Rage of Ultron goes out. Eternal Bond going to be matched here from Zelos. Going to walk them forward. Cooper holding onto that dance floor as well. A very impactful ult in the back line. And outside of that, Luna can deal a ton of damage in her own right. But out we go again. Matched by Harvey with the invisible boundary. TTK trying to get a few trance there. And they do find one out of Zelos. Terra going to find a pick two. Up at 2 numbers now. 100 Thieves trying to get this point early. You and I reiterate all the time how important it is to get point early in domination and just use those cooldowns to bide more time. As Millennia going to find a pick there. Goodbye to Vest. Spark Chief goes down and Cooper goes down to sweep the rest. And that should be the early point here for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, really good take by 100 Thieves. I mean, that was a long fight drawn out, but they have, you know, a pretty good comp for dealing with that, right? This team, it's interesting. I think they have two sort of different play styles, right? 100 Thieves love to sort of peel. They like to play it slow. They like to make sure everybody's nice and healthy. The back line gets saved from any cap dives and stuff. On the opposite side, right, FlyQuest usually like to play a little bit aggressive, right, up the tempo with their Vanguard players. So 100 Thieves allowed to play their style. No pickoffs as well, resulting in them getting some nice wins.
I suppose that helps.
Yeah, and we will see a startup here. Ult advantage going to be slightly in favor of Fly, but not for long, as Delena will be there for 100 Thieves to match the third ultimate available. And out goes Vision early on towards the backline. Vest going to find Harvey, and that's a good pick-off rip, giving them ult advantage in numbers. A lot being committed here is Vinny going to start up with the Freedom Charge. Terra goes up. TTK going to take out energy, though, and bring those numbers back to even for the moment, as everyone is heading back to point advantage. Still up here for 100 Thieves at 45 and counting. Terra on this off angle here. TTK going to find Spark Chief, and that's just what Emma does. A really good into marking that cap and making things happen. That is a huge trance with 3, and they follow up with a quadra now, and they are still moving forward at this point. 100 Thieves looking dominant.
Yep, the tandem between Terra and TTK still as good as ever, right? This is why these are two of the most sought-after players. You know, Terra might be the star, but TTK is a player you can easily build around for 100 Thieves. He set that play up alongside the follow-through from Terra in the sky with the Ensong Inferno, in which, by the way, Shiv, he's built another one. FlyQuest now switching up to that Bucky instead of that Star-Lord, also opting for a bit of a slower play style, maybe understanding they can have a little bit more of an edge in these maybe mid-fights with their backline, but Terra has been a monster so far.
Yeah, Ensong Inferno available here for Terra. Millennia ready for the It's Jeff too, and we know how impactful that can be when there's not a lot of answers right now on their team besides energy on the Bucky. They do a good job of that. That's an early pick there by Terra. Great patience, leading with the stun there to find a combo. Remember, that animation cancel on the melee will be, you know, removed here in the next patch. Coming in heavy with the Ensong. That does land, doesn't find too much value. Is going to break a little bit of equipment. Delena finds Vision though. Vinny on energy, and again, 100 Thieves are up in numbers. The portal might have to come through here in a big eat. But this time you might have to commit off map, as it is going to be difficult here with the Venom setting up to try to make it happen. And it doesn't matter, just waiting for the point. 100 Thieves really well played there and taking this early.
That was so clean. That was too clean, right? Like that was... That's a little uncharacteristic out of FlyQuest, and more importantly, 100 Thieves looked so good. I mean, we saw... Yeah, look at the stats. Like, just the stats speak for themselves. Terra literally had an Ensong back-to-back fight ship. Like, that is crazy how fast he's building these things at the current moment.
Yeah.
And I don't know, FlyQuest, they just got destroyed.
I'll tell you what, we have seen Fly over the last 2 times they started on domination. From my memory, they struggled with the initial first 2 fights, and it ended up a couple times getting to 99%, and then they kicked it on and took home the first map. But right there, I mean, not even able to grab point in that moment. Some really huge ults across the board, finding picks in the neutral right before every ult fight started. Yeah, I mean, 100 Thieves doing exactly what they need to do, and we're going to see how they open up here. Can FlyQuest bounce back? FlyQuest in a similar boat where when they get angry, you will see it. So let's see if they can make it happen. Cooper holding on to the dance floor here. Delena going to be ready with a Rage of Ultron. If you look over at 100 Thieves, TTK will be ready with ult in this fight. Vinny as well, whereas on the opposition is just going to be Cooper and Vest from FlyQuest, a team that is definitely storied and known as potentially the top seed right now.
Yeah, those dives between Vinny and the side of Terra have been massive. That's why FlyQuest switch up to the name war composition, try to deal with a little bit more, make sure that cap is uncomfortable, but we start off already with that ult that you mentioned with TTK.
And Harvey holding to the backside. TTK going to find Vess early on, and that's going to put them up in numbers again early on. Out goes the whale. That one does not land from the side of Energy, and Sparchief now making a little bit of a switch here to go towards Gamma, which they can absolutely run very well. And Song Inferno going to break some of those shields quickly, but not find too much value. Goodbye to the Squids, though. TTK onto Cooper now. And again, 100 Thieves are just finding these picks through even a slight disadvantage in ults right there. Delena onto Zelos now, walking them to the spawn door, ensuring that they could buy even more time. It's all about stalling now. You're going to see that tech a ton in Dom at this level of play. Essentially what you're trying to do now is own this point and commit ults, even if it buys you another 10%, as long as you get to that roughly 70-75% number, ensuring they need to portal back to make a play. It guarantees that you need one more big fight to win, and that is what these teams are going to be trying to do here. 100 Thieves going to be down in ults though in this next fight.
And this has been the 100 Thieves playground. I mean, Terra setting up aggressive plays, constantly trying to pressure out cooldowns. There's that Stagger Storm immediately off the rip, incoming damage. They have to not lose anybody. FlyQuest, during these strategy ults, keep losing people. And at the moment, they're lucky to not lose anybody just yet. Finally, coming online, they're able to find Harvey before he's able to Invisible Boundary.
Yeah, Energy finding the pick there on TTK. Sparchief going to find a two-piece now. Goodbye to Millennia. Vess onto Vinny, and that is their first real sweep on the team so far in domination. Will that be enough to switch the momentum? Again, you and I always mention momentum, how important it is. In the genre of Euro shooters as a whole, it is important, but Marvel Rivals especially is a very team-based game. Once you get the momentum moving forward, comms are feeling good, your team is feeling good, things just seem to work out for you, and that's why these teams need to keep in a positive headspace, in a good space here, making sure they can keep making big plays. Ults are going to be roughly even here in this next fight. Let's see who takes it out early on. TTK going to find Vision, and that is one walking them forward, putting them up in numbers. Vision did have ult too, which is a tough look. You can actually use that ult to counteract here this trance and just keep moving forward. Energy going to find Terra to even the numbers zone. That's a good pick here for FlyQuest, trying to maintain this point at roughly 40%. 54 for 100 Thieves as the fight continues.
That was a nice pick, nice shots from Energy. I mean, it's tough because Terra's just hitting shot after shot at the current moment. This guy's kind of just leveled up throughout this entire tournament, but in the backside, Millennia not want to go for that ult, right? He's been one of the main Jeff players that never wants to actually commit to it in case that whale comes through, which makes sense. Too many things on FlyQuest side could deal with that. Jeff has to go away, use that ultimate to stall it out, and 100 Thieves are trying to do so, dodging that whale too. So they're all still alive except TTK because of the damage that came through from that Namor whale, and the follow-up was there from Vess.
Yeah, TTK going down again. This is what you're looking for from FlyQuest. If you're looking for FlyQuest to take this home, to start getting the momentum back, that's a nice play here by Vision, who's going to find Harvey in the back line. Delena going to trade that right back at the same time into Cooper. And now the Ultrons battling in the sky. Delena takes that one onto Vision, and Energy going to trade again with Terra. Sparchief onto Delena. These trades are so consistently back and forth, but right now, FlyQuest at roughly 90% trying to take map 2. Will they be able to maintain this position? Still have ult advantage too, which is a huge win in terms of that last fight.
Still trying to hold on to it. Yeah, FlyQuest have been doing so. Despite the early pickoffs from 100 Thieves side, FlyQuest trades it back. And in this upcoming fight, they have that Eternal Bond ready to go aggressive. But 100 Thieves don't have anything, right? That's the scary part. They have to stall this out and also don't have point control ship. So that overtime is going to constantly tick down. Here comes that Sonic Seduction. Do they avoid it? Vinny eventually gets dragged in. Nobody's down just yet, but so many resources, and everybody's pushed off for this point for 100 Thieves. Coming back now with their own Sonic Seduction.
Ults coming through, like you'd mentioned, Sonic Seductions both out, finding a little bit of value, but not enough, and that's a huge Jeff here by Millennia. Will that be able to work out? Heading towards the off angle, and instead going to just drag them as far away as possible to buy more time in this fight and try to get a pick there. That was huge by Millennia, trying to get a two-piece here out of Cooper now. Will that go through? Jeff trying to recharge here, get a couple shots available. Team goes back as TTK takes out Vess. That was a big ult there, and 100 Thieves retake point, 56% and counting. And you saw there, folks, for those who are confused, a really smart play there by 100 Thieves, letting those Vanguards go in first and allowing those strategists to just pump healing into them, get those ults quickly because they knew they were down at ult advantage. And that is the key. You almost don't want to deal damage to Vanguards without the full commit, especially when you know those strategists are close to ult. You really want to have targeted damage instead of just consistently plugging damage away. And that's why in the stat lines, as you're climbing the ladder, you know, damage doesn't always tell the story because sometimes you can just be fueling the strategist line of the opposition as we start off with the next fight.
Some great healing, good call out. I mean, 100 Thieves, too, are one of the teams that are best at doing that. Also, Millennia has been so impressive so far to dodge that whale. Now into this upcoming fight. Vision in the sky, trying to find that back line. Delena keeping also his alive. Kind of what happens with Ultron Raid sometimes. You know, both Ultrons end up, one does damage, one kind of heals his team from the damage of the other Ultron. Meanwhile, Hulk in the middle of the point is kind of creating a little bit of spacing coming from the rocket damage boost. Everybody's committing ultimates, but it's Terra, the one in the middle of the fight, from the help of his rocket raccoon with a see you later. Takes down that Bruce Banner from Spark Chief. He has to go to Dr. Strange now. FlyQuest, they want to stall at this point now, Chip. Maybe build up Eternal Bond, maybe build a whale, but incoming Ensong Inferno.
And Song Inferno landing right on the back line, but still no major ult available yet for Fly. Not quite there. Best going to be very close, but does go down there from TTK. Terra finding Energy. Energy going to trade with Harvey. Delena on Division. Wow, 100 Thieves are looking like they might get this done. Spark Chief going to teleport in here, and that could be enough to buy them another fight. And there is the teleport on point now. The whole team going to drop in. Will that be enough? As now FlyQuest are up in ults. Vest coming in here with the seduction, and it is going to be on the back line. Terra going to find Zelos, though, and there is no strategist at the moment here for Fly. Besides Vision on the high side, going to use that rage, and Delena going to find Energy with another trade in favor of Fly. And oh my goodness, they are showing up here. Excuse me, 100 Thieves with a two-piece from Millennia. TTK on to Vest to win and take home game one.
Wow. I mean, you got to be happy if you're a 100 Thieves fan with how they've been playing recently. This team just throughout the tournament, leveling up every single match, man. This squad is looking as good as they ever have. Like, this might be the best form we've seen 100 Thieves in a long time, which is a scary thing to say, shit, because we've seen them win MRC. We've seen them win entire tournaments, right? This squad, if they're coming online, and if they're hitting on all cylinders, if they're in a good meta, you're going to end up in a situation like this where Terra has nearly 30k damage. Not even one player in the other team is 10,000 damage close.
Yeah, if you're going to come online at any point in the tournament, why not make it the very end here? And agreed, they have looked like a refreshed teams. We talk about a lot of teams, including teams like Sentinels that just kept getting better and better, even Dark Zero. But another team that's done it, but I would say to the best, is 100 Thieves, who have openly admitted to struggling with the meta, making huge changes, you know, struggling in those scrims like you had mentioned, and then just looking lights out when it comes to game time.
Yeah, I'll tell you, they ain't struggling no more. I mean, right now, this squad, they are phenomenal. And, you know, that's off of Millennia looking like he's taking a step up, right? We saw the dives from Vinny and Terra, that combination. Same thing with TDK. Like, everybody's making plays right now. Delena, same thing in the sky, consistent on Ultron so far. He's looking so good. And then Harvey on Invisible Woman, too. Like, seeing him playing that character to a high level is definitely nice. Never getting picked off. It's kind of on the opposite side where it's been hard for Cooper to stay alive. Not with Invisible Woman, which is interesting for FlyQuest that they're avoiding that hero at points where I guess it was banned, so that's tough to deal with. But regardless, 100 Thieves, like Millennia leveling up is the big one, really. I mean, sure, Terra gonna be our MVP, of course, but for me, I kind of love how Millennia's been playing, and that's kind of the thing with a lot of these good strat players, Shib. It's like, you know, some of the best strategist players were duelists, right? Because because the role is so saturated in the duelist department, because there's so many good ones, it kind of makes sense. If you think you can, you know, outperform a strategist player, if you just pick up the role eventually, you will get a job and you will get a spot. That's how I got my start in a different game entirely from Marvel Rivals. It's another hero shooter, but there was a lack of good strategist players, right? We're kind of in the same thing in Marvel Rivals. It's not necessarily disrespect to them. It's just how it works with the nature of oversaturated roles. There's so many good duelists. You might as well try to team with one of them and swap roles if you can put your ego aside.
Touche. And I mean, currently, even with things like Ultron and Jeff in the game, they can play, you know, an off strategist role, which is essentially like a duelist, and your whole job. And like I said, I think, or like you said, I think Millennia is a good call out, finding multiple It's Jeffs that are having value, even if it's just one strategist, as long as it's a major strategist, like we saw Luna twice in a row. That is a huge pull away. Your front line is far more in danger. So really well played there by 100 Thieves. We're heading to map 2, folks. This is now going to be a map selected by FlyQuest right after this break.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Welcome back, and once again, 100 Thieves reversing the curse on losing that first domination map, come through and look very good, taking their first win against FlyQuest. What'd you think?
I think 100 Thieves look really good, right? Many a times I maybe peruse around the Discord servers of all of our lovely teams, of all of the organizations. We'll join the 100 Thieves Discord, and they are usually not happy with at least my commentary, Shib. I'm sure they love you, but you know, we kind of have taken digs at them in the past, and they've just responded with nothing but kindness to players, and also, you know, just ruthless gameplay out of their partnership. Like, this team is looking like a well-oiled machine, which, like you mentioned before, we didn't expect out of them at the beginning of the tournament. And now this week, we literally expect 100 Thieves to be one of the favorites now at Atlanta based on what we've seen. FlyQuest have to find an answer. I thought during the break, you brought up a good point about the ban phase that we're going to see in a second here. But 100 Thieves, I mean, what is Shib? They played it so well on map 1, right?
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing looked beautiful. Talking about the ban phase, shout out there to Coach Remix, who clearly it's working for them. I think their bans are looking nice. They keep seemingly doing this strategy where they hard target out something like Strategist. We saw them ban Rocket, Invis, Mantis, and Jeff there, and then obviously leaving things like Ultron available. But even so, when they're doing this, I think it kind of throws off the backline a bit, especially when you have Ultron in the sky constantly applying pressure to that backline that you have forced into a specific pick. It is so tricky to handle, and they played it very well there. And I think they also played that that Adam Warlock composition very well. So either way, they have some solutions to pull out. So again, big shout out there to their banning strategy and Coach Remix as we head into round 2.
Yeah, Remix is a smart guy. I know he's a little goofy sometimes, you know, in the public, but you know, sometimes these guys that are, you know, consistently playing the game, you know, have as much experience as Remix does in this game. He is intelligent when it comes to Marvel Rivals gameplay, right? And he can, you know, do the draft phase very well, like you mentioned, but also on the opposite side, I mean, it's Terra doing those ban phases too alongside him, I bet. You know, there's, I imagine, group discussion, and he's a part of it. So 100 Thieves, same thing you said, Shiv. They're getting rid of Invisible Woman, keeping Doctor Strange in the pool because we head to Midtown for that second map, and it is a first of 3 still, a best out of 5 series, and 100 Thieves currently up 1.
Yeah, as we're going to see the change up here. Midtown Convoy, again, a selection from FlyQuest. So I have no doubt we will see likely that triple composition, the triple, and locking in that Strange. I think is a strategy that they learned there from Envy when they went against Envy. Removing that Strange does make it very difficult to find success with those triple compositions. So likely the thought there. I'm just surprised it was not immediately banned out after to try to counter that. But again, FlyQuest is a team that can just consistently play on whatever they need to play on. They have so many different avenues to find success, but I do think one of those avenues that kind of messes with them is hard focusing one specific role here. And again, right back down to the strategist ban out.
Yeah, it might be. This is kind of what we were talking about for old 100 Thieves. Like, remember when we thought that you didn't have to ban Torch versus them? It was never because Terra was bad at Torch. Just the team, like we've seen, I mean, Terra is like one of the best human torches in North America. The 100 Thieves just couldn't play around it that well, right? You can see they play heavily around him now, right? They can play around that solo duelist, Torch, Bucky, Phoenix. He's got a wide hero pool at the moment, and it's not that FlyQuest don't. It's just they haven't been, you know, able to play those heroes just yet. With Invisible Woman banned, I mean, they did have last time Luna Snow open for that Snowflake and stuff, but you don't get the Human Torch team up and stuff. And that's kind of a big gap, right? If you can't play Human Torch and teams are giving you it, I think I'd be a little bit concerned about your hero pool moving forward, and that may be an instance you need to work on moving forward. But if they allow it this time again, I want to see FlyQuest play the Human Torch this time around, which, to be honest, it doesn't look like they do.
Yeah, I do agree. Again, as we head into our final ban here, this time for FlyQuest, as you will see those bans rotate over and showcase, you know, who they cannot play and who is locked in for those teams right here in front of your eyes. And now, to counteract what we saw last time, FlyQuest going to lock in Jeff and Mantis to make sure they have some options there in the back line. And we will see a little bit of a different Vanguard line. Goodbye to the Emma there for 100 Thieves, and that's going to pull out TTK Strange, which once again, and Vinny on the group. Very strong picks for them, and Spark Chief going to be matching that group right back, and we'll see that triple composition being run here for FlyQuest on the defense. Seeing how long they can do it. They are a team that finds a ton of success holding very early on this map. The question is, can they do it again into a team that has already found momentum off map 1?
Yeah, this is it's gonna be interesting because I mean sometimes for Envy, I believe they found success on 100 Thieves yesterday whenever they did, I believe, ban out some of the Vanguards and stuff. So, you know, we'll see how the series progresses. At the current moment, though, 100 Thieves look to be pretty, like, flexible, right? And you mentioned yesterday as well, whenever we see TTK on Doctor Strange and stuff, he plays quite well. So, to be honest, it's not necessarily like a full counter what you could do versus 100 Thieves at the moment. And that's the tough part about banning versus this type of team. You gotta kind of, you know, pick your poison, and the poison is just stick with the Jeff on the opposite side. You at least get a Jeff this time around. You're going also back over to the Loki, but you get that Mantis matchup too if you possibly want it.
And we will start off now. Once again, going to have one Vanguard on the low side, just playing around that point, while a lot of the team is going to be playing on that height, trying to own that position, which gives you a lot of free space. Again, Vest going to have to drop back here. Spark Chief keeping the damage out, as 100 Thieves now going to be circling around that cart, using that as natural cover, which you'll see a lot of these pros, if not all of these pros, consistently playing around that cover, especially with something like Bucky on the opposition in the hands of Terra. You are going to be getting yoinked all the time. Vinny going to find Spark Chief and say, I am actually Groot, as Vision going to res back Spark Chief immediately and keep those numbers even, but Terra going to find energy, and that will not be res back early on here for the side of 100 Thieves, who are still looking very strong. What a fast, oh my goodness, the Kraken impact, just seconds in, 45 seconds into the game here, going to find a second. Spark Chief goes down, does get stuffed there by the ceiling, unable to find the third, but still, that is a nice sweep there for 100 Thieves, and FlyQuest are in a tough spot.
And they're just kind of stall on now. Portal comes back. They also have the dance floor around, and yeah, getting that elimination through the Fate of the Worlds is impressive.
Wow.
Also on top of that, too, from Terra. Definitely some headshots there from him. And it's like you mentioned, Terra looks like he hasn't lost a step from the last round, Chip, because guess what? You just mentioned how fast he built that first ult. He's up close to another one, but they lose TTK. FlyQuest haven't given up in this fight yet.
Yeah, way to come back here and aggro through it. Still finding a way to make that happen. But, ooh, the Jeff NATO going to find Zello, Spark Chief, Cooper, and Vest. Are you kidding me? What a sweep there again by 100 Thieves, who are just keeping this thing moving even through that Portal hold. And yes, Portal guarantees 3 fights, but when the first 2 fights are that quick, things are getting dicey. But we know how FlyQuest is. This team is disgusting. They are up in alts now. Can they bounce back? We will see shortly.
I think Terra actually, more than a lot of duelists in the game, are really good at dodging these Vanguard ults, right? We'll have to see how he does in this upcoming fight, because if they catch him, that'd be big. Vinny starts off with his own Strangling Prison. They go for a proactive play. It's countered, though, by a nice wall.
Yeah, Vision going to be out there with the Sia. Spark Chief going to match that right back. Vess and Cooper going to get a two-piece. The team is going to have to drop back together and retake, and that is what you need to do in ladder. Just reduce the amount of time your team has to wait before you can fight again. Don't try to 1v6 and do not press that Q button. Trust me, fight is 6 and start all over once again. But looking at alts here, Vess and Energy going to be available in this next fight. TTK is close, but still will take some time for that. So this could be another win here for FlyQuest if used efficiently.
Yeah, notice how this time around, too, they didn't even protect the Star-Lord and it still made it through. So we already are kind of learning about 100 Thieves, at least from this map. They don't even really care about the Star-Lord, and you can see why in that previous one. But now they're able to get it, and with that backside angle, Energy takes it and makes Millennia pay.
And Energy still holding on there to that Galactic Legend is just some real patience, noting that it wasn't needed as Millennia falls early in that fight as Energy spins to win on top of the Shark's head. Vinny, though, going to find Spark Chief again. That res could come through. Yes, it does. So the numbers are again even. Energy likely going to be using that Q button soon here just to try to find some pressure, but Harvey now has that boundary to match. TTK with the eye goes out. Does that find value? It does, as 2 go down. TTK with these eyes are so consistent, walking forward once more, moving that point, and that could be a potential first take here, but no, going to be matched right back as Cooper going to copy up and start that dance floor. Good work there to make sure that that was available as Zelos going to stay up and healthy. Energy going to force out the boundary, drop back and wait it out, and that's, you know, value in and of itself. Sometimes it's worth using that ult if you can get it quicker than the strategist. Terra goes up, landing it directly on a clone, as you should. Oh, it does get, oh, what a play there. Huge shout out to Cooper with an insane switch and turning it right around on Terra. That was clean.
Yeah, that's why people talk about Cooper as one of the best Lokis in the game, Shib. I mean, really patient with that green usage, like you mentioned with Regenerative Domain, and staying alive. Now on the opposite side, Delena forced to use that Soul Bond earlier on, and 100 Thieves, even though the push has been looking good damage-wise, at the moment, FlyQuest still hold on. They're delaying this objective so well, Shib. It's 0.05 meters to the end.
Ooh, and that is another huge eye ear for TTK as Spark Chief goes down, as well as Energy, and that is going to be enough there for point 1. Wow, again, big shout outs to Fly, who I thought were actually looking like they might be able to take that in the moment on that retake. Just doing a really good job of maintaining point pressure, but no. Again, 100 Thieves clutching up in that moment and making a big play off that Eye of Agamotto.
And a big thing that's happening is that, you know, on 100 Thieves side, they get to really pick whatever they want strategist-wise, right? We already know Invis is banned for FlyQuest, so on FlyQuest's angle, they're relying on these hyper-aggro plays, right? They're relying on setting up, you know, hard-to-hook angles for Terra, but there's so much pressure from Harvey right now on Invisible Woman just with these force physics.
And here we go again, and that is going to be the dance floor out there for Cooper, switching to damage for a moment as Energy gets that pick there onto Delena in the back line. Delena now going to be on that Warlock, does not have ult, but does have self-res, as the numbers are again evened out. Energy holding on to that Q already with that again, as we just witnessed that in that last fight, and comes back incredibly quickly in the right hands, as Energy going to try to make a play here shortly, but again, can be matched by Harvey in a moment's notice, as it likely will, and there it is right there. Again, everybody holding on now. That could have been enough value. Zelos going to be walking in there with the dance floor. Vess going to commit as well with the Psionic Seduction. Does that get value? It seems like everyone is playing around that natural cover very, very well, but Energy going to get that first pick onto Delena, who will not have that self-res now.
Yeah, that's a huge pick in the middle of this fight. I mean, he doesn't have that self-res like you said. He has to come back. Doesn't have it for when TDK wants to go aggressive. So they're just going to get slowly walked on, right? Right now in this fight, huge pick off by Energy. Nice job on the win conditions too. I mean, over the high ground, Energy waiting for Terra to commit his Bucky ultimate in that Strangling Prison. And then with that as well, Harvey needed to commit an ultimate on the backside. So, you know, great work from FlyQuest, forcing 3 ults basically at the same time out of 100 Thieves. And that really forced their momentum to go down the drain. FlyQuest now sitting on top against the 100 Thieves, who have to walk in and maybe set up Delena again, who will have his Cocoon passive up again in a moment.
Yeah, again, that was a huge pick there in that moment to focus Delena before that res comes through. That was something we've seen a ton of value with against something like Envy yesterday. Again, an early pick there from Energy onto Harvey with another good bit of focus, as both of which strategists fall with ults available. Spark Chief doing a great job. Energy again onto Terra now. FlyQuest are woken up. They are ready to play play here as they are sweeping now. 3 seconds on as the touch does come through. It's just a matter of can they maintain this position. Out goes the strangling prison from Vinny. Cooper is going to fall there as one goes down and everybody pressing the Q button. Energy now with the Galactic Legend off the map. No cooldowns available. That is a huge throw there. Energy going to find Terra and FlyQuest. Hold on before point 2. Very early on in that set of point 2.
Yeah, second phase, two players really stood out. I mean, well, actually 3 if you count, the venom of FlyQuest, just absolutely going insane in that Spark Chief angle. And at the moment, we saw a lot of energy, right? Energy was doing so much consistently on that Star-Lord, but also on the opposite side, no Invisible Woman. Cooper switching over to that Loki, right? He really just did so much. We saw first point, same thing. Second phase really was never hard pressured. The healing output so much from FlyQuest. The main win condition for 100 Thieves is to set up Harvey with these pools, maybe find Terra too. But every time that we saw these combos with the Strangling Prison and with the Bucky Ultimate, it seemed like there was so much commitment to a single fight. And FlyQuest well understood that, only needing to throw in, 1 or 2 to counter it. And then just in terms of numbers, they sat up in a massive fight. Taking a look at those stats, Shib, is there anything off the rip that you're kind of noticing from what we saw there that we, maybe aren't going to get as visual for us viewers?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the first thing I want to call out is right now, I mean, I'm curious about this comp. Obviously, I think they're just kind of messing around in the spawn when you're looking at FlyQuest, as you see here, the Iron Man, which, has seen a little bit of play here. I believe we did see it once so far in the tournament, but outside of that, I mean, yeah, the stat lines look still strong there for Energy, but that is kind of the goal there with that play. When you have a solo duelist that's making some big plays, there's a lot of pocket and focus on you, so stat lines there are no surprise to me. But yeah, I mean, I would say maybe Spark Chief for the 7, getting KO'd 7 times is a little tricky, making it difficult maybe to stay in the fights if your front line is being that focused. But if you go into a Bucky with something like Venom, it is difficult to hold on. Energy, though, going to be on the Magic, finds Delena with that res coming right back. And Vest now going to be holding the front line with Strange, getting ready to make those eye plays. Again, going to maintain presence here on point and just kind of play around the natural cover of the point while scooching it forward. Energy again onto Harvey. Cooper now onto Terra. Res comes through for Harvey, though, as that strategist will maintain presence on point. Energy with 3. Why don't you hear? Showcasing why Magic is so strong right now into these triple comps. Why don't you make it 4? Do I see 5? Yes, we potentially do. With a follow-up there from Spark Chief. Really well played.
Yeah, definitely a better take there from the side of FlyQuest. I'm surprised the 100 Thieves didn't even want to play the thing. Usually we see Terra play on the thing instead of Doctor Strange off. Originally, they didn't even go for a portal there in that fight, or at least maybe he canceled it. So they switched to a more normal composition. Usually that could kind of peel off this Magic a bit better, but it's like you said, people getting the hang of these really all-in dives. At the moment, FlyQuest took advantage of 100 Thieves positioning and have some ults to work with now.
Yeah, it looks like they want to try to take this fight here by ambulance, and maybe, if they have the opportunity to portal back, because I do believe they did lock in that Strange Energy now. And keep the presence forward, does have that Dark Child, and that will be a problem to handle. Can find a ton of value through Strategy Assault with the right patience on right click, followed up by E. And that is looking to happen here as Millennia goes down. What a play there by Energy. Why don't you make it 2 as Vest takes out Terra and Harvey. Delena with a huge res once more. They just have to get back to point, but again, Vision going to come in here and at least eat 1, looking to try to displace enough to win this next fight. Terra onto Energy, Vision onto Harvey, and it's getting close to point 1 now. They got to make this touch happen. Not sure they can, and it looks like 2 meters on. They cannot. What an attack here.
Yeah, Terra has just been so distracted, and it makes sense because of FlyQuest comp. I mean, they can't even find an elimination. This is what we talk about when we talk about best strategist players in the game. Nobody really goes down, right? That's why it's such a valuable asset to have, that Vision play on to the Jeff, right? Constantly, like you mentioned, getting rid of Delena. And at the moment, they are just getting shoved away, having to force an early freedom charge here. If they could find a pick, that'd be huge, but it's going to be really hard with all the pocket coming on Energy.
I mean, just adding more and more heroes here. We have seen Energy on the Magic in the past, but just to this hero pool, it's so large. The hero ocean. Energy again with a pick there on a Terra with the Magic, who just keeps getting picks here early on. Vest onto Vinny, numbers in their favor by 2. TTK going to trade 1 back onto Vision, though. Good play there by TTK, who just does not miss these ults. Terra thinking about switching, is going to make that switch to the storied Wolverine, but at this point, the point is very close. 2 meters on. Can they get there? They cannot. FlyQuest are going to take this map and make it a 1-1 series.
Oh my God. Are we just going to see like back-to-back-to-back stomps? Like, that's insane. 100 Thieves map 1 destroyed FlyQuest. Like, that wasn't close. And then now on map 2, FlyQuest destroy 100 Thieves. This is kind of... This is sort of what happened, I think, in the first time we saw 100 Thieves in this grand final situation against Sentinels in stage 1. They kind of was like up to the ban phase a little bit as the teams felt each other out and kind of understood what each other was going to do. Right? Like right now, you kind of got to take it where, okay, we learned a little about the draft, right? We understand, okay, maybe now we can't ban only strategists every single map for 100 Thieves side. Maybe that'll change, right? Now that we have another chance to go to domination, or now that we go to convergence, like maybe we could deviate from that. Maybe we could stick to it. At the current moment, though, we're at least learning FlyQuest don't really need to protect Star-Lord anymore. They're focusing on that Mantis stuff and the Jeff, and if they get the strategists that kind of help and support the Star-Lord, or really any hero, that's a bit terrifying. That might force 100 Thieves to deviate in terms of their ban phase later on.
Yeah, I mean, again, just some really smart and strong play by Fly, who, you know, we talk about these teams bouncing back after a loss and looking clean, especially teams like 100 Thieves who have done that a lot throughout this tournament. But FlyQuest, we haven't seen a lot of that simply because they just haven't been losing a whole lot. They've only lost a few maps there, the side of Envy, and losing to, you know, 100 Thieves here now. But you can clearly see they took that personally and came back and walked right through. Plenty of time on the clock still on that point too. And, you know, I do got to give credit to the defense there, because holding that point prior to ramp, I feel like ramp is a pretty defensible position, but holding it on that street on the left side, that street position is pretty tricky. It's pretty difficult to do as both spawns are relatively far away. But again, they were able to do that. And at that point, once they won one fight early on, almost walked that thing right through without any concern.
100%, yeah. I mean, FlyQuest, this team's looking good, and I think at the moment, you know, it's 100% easy to just call out, you know, an incredible duelist play because it's just the most obvious thing in the world. But Energy, MVP, well-deserved that one. It's just, he's looking really good, man. Like, he's looking like an insane duelist currently. You know, up there with Sparker, up there with, on the other side, Terra. I mean, Vision, we talked about him a lot as that newcomer, but, you know, Energy really is, you know, leveling up throughout this whole tournament. I mean, he's having himself a series at the current moment, and throughout this entire stage 2, this man is becoming a household name in Marvel Rivals esports.
Yeah, I mean, tacking on MVPs with different heroes we got to add as well. Here with the Magic, I mean, and that Magic play was obscene, very clean the whole time. 16 finals there, and a lot of those driven on the attack, finding a 4-piece off-rip, multiple takedowns throughout any neutral, and then at the end there, just looking down, finding Terra in the final fight. Just a huge set of plays there by the Magic, and I'm sure Magic mains are rejoicing at that kind of play, at this level of play, this deep into the tournament.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun one, man. I mean, we saw map 1. I was like, the fact that we even saw FlyQuest get 2-0'd is just like crazy. That already bodes, I think, well for the series, just because, I mean, yeah, not for FlyQuest fans, obviously, but it shows 100 Thieves, you know, is a top dog too. And on the opposite side, you just learned exactly why FlyQuest are still that best team too at the top with 100 Thieves. Tied up 1-1 now, Shiv. We head to a map number 3 in this best out of 5 after this break.
Welcome back, everyone. And once again, we have a series on our hands as we're now heading over to Symbiotic Surface. Both teams 1-0 on that map. We're going to see who takes the first loss, or who takes the first win, rather, coming up here shortly. Again, we saw some big plays with things like Warlock on this map last time for 100 Thieves. Curious to see what we'll see from Fly in their strategy going against each other, or if they've done their homework from the last matchup.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a bad call to keep doing what FlyQuest is doing at the current moment from the previous one. And if they can adapt to that Stratus ban line, I mean, that bodes well, right? Because I think 100 Thieves are probably going to stick to it, Shib. Like, maybe they'll change up one of the Stratus bans over to, like, the Mantis, maybe, or something like that. That could be the change up that they would want. But also, we didn't even see the Mantis until offense, right? That's the tough part of FlyQuest, is that they played on defense with the traditional Luna Snow alongside the Loki. So maybe we see some prioritization towards Luna Snow. I think that happened last time for 100 Thieves, that they have a few options to go in terms of Stratus bans, but the problem is you only have so many maps to work with, and if we're not going to try any other strategies, then it's kind of a slow burn to kind of figure out, okay, was this the right one?
Yeah, agreed. I mean, I think Luna, very similar to Jeff, this is a very lane-focused map with very tight lanes, so that clap cooldown gets even more value, even though it is already an insanely strong cooldown. So yeah, so a little more presence there on this map in particular, similar to Jeff. But yeah, we're going to see that Jeff ban out instantaneously here by 100 Thieves. And yeah, goodbye to Emma there, for FlyQuest does not want TTK on that Emma.
Yeah, last time they first banned Invis, I believe, so let's kind of see where it goes from there, right? Because yeah, Emma ban worked for FlyQuest on the past map. Sometimes it doesn't work, right? Like we saw 100 Thieves still win without the Emma when it was banned before, but that last map, I mean, it proved to be eventually costly for 100 Thieves to not be able to play that Emma Frost because of what we've seen damage-wise out of TTK. This time they protected Doctor Strange to make sure they get that portal back, but also because they don't have the Emma, they need TTK on one of the heroes that I'm sure he feels comfortable on. And, you know, maybe FlyQuest slowly starting to pick at 100 Thieves hero pool with the Human Torch ban as well, going for very specific bans for very specific reasons rather than a general strategy like 100 Thieves is going for.
Yeah, and we did see last time the portal strategy come in here and find success there for 100 Thieves, using that portal to take the backside. A very traditional strategy we've seen in earlier stages, like stage 1 of Ignite and in other tournaments like MRC, coming back into fruition here, and it did work out. So again, takes teams by a little bit of a surprise, and then right back to that strategist ban out strategy here for 100 Thieves. And yeah, I mean, the thing about Fly is they're kind of just shutting down very high priority damage dealing, either strategists or duelists. Goodbye to that, you know, Emma, even Vanguards, excuse me, with Emma and Torch and Ultron. It's like you're hitting the, you know, the trifecta of the most damage in this current patch that they're playing on.
Yep, 100% you're right. And this is kind of, I mean, I want to see how 100 Thieves play on this map, right? Like, we've seen them do well here, but this is already looking a little bit scary because they already, you know, get rid of your Emma Frost. Like you mentioned, they get rid of the Torch, they get rid of those characters that you're very good on. You go for the Emma ban this time in the last one. Honestly, that's a fine changeup. I thought that was kind of the play. They're kind of losing so far in that like healing department. They get the ban on Mantis and the Protect coming through at the very least, but you're still going to have Luna Snow to pair alongside the Ultron. Yeah, keep him alive in the sky. You're going to have an incredible amount of healing alongside him, and you're also going to put Visions back onto a hero he's comfortable on, right? So this backline's still pretty strong. They get Cloak and Dagger. They didn't have that last time. They'll also still have the flex over to Adam Warlock if they possibly want it. Both teams don't want to play against Jeff currently, as that character is banned out from both teams. And this time we get to see, you know, what are both squads going to run? 100 Thieves still going to play their Adam Warlock stuff, but FlyQuest seem like they don't really mind it, especially as we head into Symbiotic Surface, where honestly, I don't know if we've seen too many Adam comps succeed here, Shib. It's kind of a character that doesn't really do that well on this map, oddly enough.
Yeah, on defense, it's not bad, especially on Streets phase like point 2 there, because we saw that have success when it comes to 100 Thieves against Envy yesterday, right? Where those reses, they were, you know, after 3 ults were sweeping the team, you'd use 1 res, and that alt trade is so huge for you. It changes the whole mentality of what you want to commit in these fights and try not to overcommit because you know that the team's coming right back. But agreed, outside of like that specific point, I don't think it finds too much success, but we will see again some of these players that, you know, are starting on duelists like Delena that are coming in here onto the strategist role and are playing these very heavy, hard-hitting strategists like Warlock. You can really do some serious damage down these main lanes, so it could find some success here, but we will see shortly as we start up now. And again, we are not at the moment seeing that Strange.
Yeah, not for now. Get to see TDK playing that Magneto. No portal play like you mentioned coming through. They start on this top side, break the wall. This is a part of Marvel Rivals, right? The destructible terrain. And, you know, pros, I think more than anybody know that, right? They just delete everything in every cost to make sure the rotations of 100 Thieves aren't as clean, to make sure they have the sight line here, because that part, it's high ground. It sees both flanks. It's a good centralized location to play around, especially with the Phoenix comp they're on.
Yeah, so very defensible position, owning this height here and making sure the team cannot come up here, forcing them into that room, so you have much more targeted location to put some serious damage out, and you're gonna have Spark Chief down there just juking around, trying to bide time while your whole team is dealing damage on the high side. Vest gonna be doing the same. Cooper gonna find Terra in that building though, and again, Luna Snow deals so much damage there with a hit scan in of herself, and then walking in again, Vest gonna put that damage, always looking towards the back line, not trying to put that damage on the Vanguards, instead trying to weave it through the Vanguards towards the back line is exactly what you're looking to do there with Magneto. Spark Chief going to juke back towards the team, and everybody going to have to reset here for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, this is already a little bit scary now for 100 Thieves, and that's because, you know, we're seeing the combination of Spark Chief and Cooper, that back line. You mentioned the clap earlier. There it is, you know, Luna Snow lethality shown with that, with the help from the Captain America. Terra also finds Visions, though, so good opening pick, and the Meteor misses this time from TTK, though.
Vision comes right back through with the self-res. TTK gonna find Zelos. Delena onto Vision once more. That will not have the res. Now up goes, and this could be a big slam here from Vest. Tries to throw it at Terra on the back line. Not enough of an angle there to make that work. The whole team gonna fall here. Oh, that's a huge freedom charge, but even through it, TTK gonna find Spark Chief. Great focus there as Vinny takes out Vest. Millennia with a two-piece on a Cooper and Energy, and that is an early take there on point one.
Yeah, very, very quick take. And that's interesting that FlyQuest as well is running this sort of Adam Warlock alongside it. And, you know, you would think that with the team like FlyQuest, but because of everything that happened and the fact they get the Ultron, that they would play around it. But at the moment, valuing that Adam Warlock into this triple comp. And honestly, I'd prefer seeing FlyQuest on this than the Ultron stuff that we've seen earlier. But right now, the pace of 100 Thieves has been nice. They keep damage boosting the right target. Terra finds those opening picks, or Delena, and they're able to capitalize. They also have ultimates to go with too here, Ship. Maybe they could try to find somebody right through Zelos and that Eternal Bond. Gonna have to have a massive advantage in terms of strategy results for FlyQuest, and you gotta take advantage of it right now.
The Eternal Bond out. Vision ready with ult. Terra and Delena ready. TTK going to be there with the Meteor M very soon as well. Spark Chief at about 70. And Cooper going to bring out that dance floor after that pick early on a Millennia. Spark Chief going to find Terra. Delena bringing both right back. And that is what Delena has been doing. A ton of value there. Not having to commit too much in terms of the side of Fly just yet, as Cooper and Vision are still holding on. Again, Spark Chief close and Energy close, where 100 Thieves now will have a few in the Vanguard line. This could be a big group hug here from Groot with the Strangling Prison. Drawing some attention away. The Strangling Prison is huge. Can they combine and make something happen? They cannot. Great utilization there of some cooldowns to keep the team healthy, as everybody's still holding on full HP at the moment.
Yeah, good deletion of both of the Ensong Inferno. Trades coming through. Energy wins the duel in the sky, but they also lose Spark Chief, who is now resurrected. Harvey in the dance floor, you know, not going to bring anybody back necessarily, but Vision's going to bring back his own team, and Energy in the squad able to eventually push forward off of that, you know, copy into that Luna Snow from Harvey. Or sorry, rather, yeah, no, that was Luna Snow, and, you know, with that, they just win the fight right out, right, because of the res coming through from FlyQuest and then going up in terms of pick advantage. 100 Thieves now, you know, have some choices to go through. That's another lost fight, but we have 3 minutes on the clock they have to work with here. They can commit that Soul Resurgence to go aggressive, more than likely. Build up another ultimate from Vinny. The last time FlyQuest countered this, and Zelos is coming up with another Eternal Bond.
Yeah, what a shot there from Terra to find Vision in the back line, and immediately going to end Song Inferno. Combination there with Vest. Going to take out Harvey. Vision reses right back, though, but again, down one number here. FlyQuest still maintaining position here as 100 Thieves are down one number. Energy going to be taking out Terra again with another pick here. Vest onto TTK. Energy onto Vinny, and everybody's going down here. Going to have to force that reset with 2 minutes on. FlyQuest with not a lot of option here besides the dance floor in the next fight, and there will be a few answers if you can press through with that Strangling Prison from Vinny. There is an opportunity to get that pick, and you will see Delena available with that res too. TTK going to be close with the Meteor M as we start up our next fight. Again, not a lot of ult advantage coming from 100 Thieves, but there could be enough here for them to press through some of these strat line ults. We'll find out shortly how that looks as we start up with our next fight.
Yeah, it's going to be so slow, right? And last time we saw FlyQuest peel it off, but now cooldowns are used. A lot of cooldowns used. Maybe trying to force Vinny to use it here, but he's not getting baited at the current moment. Just taking it slow, letting Terra maybe find a pick, but you have energy on the back line. Oh my God.
Wow, that was obscene as both go up with the End Song Inferno, but where does it land? Meteor M combination is always very valuable. Doesn't seem like that one worked too well, though. Delena going to be bringing back anyone that goes down in that moment. The whole team going to be holding on as Vinny takes out energy right now. Again, Delena going to bring these picks back, and it is huge, but Vision going to do the same. Energy back in the fight, immediately finds Terra with that pick. Again, just a note, when you get those reses out with Warlocks, don't be afraid to walk forward because the res location is around your person and not the location of the res that you dropped. So moving forward will get you more reses. Again, whole team going to collapse once more, and FlyQuest are looking lights out here on this second phase of this map. Vest with a two-piece on Delena and Harvey, and why not shove the rest in if you can?
Yeah, these are brutal staggers, and that's off of a really deep res from Vision, you know, coming back towards his side. Terra overcommits to it, and Energy, you know, after being res, just comes back and takes him out too far to run away for him on that Phoenix. Right now, Energy is winning in that duel on Phoenix due to his positioning and also due to a nice res spot, but Terra equalizes it. Nice pick off from him.
And walking in, Zello's going to get caught up there during one of those dashes, still able to press forward and put some pressure onto the back line, and that is going to find Harvey with Spark Chief in tow. Vision on the Millennia, and again, FlyQuest are holding on like champions onto this point early on, as if it's an OT situation with no time on the clock. 10 seconds are on the clock, though, now, and again, in a tight situation, 100 Thieves are going to have to force this touch. Can they get there? They can. Vinny commits, will have Feast of the Abyss, and is going to try to make that happen. Still holding on, using that cooldown, still biding time on point. Really well played there by Vinny and the backline of 100 Thieves to keep them moving. Energy now going to dunk, try to get a combination once more with Vest. Does that work out? It does! Onto Vinny, getting rid of that overhealth instantaneously. Delena going to bring Vinny right back once again as the numbers are evened out, and that's a 2-for-1 trade on alt. But will it happen once more as the opposition doing the same thing? And there is a combo, but that's two, and that's going to find a huge pick onto Vision. Does Vision have self-res? That could be what really matters. It looks like no, he does not. So going to be at 97% to alt 2, and that would have been massive if he was able to hold on there, but not able to.
Yeah, but unfortunately, yeah, exactly. For 100 Thieves, they've used every ult, basically. And, you know, you're wondering, okay, why is Harvey using that ult? But it's because he got the copy off earlier. Now, FlyQuest have a huge ult advantage. Vinny's going to have to find a neutral fight pick with damage boost, and that's really the only win condition outside of Terra.
If you're going to be held on point 2, you better make it so you're held over in this location, giving you at least a few fights instead of that first location, which is one fight territory. So at least that was happening. But FlyQuest really showing some strong experience after losing that first point incredibly quickly. They are lights out right now and keeping it calm, cool, and collected. But at this point, if they keep playing slow enough, the team will come back beside 100 Thieves with ult advantage. Spark Chief going to keep that pressure on. Is still holding on to that Feast of the Abyss. Very low in HP. Out goes the Eternal Bond as the whole team is now walking forward once more. And we are going to see them turning that right back as Mantis going to pop the Q from the side of Millennia, and still holding on to ults here, but about to be 5 ults for 100 Thieves if they can maintain this fight. Terra onto Energy is a huge pick, but that res will be available as Vision brings Energy right back. As discussed, Millennia onto Vest, but once more, all of those will come back. Can they collapse here with the help of Phoenix? CTK going to make that pick happen, but again, FlyQuest has everyone available right now. Nobody out of this fight, and 100 Thieves are now up in alt until Cooper gets there, and no, Cooper falls from Delena, and that's so tough at 98% for the dance floor, and that is going to be a Kraken shield, and they will likely get this point. Are you kidding me? 100 Thieves are clutching up.
Oh my goodness, what a choke job there by FlyQuest. Honestly, they had every ult in the bank, and they just let 100 Thieves build up ults. Like, I didn't think that was going to be a win condition at all because of the fact that, what's like you said earlier, the supports, the strategist keeping Vinny alive. Maybe they're trying to, they think other Venoms would have to use a Feast of Abyss there, but not Vinny. Like, he just stays alive through some great healing out of his backline. So at the moment, 100 Thieves, great job building up those ults. Terra eventually finds that pick. The res was used, yes, but then that sets up Cooper to get taken down by a dunk from TTK.
Yeah, that is absolutely insane and very well played again by 100 Thieves, just maintaining and biding time until they got those ults. And I cannot believe how strong of just a series of events that was. Up goes Energy now. Gonna wait here and hold on until the movement forward is potentially switched to damage here by Cooper right about now. Bang, coming in heavy, does not find a pick, but does break some of those clones. Eternal Bond going to be launched now. Terra coming in with the end song as well on the side of 100 Thieves, and that's the only ult available at the moment. Now Delena and Harvey are going to have ults. Vest holding on to that Meteor M. Vision will be there shortly, and Spark Chief at 84%. Zello's gonna find a two-piece, but both of which come right back from a big ult from Delena, who is holding on to that point and still maintaining this presence with a full team on point here. 11 seconds on. Terra onto Vision. Delena gonna bring back Vinny again, who falls, and now they are up in numbers. Will that res find value from the side of FlyQuest? No, but Vision is down without self-res in that moment, so not able to bring that back quick enough. Up goes the Meteor M from Vest now. Will that land? It's on the back line, but no. Great crystals there from Harvey, and what a back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, Terra's been showing up when it matters most, and same thing with Delena. Energy falls, and the experience, maybe it could be overwhelming right now because they're finding picks after picks after picks, and FlyQuest back to the spawn. Overtime ticks down, but it's a healthy overtime at the current moment. She had the lifeline. That yellow bar at the top is still filled up, but it slowly ticks down, even with the 100 Thieves on that cart for FlyQuest side. They have ults to come back. They've done it before, but at the moment, 100 Thieves, their momentum can maybe not be matched.
And remember, folks, OT does add a few seconds onto your respawn timer, and that is something that is very important right now. The spawn is heavily in favor of Fly, and this would be a massive push through if 100 Thieves could go through, find three. Up they go as TTK dunks onto the back line, but no, not able to make that work as Cooper still had a ton of that over health. Everybody now going to match ults as Cooper still holding onto that dance floor. Zelos does have Eternal Bond, and that will be matched right into Millennia, who is still keeping that presence forward. Vinny holding onto the Feast of the Abyss. Delena almost has res again, and Vision does, so this will be an insanely sustained fight unless you can get that pick on Warlock. As Vest finds Terra immediately, that's going to be matched as Delena is bringing the team back. Can they keep that presence on point, though, as the res is in that backside angle? That's a dangerous spot as Terra falls once again, and that res will not come through. Vest, Delena going to take out Spark Chief, though, and we may see a res now from the other side in terms of FlyQuest with Vision. But again, Energy holds the high side. These trades are so back and forth. Millennia, Delena falls. FlyQuest stepping up right now with ult advantage. This is looking like it's going to go in their favor. Delena res is back up, but will not have that res for the team. But the bond is out, making it very difficult to land that meteor and find success. The portal almost kidnaps by accident, and then Song Inferno lands now, and goodbye to all of those equipment from the side of Loki. What a back and forth again.
Yeah, how are they still alive here? I mean, 100 Thieves not even losing Vinny yet is crazy. Vinny falls so low, close to that Feast of Abyss, like you mentioned. Everybody's also hit by the Terra Cape, but nobody's falling. The healing output's insane. Millennia gets ult, so does Terra.
That was a disgusting iframe there by Energy, but even so, Millennia going to find that pick on a Vision after the eye, and everybody now is collapsing. Sparky trying to take that space right back and look towards the back line to distract. TTK, though, going to find Zelos, and how is this happening? They're still maintaining presence on point, but now Vision going to res back. Everyone that falls, Energy, Zelos, Vinny going to find Energy prior to that res, but it doesn't matter as they're still holding on this point in the fight. 100 Thieves now down to Lena, who doesn't look like that res is available right now, and they do not touch the point. Oh, they do.
Oh, yeah, 100 Thieves is still on it. FlyQuest got pushed off by Magneto. Spark Chief wasn't touching. Oh my God. 100 Thieves capped out the map ship.
That was insane. The OT was so low, it was a matter of who got off point first and if that recap could come back from the side of Fly on defense. But 100 Thieves, they are just so clutch in this map right now. Every single time they are down and quote unquote out, they are not out, and they bounce right back and make something huge happen. What a portal, and wow, they got ult so quickly.
Yeah. And as much as I want to be positive about it, I mean, dude, FlyQuest couldn't buy a kill. Like, they literally couldn't. They just, like, tried their hardest, but in the middle of these, like, intense fights, their strategist kept everybody alive, and then it was always Terra showing up at the very end, and Energy was trying, man. Like, look at that, 41k damn.
Wow.
You know, nearly 10 final hits for Vest, or for Energy, but that's kind of the big thing, is they relied heavily on picks from Magneto, and then outside of that, it was kind of, I don't know, silent across the board, and I think it goes to show, like you mentioned, the back line of 100 Thieves playing so well across the board, everybody stepping up. But damn, I mean, literally in the middle of these fights, we just needed something to come through for FlyQuest. It seems like they're just getting, you know, a little bit nervous maybe in this intense match for 35K minimum, Shib. If they make this match to the grand finals, if they win this match to the grand finals, that's 35K in the bank minimum for second place.
Yeah, that's insane. And that is definitely in the back of their minds, or even the front of their minds. And again, just a shout out to these comps. I mean, very tricky and tough to handle. Huge cooldowns when it comes to Bond there, and then also Loki crystals. But when you have those available, they can shut down ultimates, and we saw how successful those have been here for the side of 100 Thieves on their attack. But now FlyQuest, you know what they do? They get angry and they get even as they are now attacking and pressing forward, taking that top side space instantly from them. Energy just stacking and already 70% onto alt, by far the closest to alt so far, just absolutely raining onto the back line of 100 Thieves. And wow, Terra goes down. Spark Chief with a great throw there from Cap, who can do this all day, and now is going to run right into the back line. Energy on a Millennia, popping those crystals quickly. And now Delena, though, with a nice pick onto Energy, going to try to trade that back, and that will buy them a little bit of time. But even so, there will be a starting to own this presence on point if they can find Vinny with great cooldown rotation, still maintaining presence. And wow, what a look there. Immediately back to 100% HP. Is Vision now going to get match right? Oh my goodness. The bubble to counter was absolutely disgusting there from Vess to make sure that that did not get stuck. TTK not able to make that happen.
Yeah, right now, 100 Thieves have been holding on. It's these Atom comps, man. Nobody ever goes down. Nobody ever is a casualty against this comp. And Song Inferno finally connects. Born again. Guess what, Chib? They're back in the fight.
Delena going to bring back Millennia and Harvey, who just go down. And again, that's a trade, and that's why Warlock is so, threatening in the right hands. You are using a 2-for-1 trade there with that combination of Magneto and Ensong Inferno with a Meteor M from Magneto and then the Ensong Inferno there from Phoenix. You just immediately res everyone back for 1 all. That is a huge trade. Everybody coming back in with a ton of HP with that overhealth, and you just keep the presence forward and pressing on top of them as FlyQuest is now turning that back in their favor and again trading and taking this win as Energy is on an absolute tear with a 3-piece. But once again, I mean, they definitely bought more time there than FlyQuest did on their defense. But yeah, these comps are very difficult to get through.
Yeah, I mean, the whole terrifying Zelos, but at the moment, yeah, it's like Energy in the high ground, kind of just sitting there. Here comes a Meteor M, but he's going to go low, has to throw it out, cannot, goes down to Vision. And yeah, at this point, Chib, I mean, the thing is with these Atom comps is that they really are just knockdown, drag-out fights. Like, you're just hoping and praying that Terra finds picks and maybe Delena. But for the most part, your sustain is unbelievable, right? And for FlyQuest, they really shouldn't play into that game. This is what the surprising factor was for them on the defense is they could have maybe played that Ultron stuff. They opted just to play the Atom Warlock and match it. But 100 Thieves kind of like when it gets dicey like that, it feels like. And now FlyQuest finally trying to, play more aggressive styles like they do with the Jeff with Ultron coming out.
Yeah, and again, they're immediately going to own this height, which is a strategy that is incredibly impactful. We saw a lot in the MRC, and not as much here, because we haven't seen this map as much, honestly, here in Stage 2 of Ignite. Coming in heavy now with Ensong. That does find a ton of equipment break. Terra going to take out Cooper. Spark Chief, though, going to find Harvey. Vision and Zelos going to get 1 and 2. Zelos getting a ton of picks there on Cloak. TTK going to make sure that pick gets traded right back, but still 100 Thieves are down a few numbers in this fight. And yes, Vision with another shot there on a TTK you talked about, where it was the Ultron that was saved, and here it is. Vision getting a ton of value now.
Yeah, he's looking very good at the moment, and for 100 Thieves, it is funny because they were also the ones that said they didn't want to play triple Stratus comps. They wanted to stick to the traditional 2-2-2 style. That is 2 Duelists, 2 Vanguard, and 2 Stratus compositions. 100 Thieves, have been kind of forced because of the meta in this game at the moment to play the Atom Warlock stuff a little bit more. But right now, I mean, FlyQuest taking full advantage of these aggressive dives coming through from Spark Chief and from the help in the sky from Vision.
The next fight starts up now, but look at those Qs available. And as I say that, Terra falls early. Delena going to bring that whole team right back. Welcome back in, Harvey. And potentially Terra, if you can move up close enough. And there it is, as both are back in the fight. But now Spark Chief committed there with a Freedom Charge. Vess is ready too. Vision, Cooper, and Zelos all almost there as well. Harvey going to copy up, and the dance floor begins. Will this dunk matter? Oh, great movement there by Millennia. And Cooper is going to fall from TTK. The movement was crazy there. Juking around that box, still making it work. Good play by Millennia, who did make that transition from duelist to strategist. We talked a bit about that yesterday as well. Energy in the 1v1 situation here. Gonna have to drop out and keep that presence forward, but FlyQuest still maintaining a good presence on point. Sun goes out, landing on a Terra, keeping a good, strong ownership there of that right side peak. You talk about right angles, making sure that you're constantly peeking on the right side gives you an advantage in some of these hero shooters because you do kind of have that angle to look in quickly. And again, Energy going to find 2.
Yeah, way better tempo from them. Pole came through too late from 100 Thieves, unfortunately, from Vinny. We're heading to third phase of the map. And I like how you mentioned Millennia earlier. That was insane that he lived. Like, he dodged the Meteor M, also dodged an Ensong Inferno. Well, actually got hit by the Ensong Inferno, but popped his ult at the right time where he had maximum overhealth, I guess, for it. And just lived that Ensong Inferno after the shield dissipated. Great work there from 100 Thieves, or rather from FlyQuest, to keep this cart moving. And they, like you, we have a pretty big time bank, right? 2 minutes and 30 seconds in the third phase. You don't have ults, but you can build some up. Also, you have to bear in mind, in this matchup v matchup on Phoenix, Energy has been doing well again, but this is about the point in the attack for 100 Thieves that we saw Terra started to kind of get online. So we need to see for FlyQuest fans, at least, if they can keep up this domination on Terra.
Vision gonna find that pick there. FlyQuest are looking like the team that they've always have been, but just kind of struggling in a little bit here on the defense. Vest with a 2-piece out of Vinny and Millennia. Delena gonna bring those numbers right back once again, though. So much value. Great positioning there with those reses. Make sure you're taking note if you play at them. Consistently finding a position where you can deal damage and then escape to get a big res. Vest is gonna find Millennia, though, and they are once again up in numbers. Vest make that 2, who is again getting so many of these final hits and just ensuring they can keep numbers up. But as I say that, Terra finds Energy. Delena gonna self-res, so those numbers are now even once more. Out goes that Eternal Bond here from Zelos, walking them forward. Spark Chief and Vest find 2 more. And down goes TTK, and now it's all about touching with a minute and beyond. Can they hold, or will FlyQuest push this to OT?
You have to remind at least they used the combination of Vest Energy and alongside Cooper with the damage boost. And that was big for them last time. The swap to Captain America has been really a big change for FlyQuest, who Spark Chief creating so much space just by himself. Freedom Charge countered super late there from FlyQuest, as they can kind of wait it out with that Ultron in the sky. Here comes a counter dive coming in from Spark Chief to force out maybe a Soul Bond.
Yeah, and that's a good call out. You kind of want to be the better, quote-unquote, better alt means you've essentially used it later without any, downward loss from your team's numbers. Terra, though, finds an immediate 2-piece, so committing those alts now not going to get as much value as they could not keep the presence forward. Everybody trying to drop back now, but if they fall, that is a huge dagger. Shields go up here a ton from Vest. Team dropping back, and great movement there as a unit, just playing behind that shield and not falling, resetting and coming back with 30 seconds on. 1 ult here for Energy. Terra with an ult. Millennia close. Harvey close. Delena's res. Vision and Vest ready. Cooper as well. And this is going to be a Q fest. But who comes out on top as we start once more into an insane battle?
I think it's going to be FlyQuest. I mean, they have the combo. They've been playing for one fight. They have the Ensong Inferno, Meteor M, also the dance floor. They can KO anybody they want here. They're just picking a target right now, looking for somebody. Harvey falls low. They're just actually getting him in the neutral. Harvey is down.
Yeah, that is a huge shot there by Vest, who was hard focused on Harvey that whole time. Vision going to find Delena again. A massive pick there, as no one will be coming back. Bang, down goes Harvey once more. Vest is playing lights out right now with these picks. Almost gets a third there, but again, Millennia coming in with that resurgence and keeping everyone healthy. Bubble on as the dance floor is there from Cooper. Vest needs to find another pick towards the back line as everybody else is maintaining presence on point. TTK gonna fall here from Cooper, and now looking at that off angle on a Millennia, who does go down at this point. The card is scooching forward. Wow, Freedom Charge out though. Could buy them valuable time here from Vinny, who's still healthy on point and still owning this space here with TTK. Again, only down 1 as Millennia is down, but Harvey is gonna find Vest and get some vengeance. Terra onto Energy, TTK onto Zelos, and they push him on point.
Oh my god! 100 Thieves, they won map number 3. Oh wow, jeez, and this all comes back to FlyQuest literally almost held them in the second phase, Shib, in the defense. They were at the nick of they were at the very end of overtime, right? 2 times, back to back, they win fights that they probably shouldn't have won, but due to sheer determination and this man right here, Terra, I mean, that's a lot of KOs, right? 15 onto him. This was an absolute just back and forth brawl, and this is what we were talking about earlier, Shib. In these third maps after 1 and 2, I mean, this is when it gets real nasty back and forth between these teams.
Yeah, I mean, if you were just to look at the stats here, you would likely assume that the W goes to FlyQuest, but it's not all about KOs, especially when a Warlock is on your comp, because you will fall a ton, but it doesn't matter as long as you fall with a little bit of overcommitment of ultimates. Again, FlyQuest seemingly played so well, and they had some great defensible positions, held it for a very long time, like you had mentioned. But it doesn't matter when they get through there in OT, because the point is the point. As long as you cap and move forward, nothing matters that was behind you. So again, 100 Thieves, when they need to show up, they are showing up here, up again with a map.
And I don't know why Spark Chief swapped off of Captain America too at one point. I mean, we'll have to look at it back. He swapped back to the Venom at the very end of their attack. And to be honest, I thought the cap was looking a little bit better. Like when we saw Vinny, and you talked about how, you know, damage and KOs don't matter. Like that's not where they don't. They're not the end all be all, right?
Yeah,
and
to the whole story. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, Cap creates a lot of space. He also stalls out with the Freedom Charge, right? Comparatively to Venom, if you can't find those KOs, it's pretty much over. And for FlyQuest, they were doing really well with the Captain America. That's the thing. And then on third phase, they swap to Venom. They get off of that comp originally, and it just kind of falls apart from there.
Yeah, I mean, Energy had almost a 50 bomb there in terms of elimination, 21 finals, but the MVP going over here to Terra once again with 17 finals, 52k damage is obscene. But yeah, I mean, these were absolute battles back and forth, and there was a lot of times where I would have assumed the game might end, but it just never ends with these teams. These teams just know how to stall for long enough to keep the fight going, and eventually you just kind of tire out whatever position you're in, and you lose the fight after a certain period of time, and they just keep capitalizing on that.
Yeah, I don't think we've ever seen an MVP have 15 KOs, like casualties on himself. Like, that's insane. Like, that is... wow. I mean, that goes to show, like, the team play is there from 100 Thieves at the current moment. Shib, they, you know, in these overtime fights just kept clutching up, and whether that be the, you know, FlyQuest not really being fully veteraned out just yet, right? They're not necessarily the, they haven't been there like 100 Thieves have, right? 100 Thieves have been through the ringer, and it shows, right? I mean, it's those intangibles that we talk about sometimes that are hard to really, you know, fully grasp, and 100 Thieves, because of that, are now up 2-1 in the series and looking to close it out potentially here on the next map. We'll see after this break.
Crush! Priceless! Kneel, peasants!
Welcome back, everyone, and 100 Thieves clutch up and take home that map. And again, up 2-1. FlyQuest has not been in this position, and now it is their map choice as we actually are heading over to Spider Island. Just for some stats, FlyQuest is 1-0 here. 100 Thieves in this tournament have not played here just yet. So again, this is going to be a fun one to witness.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be interesting to see if, like, we have, you know, on the flip side, some results out of them now, right? What goes on Spider Islands, 100 Thieves are quite good here, right? That's the difficulty, that 100 Thieves on Spider Islands is practice. They have a lot of time on this map, and yeah, they're pretty solid here, I think, consistently, at least throughout the other stages. And going into it, I mean, we thought we would see a lot more Spider Islands this tournament in general, but it kind of was a little bit all over the place. A lot of Hall Dajalia, I feel like.
Yeah, I agree with that. At least early on, I feel like we haven't seen Hall of Dajalia together in a while. But yeah, I mean, again, this is very much one of those triple hold composition maps here, as we will see that show up in this moment. So I'm curious to see what the bans, or if the bans change at all, as we head into our next map. It is do or die here for Fly, who need to pop off.
I did not think we would see that right at the beginning of the tournament. We were talking about how good FlyQuest was, and they performed. Same thing for the 100 Thieves. However, you know, they did have some close games with Dill Ducks, or rather with, you know, executions with busy at work and stuff, right? There were some tough games they had earlier on in terms of losing a map to, like, an unsigned team, but they never lost the series. And if 100 Thieves has shown anything, it's that the map loss count doesn't really matter, right? It matters how you perform in the moment. And 100 Thieves have always been a team that sort of, I mean, it does feel like they're a team that plays down to competition, right? It really does. Like, they will play up and down to competition, right? It depends on who they're playing against any given week. And right now, they're locked in versus FlyQuest, up 2 in the series. And they're getting taken to a map where we've seen them do well on before. FlyQuest going for the same ban phase yet again. And for 100 Thieves, I mean, they're fine with that Jeff ban too. Make sure Vision can't get that hero, makes some sense. And then dealing with the Ultron and making sure they don't want to play with Mantis.
Yeah, that is a smart ban. Again, always has been a smart ban in this meta. I mean, you're seeing a lot of these Mantis just pop off in and of themselves in terms of their own picks. You can deal a ton of damage, and that damage boost enables so many different things, but we've talked about that enough. The locking in Strange here, guaranteeing they can get back to point, makes a ton of sense to me. Goodbye to those Emmas to ensure you can't just brawl. Emma does a great job, and I'm sure everyone knows who has played against an Emma, you know, a favorite of mine, if you will, but she can absolutely just beat up those Vanguards and just handle them like it is her job, because it can be her job. And then once that laser gets charged up, you look right towards the back line. So yeah, goodbye to that Emma, and that will not be in the selection. I'm curious to see what the variation is going to be of these triple comps.
This time Ultron getting banned out for 100 Thieves. They're fine playing against that Adam comp in the mirror. Now, what does that mean protect wise? Do we protect Adam Warlock? Do we protect, you know, something else here for 100 Thieves? Because yeah, in those Adam comps, 100 Thieves are fine in that matchup versus FlyQuest currently. However, they're getting Invisible Woman right now because of the protection. They're getting that character that they play heavily around. And on the opposite side, instead of Ultron Protect coming through, for FlyQuest, 100 Thieves going for that ban Protect, getting the ban out of there for Jeff as well comes through from FlyQuest. So slow adjustments there from Team FlyQuest. Meanwhile, same thing for 100 Thieves, making sure no Ultron is available for their squad.
Yeah, and we are going to see the change up here. Spark Chief looking like he's going to be playing that group. Vess on the Mag and Energy on the Strange. Vision is going to match back with Delena on that Warlock, like you had discussed. I think so far, well, you know, Delena likely, or at least potentially, not playing Warlock off the rip here, as they are going to have their own take of how do you beat up a triple Vanguard, triple strategist comp. And a lot of the time, the answer to that is Storm with some sort of damage, and it looks like Storm will be played by Delena, and we had seen in the past him find some success there. As we start up now on to Spider Islands.
Yeah, I think I would have liked to maybe see, you know, a little bit more emphasis of getting rid of like 100 Thieves Adam comp and stuff too. Like the Invisible Woman, it makes sense, right, to get rid of it too, to make sure that they can't have it on the opposite side. But you know, when you see that hero, or at least rather making sure you have it for your team, I wonder if it's going to pan out for the side of 100 Thieves, because when they do get that Adam matchup, right, FlyQuest haven't been able to take advantage of 100 Thieves just yet, but maybe on the defense they're starting out with that triple composition. We usually see them with the Loki, and this time maybe it's going to be with the Atom, so we're going to be seeing a ton of reses alongside that Thor that we've been seeing a lot with 100 or with Envy and FlyQuest.
Yeah, it's very cool to see Thor taking a step forward. Granted, has consistently only been in these triple compositions, but it does go down early there from Terra with a great force physics to walk him right in from Millennia, and that was a difficult thing to see. Thor, a very, selfish kit, you might say, but unfortunately not able to escape that as Terra finds Cooper, and that is a quick takedown here on the side of 100 Thieves, who are just walking and keeping the presence forward. That portal's going to come in quicker than they may have wanted as Vest falls, but notice Vest does fall on point there, which is exactly what you're looking to do. Do not allow that thing to scooch forward while you are staggering and come back as a unit. So that is what we're going to see as TTK portals up.
I think the
or
big
not TTK,
thing,
excuse me, Energy.
The big thing is that, Chip, that both these teams are really, really good on attack. Like, most teams throughout the tournament have, shown strengths on defense, but both of these squads, they tend to win so many fights versus triple where other teams will not, and that's kind of what separates them at the moment, as the ults have been built up and Vinny finds Spark Chief middle of the fight.
Yeah, teams are trying to find the obscure answer, if you will, with something like Moon Knight, who has found some success, but oh my goodness, TTK gonna follow up on a 2-3, Terra gonna get 3. Will we see more? Are you kidding me? Just walking right through now and still holding on to the Strangling Prison and Invisible Boundary and the Hurricane. That was a massive win there for 100 Thieves. Absolutely disgusting and great combo up there by TTK and Terra. The 1-2 punch, if you will, to shut down Fly again. We're going to come back with about 3 ultimates and that res from Vision.
Yeah, right now they're slowing it down, and kind of have a point to talk about the triple composition, or rather triple 2-1 composition for both of these squads later on. Invisible Boundaries out by the Loki copy, and on the opposite side, we'll see if this Meteor M connects and slows down anything as Delena gets the overhealth.
Yeah, the Hurricane got to roll through, force out as much as possible. It was matched by the Boundary up in the sky. Goes to Lena for the chase. Great movement there, but still going to fall. Harvey gets taken out by Spark Chief. Terra going to find Energy. Spark Chief on a Millennia. Vest now, Vinny. And they are up in numbers as FlyQuest does a good job on the retake. Staying calm, cool, and collected. Do not allow that second fight to mess with you, as the nature of this whole composition is to ensure 3 fights. And if you win on the 3rd fight, it is what it is. At least you're still holding, and you still have ults. Again, Vinny going to have that Strangling Prison, but now TTK very close to another eye. Terra with the Kraken Impact as well. Energy going to have Vault Vision with that res and Zello, so it's all on the strats here to make big plays, and Energy with a big End Song Inferno needs to come through on the defense. 100 Thieves, if they can land that combo again, will be detrimental. It's going to ensure that res doesn't come through as we start up with another fight here on the attack.
Yeah, we're currently seeing both teams on each other's best comps right now. Here comes Terra, though, in the sky. Slam dunk, meanwhile, from Vess alongside Energy. They're able to find one. Eye of Agamotto, but the peel is there, and Terra goes down.
Yeah, well done by Energy on that mark, and great ult there by Zelos to keep the team healthy even through that combination. Eye of Agamotto comes through, immediately matched right back, and unfortunately they're not able to pressure through it. So well done by FlyQuest. Vision still has that res. Vess with the Meteor M and Spark Chief. Cooper will be ready as well, so another opportunity to use that Boundary if need be, but you might want to copy early in these fights just due to the nature of how strong these duelists are, as Terra and Delena now. Delena is going to be on the Ultron looking to pressure that backline. Millennia will have that Boundary, but that's all you'll be seeing is Delena and Millennia from 100 Thieves. 20 seconds on, they need to win this fight if they want to try to shut down and guarantee a better position on this map. Getting to point 2 enables a far better chance of success on taking the map, but it looks like FlyQuest are lights out right now as Cooper brings out that Invisible Boundary.
Yeah, slowing it down right now. FlyQuest, like you mentioned, holding on to this point quite well. Copy eventually runs out from Cooper. So that'll be an advantage for 100 Thieves if they can build up ults later on, but they use that Ultron's Rage. They need to build up quickly again. Visions, meanwhile, also dealing with Delena. These shots coming in, but Delena somehow lives in the Invisible Boundary.
Up goes the Meteor M. Nice dunk there by Vess onto Harvey. Finding that pick early is huge for Fly. Out goes the Feast, putting Terra down to virtually nothing but great movement and an even better pocket there to keep the team up. But Millennia falls after the fact there from Energy, and that is a tough spot as TTK goes down. Vision on that pick, still holding on to the Revival. Energy onto Delena. Terra comes through and finds Energy, though. So maintaining that position for this is exactly where they were on Symbiotic. Can they do it again? Keep this pressure, keep owning the space. Terra coming in with Kraken Impact, trying to get a pick here onto Cooper, not able to make that happen. It does fall as Spark Chief gets a pick. Energy finds one. The portal comes through here from TTK, and the fight begins once more. This time, no ults available at the current moment, but numbers heavily up here for Fly as Delena and Millennia fall, and the OT ticks down. FlyQuest hold on before point 1.
I jinxed 100 Thieves, I suppose, because that was an incredible defense from FlyQuest. I mean, this kind of what happens when you give Cooper, I guess, Loki, because I would hate to play against that chip. Like, this guy was never going down, always was around the map on the height. I mean, you know, like, Spider Islands is one of the hardest maps to play against a good Loki on, and at the current moment, like, FlyQuest were just dominating from that perspective. But the big thing, Chip, that I wanted to talk about earlier was, like, in these triple comps, people would just assume, okay, because they have so much sustain, because there's so much healing, right? Okay, we just want to live. That's all we got to think about, right? But you can see, at least at the highest level, at least with these two teams that are currently number 1 and number 2 in the upper bracket, they want to constantly make plays. Like, that's what a lot of people don't understand, is that, you know, in this game in Marvel Rivals, it's all about setting up plays, setting up each other, and you can tell a team has good communication, you know, has a good understanding of their win conditions when they are, you know, actively finding those KOs with their ultimates, right? With their, you know, combination when we see Vest come alongside Energy, right? They're constantly aware of that. So a lot of teams even have bad mentalities where they're like, okay, because we're playing a sustain comp, we just want to live. But no, you still have to set up plays like you're playing any other regular comp. It is still Marvel Rivals, and at the end of the day, it's still a hero shooter.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Just piggybacking off of that, I mean, it's essentially a chess match. You're making the decision of, hey, who are we going to combo alts with? Are we going to commit 1, maybe 2? Do we have an answer for one of their alts? What if they combo? What's our answer for that? And you are consistently going back and forth in that thought process, in the comms, making sure you have a way through whatever obstacle is in front of you. So great call there. That is exactly what is being played at this level of play. That is exactly how they're playing. But Terra going to find Vision now. Energy going to be on that Moon Knight. We talked about one of the potential solutions here for this triple is Moon Knight with that damage boost. As you see that right now, Terra gonna find Cooper on that Doctor Strange in the sky.
This is what I wanted out of 100 Thieves on Midtown all day enough, is to play the Thing composition. And then they want Terra on Doctor Strange. It looks like that's what he's comfortable on, because last time, yeah, when he was playing the Thing, it didn't look that like the best, I think, for the team. And Vinny on the Thing maybe feels a little bit more comfortable. That's why they're doing it. And that's why they've already won a single round or a fight, and Terra does it again.
Yeah, another early pick there on a very crucial target. Your essentially that is your, you know, damage source right there. Getting rid of energy is going to be far more aggressively as Vinny now finds Zelos. Up goes the Meteor M. During turn right back on a Spark Chief. And he was still holding on to that prison, but falls again. Vinny popping off here with the haymakers back to back, just beating up the front line, and ults are roughly even.
Yeah, poor Zelos. I mean, he ulted Eternal Bond, got smashed by a Rock's fist, right? That was impressive cancellation of that ult, and maybe you can see why Vinny's playing this hero a little bit more, right? He goes for those walls, comes back to peel. Terra now sets up an Eye of Agamotto.
Oh, and 66 HP is going to fall there. Millennia going to be bringing back Vinny, but Terra will not be able to get here. It's all about finding or getting out of the point. No, Psyche lied. The res comes through from Delena. Everybody going to maintain this position. Try to get right back down there onto the point. Not even worry about that teleport just yet. TTK going to put up the shield, potentially eat it. Yeah, I believe it just ate the Strangling Prison, which is insane. Really well done by TTK. A ton of value there, and something that may have been missed in the moment. But Vision and Vest now going to find 1-2. TTK finds Zelos Energy with a 2-piece, 3-piece. Why don't you? Energy is going to be enough for them to walk forward, but the portal play will come through on this bridge. Oh, the counterplay.
Yeah, counter portal. Let's see if that pans out later on as they still spawn in. Vest scouting out forward. That'll be interesting to watch. But yeah, in Rivals, like, sometimes the tough part is with, like, eating a Strangling Prison. You know, it's all about wombo combos. Ults are so good, right? Where you kind of, even if you shut down one, there's still a follow-up there, because that's the entire game plan. You know there's going to be strategies ults on the opposite side. Terra switching over to that Wolverine now. 100 Thieves deviating their stuff up a little bit here, Shib, as they set up a re-engage.
Yeah, I guess they're electing to make this essentially a 2-fight with respawn potential if Delena can get that ult back, and just removing the Strange, putting Terra there onto the Wolverine. And Terra has been a disgusting Wolverine in the past. Delena going to find Spark Chief now early on, putting 100 Thieves back up in numbers, and that's a good start there for them with a minute on. Can they hold this closer and take home the W here against potentially the 1 seed? It actually is the 1 seed, as FlyQuest have been playing insane so far in stage 2.
I mean, what we saw there, like, Delena gets the KO, but it sort of happened off screen. Terra dragged him out towards the coast. Like, he just ripped away Spark Chief. Now Spark Chief's over to that Venom from that fight, and, you know, unfortunately for him, yeah, Terra shuts him down, but they still have Invisible Woman versus this Wolverine. Terra, I mean, could he put a staple, or could we finally have that staple match on Wolverine to end the series with 40 seconds left to go for 100 Thieves?
And this could be the danger zone here. Spark Chief going to dive the back line now onto the Warlock, trying to find that pick. Not able to make that happen just yet. TTK holding this position now. The last stand goes out and not able to get much value. Great maneuvering there by the back line of FlyQuest, playing lights out through that insane ultimate, as that is going to be a problem for them. TTK going to get walked in here by Cooper.
Yeah, they use the overlayer stuff, though. They use the soul bomb. They also commit that Fate of the Worlds. Harvey gets resurrected by BRB. Here comes that Magneto from the high ground. Vision goes down, but he has the self-res.
Yeah, self-res is up. Vision also has team res to keep them on point. 4 seconds on. They're going to make sure that touch comes through. It looks like it is now. It was looking dicey there for a moment, but they did make that happen. Vision self-res through exactly like you had mentioned, and the entire team will be back now if anyone goes under. Energy back in the fight. Will FlyQuest maintain this position? Alts up here, roughly even with 3 and 3, but Delena has the team res, and we know what that can do as it's launched now. Terra goes down, comes right back into the fight here after the fact. Delena on this high side. Millennia finds a pick on a Vision. Energy onto Harvey. The trades begin. Delena gonna bring back Harvey though, as again they are up in numbers. Oh my goodness. Delena onto Zelos, playing lights out now onto the Warlock. Do we see one more? 100 Thieves take home the W and take out FlyQuest.
Oh my God. Both of these teams are huge props. But 100 Thieves are in the grand final, Shib, in waiting.
Wow.
For the next team in FlyQuest or the opposite side of either Dark Zero and Envy. And oh my God, Terra MVP.
That was an absolutely insane battle. 100 Thieves just showing up here at the end of stage 2 in these playoffs and looking like a refreshed, disgusting team and consistently making big plays. You gotta show them respect. As every single one of these final fights, they're always coming out on top, even with split alts, roughly even across the board, just always getting more value. 15 finals there from Terra to clutch up the MVP.
And they've done it again, Shiv. This has been the most consistent team in Marvel Rivals history, right? Hands down, without a shadow of doubt, right? Besides Virtus Pro and EMEA, and then, besides Virtus Pro, that's it. I mean, 100 Thieves, every single tournament, stage 1, they make the grand finals. Stage 2, they make the grand finals. And Shib, my goodness, we're here today, which, by the way, that is more consistent than VP, because guess what? VP didn't even make it to frickin' LAN last time. So, man, I mean, that goes to show, what getting to these top seeds really does for you, right? Because they get that second seed last time. They don't have to go through those qualifiers and have tough matchups as that third seed, like Envy kind of did, right? And this team, I mean, time and time again, keeps playing to a high level in MRC in the War of the Realms when they were back on controller. Most of them except TTK. I mean, this has been the best North American team in history of Marvel Rivals Esports. And I think it's fair to say, with Sentinels disbanding and also, or not disbanding, but breaking up, going to Dark Zero, and then leaving out of this midseason, going away, this has been the best team in North America, and I don't think it's close.
It's just been insane battles back and forth. And again, I think potentially the underdogs, but proving to everyone that they need not be underestimated. This team is disgusting. Terra here, 15 finals as discussed, 24 KOs, 22k damage on a 1-point map is wild. Switching over from Strange there after that counter portal, coming right back as Wolverine and just shutting down Fly when they needed to. Heading to the grand finals is wild.
I mean, give these guys their flowers, right? At the current moment, 100 Thieves have been that team. And, Envy, you could talk about how well they played at midseason, but during these qualifiers, during just these North American matchups, it seems like 100 Thieves just always gets the number of their other squad, Chib. Is there, I don't know, is this some sort of aura they have against their own, nationality? What's going on here that 100 Thieves have been doing so well? But we already have our interview a player ready to go. I believe we got Vinny on the line with 100 Thieves. Congrats, man, on a W. You're in the grand finals again. Stage 2. You've done it back to back.
Back to back win. I don't think a single person has believed in us except our team. Everyone picks against us.
That's what matters.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, you're proving everyone that maybe doubted how strong you guys are as a unit. It goes to show you a team that sticks together like this, as Remix in the background getting hyped up. A team that sticks together like this, you guys, your synergy is just insane. It seems like you're clutching up on these super intense, very high pressure situations, these fights. The question I want to lead off with you, bud, is you took down FlyQuest, a team that teams nobody has been able to do. What was the secret there? What do you attribute it to?
I mean, just getting the band phase right, just clearing our comms. Like the map that we lost, you could just like, you could tell we just like weren't right, you know?
Yeah, that makes sense. And you guys,
huge part.
Oh yeah, no, go on about it. So what about the ban phase is the biggest part? Like, I mean, you guys, like you said, you perfected it today, and it looked like Remix and Terra and you, I imagine, doing a lot of the banning phase of like, what was behind that? Why was it so good today?
I mean, you just got to see what other teams banned versus them before. Like Envy tried tanks, other teams tried DPS. We did supports this time around, just depending on the map, right? But I think what we found today worked pretty well. But the spawn hold maps they're so close. The spawn hold maps are very close.
Yeah, the 0.1 hold, it's so crazy. It's always so intense to watch. I'm sure you guys will see that, how back and forth and how crazy it gets with some of these huge plays. I just following up on all this stuff, man. You guys clearly perfected the ban phase. You're heading into the grand finals, which is a huge achievement. Walking through the top side of the bracket there is wild. Obviously, you got some option coming up here. Is there any team you particularly, are worried about? But at this point, you've taken out everyone. Is there any team you'd rather not see in the finals against you guys?
I mean, we've beaten everyone. I would prefer to see FlyQuest because I like those guys better. But
touche.
Fair play, and Vinny.
Yeah, and then I listened to the interview earlier with Kaluj, and he said we were horrible. We were going to get 3-0'd, and he wanted to see us. I mean, now to see us, he has to beat the team that has already beaten them twice.
You're right. You're sending him to the fire, man. That's insane. Like, I mean, can you talk about how you and 100 Thieves have stuck together, through thick and thin, throughout all of these tournaments, throughout the year? Kind of like with Sentinels, people were talking. They were like, okay, are people leaving 100 Thieves potentially? What's going on? You guys mostly stick together. You pick up a new player in Nuck, and then you obviously play well with Millennia. What goes into being such a consistent team in Marvel Rivals, especially with the volatility that goes behind the scenes in the esports scene?
I mean, it's just practice. It's practice, and you got to stick to it. Like I would say, we had some pretty rough weeks in the last month in scrims. Like we couldn't win a scrim to save our life, but that didn't really deter us. We just got to keep playing. You got to learn the meta. You got to learn new characters. If you're stuck on the same characters forever, you'll never progress. So you just have to continue to learn the meta.
Absolutely, and we've seen you succeed a ton. We were giving you some love over these last few days to some of these big plays, Venom, these group plays, a ton of big success and follow-ups there. And curiosity in terms of the meta from the front line, where do you put Groot and Venom? Is it just comp dependent? I know you've been switching back and forth kind of depending on the moment. Can you kind of break down for me when you like to play those heroes, just for a Vanguard understanding, in general?
It's usually Koth. Groot is not that strong. You want to play a dive tank that could juggle the point, that could just roam around. Groot is more of those just payload front to back where you prefer to play. It's all map dependent, but I'd say those two characters are very strong right now.
Awesome. You guys
makes a lot of sense. Well, it looks like. Do you have some people back there that want to chat or something? It looks like Remix has something he wants to say, or something. He's hovering behind you. Dude, he's lurking. He's lurking behind there. What's up? What's up, Coach Remix? Vinny gave us an excellent interview.
The whole world battles. What now? What are you guys gonna say now? Come on. Wow, Kalush, I'll be waiting for you up here, bro. Hope you make it up here.
I love it. I love it. Getting hype. Again, I think you guys just do a great job of, you turn some of that maybe negativity you receive and just go crazy and consistently show up. And that's a trait that team all own. And, you guys are consistently showing that you do have that ability. So you cannot be stopped. Thank you so much, as always, Vinny, for your time. You're always great to interview. Do you have anything you want to say once more before we say goodbye to you?
Oh, shit. I mean, I just want to say, really good games to FlyQuest. They are a tremendous team, and I feel like we're going to see them again tomorrow.
Awesome. I appreciate it. Thanks, Vinny, man. I appreciate you.
Awesome, guys. Thank you, guys.
Alrighty. Appreciate you.
Thank
We'll
you.
see you soon. And congrats again. Wow, what a battle there. 100 Thieves, they are underestimated. I have to say it. And we as casters, the predictions all wrong. All of us not nailing that one. And just goes to show you this team cannot be doubted. They consistently are showing up into these huge teams and making it look like it's something they've done forever. And so the game's only been out for a year or so. So just absolutely obscene, but a ton of fun to watch as we're heading into our final matchup of the day right after this break.
Forgive me for what I am about to do. I see you. You've been judged. Face the devil. Wrath of the beast. Hellfire. On the hunt. Let the devil out! Ruthlessness is mercy.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing out, hoping your rise, raising up with this and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, hoping your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tide.
Heading to our final series of the night, we're going to have Dark Zero versus Envy, and this is going to be another heated battle. Dark Zero looks really good, and maybe they can transition from being warmed up from that first matchup there against Sentinels and making their way into the World's Finals. I know you and I both think Envy's an incredibly strong team. Do you think Dark Zero has what it takes?
Maybe. I mean, yeah, Dark Zero is a good team. Phil mentioned them earlier. I mean, this is the battle of both, circular logos, it looks like, in the bottom. But at the moment, I think they're a solid team and they're getting better. That's the thing, right? When we saw Sentinels last, and sure, yeah, Sentinels didn't do well versus Dark Zero in the group stage. Like, Dark Zero, I don't think was looking as good as Sentinels was looking versus teams like Envy, and a loss still. Like there was moments where Envy was looking really good, and then Dark Zero does that in a close fashion in an absolute cinema match to qualify for LAN. I mean, that was the first or second game of the day, and an absolute banger it was. and now we get to see Envy versus Dark Zero. I honestly would believe in them a little bit, but it's going to be against Envy, and we know how good they are and how good they've been at the mid-season and making a few changes to pick up Tap. I wonder if they've officially decided, Shib, who they're going to have starting. Is it going to be Speedery alongside Tap or alongside Cal? What's it going to be today?
Yeah, so much talent on that team, but as we are going to be diving into the rosters now, I think first we'll have our eyes here on Envy, and just like you'd mentioned, at least for the moment, Tap is looking like he will be in play. Cal still not going to be in play at the moment. Speedery, Tap, Kaluge, Window, Nero, Monk, this whole team, again, has been insane. Struggling a little bit there in the last matchup against 100 Thieves and getting knocked down here to head into Dark Zero. But again, we could talk about this team all day. You all already know, if you've had your eyes here on stage 2, they have the talent, but I have come to realize that underestimating may not be the way to do it. It's really up in the air. It's about who shows up as you walk us through Dark Zero, buddy.
Yeah, Dark Zero has the potential. They have the talent, and they've kind of been in that spot, right? Ever since like the good old days when they were Team Magnets. And yeah, sure, it was just Smash, but like this team was always on the come up and always felt like they were going to be the best team, right? When that team, had the original roster, we were like, oh my goodness, where did this team come from and why are they so good? They looked like they could beat anybody, right? Any given day in this game, and you just saw that in the last matchup that we saw. But Dark Zero, I mean, this is a good team that's only getting better, and just the more reps they get together, the more impressive they'll look. But it's the same thing on the opposite side for Team Envy. It looks like they've had some struggle like figuring things out, like if they want to play Tap or if they want to play Cal, because you got to make a decision on that, in the long run, because you keep kind of screwing up maybe some of your potential, capability when you take people out of the lineup constantly, right? Like we see, Delena is the starter now for 100 Thieves. He's going to be, it looks like, for the foreseeable future, even though they picked up a brand new player, they're doing just fine with him. And on the opposite side, Envy still kind of are deciding between new and old.
Yeah, I think it's tricky because we've seen just from past matches, and this isn't an indication of exactly how it's happening, but we've seen Cal be more so on the Warlock, and then Tap has been flexing more towards the Duelist and then going the Jeff route, right? And, granted, that I'm sure that is not always the case because he gets very focused. You can ban that out in virtually every time you see the name, so likely not, but that has been what we've been seeing. And then we saw a lot more of Tap on that Duelist role completely and switching it up a bit when Speedery takes to the sky on Ultron. So their whole team really can flex across the board. A ton of talent again, and whereas DZ is a little more focused into their roles. They know exactly what they're going to play, and they consistently play it.
This team is going to stay together, and that's a good point you bring up. Like, it's interesting to see the dynamic. Like, are you going to sub in somebody, or are you going to stick with the lineup at the moment, going with Tap again, right? And that's going to be the roster moving forward, it looks like. But yeah, there's something about that consistent style and consistent playing together and figuring out things through the thick and thin, like 100 Thieves have, that kind of, I think, is a good story and a good narrative for everybody to kind of take from, right? Sometimes you don't always have to make a change, especially in the pro scene, right, Shib? Like, we know that most of these guys, if not all of them, are in top of 100 minimum. I mean, they're all practicing daily. Yeah. We all know they're good. It's just a matter of, can you gel with your teammates? Can you also deal with the potential imposter syndrome that comes with being a pro player? Are you confident? Because, it's kind of like in baseball, too. Like, sometimes if you have the yips, right? That's a big thing over there. That can definitely mess with you, especially in an esport where everything is mental, right?
100%. I mean, I honestly, that's a great call, and I don't think you and I have had that conversation in a while about the mental game of this game. If you are not confident on any role, you will play like you're not confident, and it's very apparent. Instead of going for more risky plays and trying to get picks and really turning that highlight reel and instead into trying to not get KO'd reel, you will lose the game. You have to be confident in your role, knowing that you can win the match, because as soon as that goes away from you, just like you're saying, you have the yips, you will struggle to see W's, and that imposter syndrome starts taking over. So we will see what happens here. Going to lock in the Venom on the top side here for Envy, and Ultron going to be kept across the board.
Is it going to be AMER? Are they gonna save Venom now on the opposite side of the ban cap, or are they going to save the cap? Right, that'll be interesting. The thing is, I'm scared now, shit, because if we have AMER matchup in the ban phases, I mean, you got to favor Envy, right? Like, this team, okay, we got at least the difference of Invisible Woman to maybe save that character alongside the backline. On the opposite side, maybe they could ban out the Venom if they want that unmatched. But we've seen Cap also do quite well earlier. We've also seen Star-Lord go through. So right now with the Mantis ban and alongside the Ultron Protects, the only off healer that is not making, or that is not making through, is that Mantis currently. And yeah, they go for that Emma ban. We currently have Jeff still available. We currently still have Ultron available. Same thing with Adam Warlock, Shib. So it's quite a different look than the last series where we saw a lot of focus towards strats.
Absolutely, and yeah, we are going to see a slight difference in comp, at least shown right now. Emma is going to be up here on the side for Kaluj. Again, we had that conversation about TTK and Kaluj on Emma, both of which wild. But what do you hit me with what you're going to say, bud?
I'm just like, okay, you know how like last week I feel like we were seeing very targeted bans, or at least like some teams were doing it, and especially last series we saw that. I kind of like Envy's, or some of these teams need to go back doing that again. Like, especially if a team practices a lot of a hero. We were literally doing it last week, guys, and we've like reverted back to this sort of, you know, straight up ban phase, right? Where we're going to play the, okay, we're going to ban Torch, we're going to ban Star-Lord. It's almost like what we were talking about before, Shib. We had this conversation, remember, where it's like there's the meta amongst the meta. Because we're banning so many of the same heroes over and over again, people get practice under certain compositions, and now that we're sort of making people comfortable again, maybe make them uncomfortable. Maybe we hear the Karova interview where he was talking about how we wanted Adam Warlock and just ban Adam Warlock, right? We've seen that character get so much value today, even though I don't even think anybody's talked about it being like a top tier hero.
Yeah, I agree. I think there is a ton of strategy in that. And now Na'Vi, but then Rad, you know, we had that conversation where they said their whole strategy there in Midseason Worlds was just to hard target Speedery. Every possible opportunity on a duelist, remove it. And doing stuff like that can throw a team for a loop, even if it's just one cog in the wheel. And even despite how good Speedery is, it's just enough to mess with the team as we start up here on our first fight. Off-rip portal plays, and Madara is going to be keeping up this pressure on the front line.
Yeah, right now pressuring them off with that portal, maybe trying to go for a solid setup play on the height, but currently Envy surrounding them. They also have Munt over to that Rocket Raccoon and Dark Zero, maybe expecting that Captain America on that Namor comp. Aren't going to get that matchup this time right now.
Yeah, ults are beginning. Smash already at 80% here. Velocity at 89. Amazing going to find Window. Madara onto Kaluj. Month going to bring back Window. Amazing with another pick here onto Month. Starting up heavy here with the Gamma comp. Amazing onto Window once more, and they will get point here. 7% on and starting. Envy going to come back with a vengeance, or will they be held here early on? Looks like they're going to try to like to fight them in their hallway, which is a very good point right now, but can get tricky as Tap is going to be on that Jeff, ready to immediately off map. Great map for Jeff.
And it's interesting they're still trying to play around that. They have, you know, like those mix-up of roles. You know, usually it's Nero on that hero in the sky now with that Ultron's Rage, forcing out that Soul Bomb from Dark Zero, who kind of heavy play together and also get those hook shields.
And out goes the Dance of the Butterfly, the Cutterfly, if you will. Great fighting there by Amazing. That is genius. Folks, if you don't know when that Dance of the Butterfly is happening, there will be a little circle on the ground exactly where she will spawn in after the ult, and it can lend you to do stuff like that. Well done by Amazing, who finds a second now. Oh, and that is an insanely smart play there, who then falls and then can walk back up towards the point with the self-res. That was insane. Kurova's now bringing everyone back and is still on map. Oh my, that was disgusting.
I mean, like, that was almost a good play by Envy, but it's, yeah, Kurova. Was that the best Adam Warlock play we've seen in terms of like one instance?
That was so genius. That was crazy. And then you almost want to fall there so you can self-res right back on. That was insane.
Yeah, I mean, Kurova is good at that hero. Makes you wonder why we're giving him it every single series we played against him.
Yeah, I'm finding that. I personally am curious why there's so much. Everybody's allowing Warlock through. Tap, Nero gonna find 2. Window onto Smash now. Window making it a 3rd. 4th, the Speedery takes out Velocity. Make it 5. Why don't you? Impunity gonna hold on here with Hulk for a while. 90% on is exactly what Dark Zero were looking for there, as they're gonna just stall and wait for Impunity to fall off map.
And then take him out at the very end. And I mean, you can hold on here, Ship. This way we talk about how important it is to hold on point first, but with Amazing having that start, you would assume he's kind of warmed up, ready to go. Speedery as well. I'm curious how he uses his ult, because last time he was countered, similar to a Jeff, right? We don't, like you said, you can time that out. It's a little harder with Psylocke because you can dash away afterwards. Jeff has, I think, a longer window, but both still are definitely KOable in that situation. And now Envy sit with ults on their defensive push. Dark Zero, same thing, but they have to walk in.
And the fight starts once more. Dance of the Butterfly out there for Speedery. Month holding on to alt tap as well. Kaluj very close.
Again.
And Rymazing is lights out with these whales, though. An absolute demon of the seas. And that's going to be another oop tap. Very close on that pick. Takes to the skies just to bide some time. Going right back into the back line. Smash out with that Rage of Ultron. Impunity going to find Kaluj early. And that could be the numbers advantage they need. But no, Kaluj comes right back from the BRB of Rocket with a month. And still both teams are duking it out back and forth. Great maneuver there by Window with the tendril timing perfectly with the ultimate to get that pick. Kaluj gonna find Impunity. Kurova gonna self-res. Does have that ult though. And we see the impact, and there it is once more as everyone that falls is now back in the fight. Rymazing playing so well on that Namor. It has been insane to witness. No ults available here across the board. The closest to it being Smash, and Rymazing onto Dark Zero gives them the advantage that they do have point.
Yeah, but they lost somebody. This is what I was gonna say. Like, we need to see something out of Speedery, and he finds the pick on a Kurova again in the middle of that fight. So he's not gonna be here, still touching the point. But Nero, maybe the job has already been done, right? Speedery finding the pick onto Kurova is huge. He's gonna have to keep that up if they want to keep moving forward, because Dark Zero have the point.
Nero going to commit Rage here. Definitely worth it in the moment to find a two-piece and try to clean up a few. And that will be maybe a little bit of an overcommit, as also the Psionic Seduction is out, but there is 3 ults available here for Envy, where there will only be 2, actually soon to be 3, as Madara should be there as well with the Meteor M, and Punity going to be walking forward. But it's all about getting to the point now. 90% roughly. They've got 10 to get there, and looks like that will happen. But the battle begins shortly, the final battle of this first point. And I'll tell you what, these teams are hungry, and we've seen some crazy plays so far.
Yeah, and they're playing that traditional 2-2-2 style. The Hulk gets grabbed, kicked around the corner. They also had, by the way, to mention it, they had overtime spawns from that last fight, so that's why they're here very close at the very end. Rymazing's going to have to go off too in this fight. A huge eyeball going from Window.
And the presence keeps going. Out goes the whale from Rymazing. And that is another consecutive dunk there by Rymazing, who holds on. The team is falling. Kurova onto Window. Speedery gets a pick out of Velocity, but that will be not enough. The OT is ticking down now. Can they get back to this point, or will the first point go to DZ? It does.
Yeah, maybe it had to be Kaluj there with the portal. But still, regardless, what a fight at the very end for Dark Zero. It was back and forth on Stellar Spaceport. Now we'll see on Imperial Institute of Science. But it was a round that clutched up from Dark Zero. It's on these duelist players, right? We've seen Rymazing find one in the middle of these fights until the very end where he had a little bit of backup. They come through, and Rymazing's capitalizing with this whale, right? It's not the setup play at all. We're seeing the Hulk do the grab in the ult right onto somebody, stun CC them. We're seeing the Ayabaga come through sometimes CC. You know, we're seeing some sort of CC happen first, whether it be Speedery CCing himself on Psylocke, right? Like, there's these situations where Rymazing's not even like actively throwing it out there too early. He's just waiting for the perfect moment, and it's worked out for him every time. Now going into this one, Shib, we do have that Ultron's Rage, which has been huge every time Nero's popped it at the very least. For Smash, it's been a little bit more quiet. He's played a little bit more of the defensive style Ultron this time around. We'll see if we can do something here. We're in a more open map now where I would favor the Phoenix in that matchup.
Got it.
Yeah, a little more off-traditional strategies here being run by both teams. Again, the switch there from Tap to play more aggro on the Phoenix has seemingly worked for them as the fight started turning in their favor after that change, getting off the Jeff that was being countered. And Jeff is countered by a few things here, including things like Smash, Madara, and Rymazing with that whale. There's a lot of solutions, so good shift as a team. Now Nero is going to be on that Ultron again. A lot of the folks on this team are really able to play that Ultron to a very high level, so can be rotated through if need be, but Nero is going to be ready with that Rage of Ultron to match Smash, and it starts now towards the back line. There goes that bond from Kurova, a huge cooldown that's going to keep everyone healthy through that ult, just like Loki Crystals, a cooldown that is in and of itself is essentially an ultimate, playing very strong as Smash is just going to use that to counter ult and keep the team up. Now goes the Psionic. Window falls instantly after a great freeze there from Velocity. Rymazing onto Speedery. And Dark Zero are on one right now, playing like an absolute cohesive unit, lights out, and just really showing up today. Kurova onto Tap with another early pick, and everyone falls, and the point will be Dark Zero's.
I love this hard player on Kurova composition. Riot can always save himself with his bubble. Kurova has the heals, but still can get bursted. And it's as you mentioned, we don't talk about him enough. Velocity's huge freeze, set up that play, shut down Window, who is usually dominant on Venom, but he's now forced to kind of take this space alone, and he's going to rely heavily off of Tap here, right? Speedery's now over to the Ultron, but it's all on him, right? Usually we talk about that in Speedery's case, a lot of the pressure being on him. Now it's on Tap's side, but they have to deal with a whale.
We'll start again. Alt's going to be slightly in favor of Dark Zero here for the moment. And now goes the Feast, but that Bond is a cooldown again. That gets so much value and turned immediately around here onto Window. The res comes through, but still, it is huge. Madara tried to get the pick there out of the sky. Unfortunately, did not. Speedery now, right onto Impunity in the back line. Good play. Tap on a Kurova. Trying to get this point back quickly. Do not want to allow too much time as Kaluj takes out Madara. Kurova going to res back and bring back everyone once again as the fight starts all over again and restarts once more. We go as everybody pressing the Q button now. Smash coming through. Rymazing holding on to that whale. Kurova gonna find Speedery, and they turn this fight back in their favor. Rymazing with a big whale. Will this be the fourth in a row? It does not land this time. Kaluj onto Smash, and that will put Envy back up in numbers again with a great shift in movement, finding a good angle to come back in and retake the fight, not overcommitting, and just essentially slowing up the pace. But again, they never had the point this whole time.
Yep, they're still in control of it. The Hulk's gonna kind of stall it out like we saw in the previous round, and we also have a portal play to come back through. We've seen it time and time again, Chip. Teams don't want to take the L here. Bruce gets out of his Hulk form, and with that, I mean, eventually Dark Zero actually just playing this portal super well too, not giving up that space necessarily just yet, still stalling it out to 90%. But a huge fight there. At least switching to Rocket Raccoon, right? The Rocket plays for a month, keeping everybody back in it, has brought Envy into these fights over and over again, especially when they get picked on Windows side, which, to be honest, I think he should probably switch to like maybe a cap at this point or something on his side. But regardless, Dark Zero sent back to spawn now. They only have 90% of the board and not a lot of ults coming up, but Chip, these fights can be terrifying versus the squad on Nabor.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. And we saw there at the end of that fight a 4-piece there from Kaluj. There's not much more terrifying than Emma with 100 charge. But what is more terrifying is Kaluj on Emma with 100 charge, finding that 4-piece through Portal to drive them back. But again, 90% here for Dark Zero. And that would be the whole domination if they can clutch up now. Tap holding on alt Window. Going to use that Feast. But again, the Bond comes out. It is consistently ready as Kaluj finds Madara in that moment. And that could be a good start here for Envy. And there goes that res from Kurova. You don't need to get a whole team as long as you bring back one and start the fight and commit together. Speedery now going to be walking with a Rage of All, trying to Smash does the same. Tap finds Velocity in the back line. Smash is going to find Nero. Kurova self-res is back. And Nero's back in for the res as Rymazing finds Tap now with another trade. Speedery on to Smash, and they are so back and forth. It's all about playing slow here now together. Dark Zero in a tough spot on this high side angle, while the rest of Envy are still playing around that natural cover.
Yeah, Smash had a real good opportunity to try to clutch up there, and it was tough versus 3 healers, right? I mean, there's so much pocketing going on. That Rocket, huge boost up in the sky for Month to Live. And now Envy's made it close. We're already 80% on the board. They've also committed ults in that last fight, Shib, and we have our own ults as well. And we saw what Kaluj did in that previous fight with the Sonic Seduction. It was huge last time.
And we will begin. Envy again going to be up in ults in this next fight. Month, Nero, and Kaluj. Double strat line ults is huge at the moment, but it's very difficult to use the strategist ult. And when the whale comes in, it just takes you out immediately. Will Rymazing be able to land that? We'll find out as it is launched now. Does land on Month, but does not get that big. Great reaction time there by Month to find that Sia, but it does get bursted instantaneously. Kaluj finds Impunity now. And again, Envy up in numbers. Here goes the Meteor M. Ton of damage out. 56 HP. Falls there. Madara, excuse me, does go down to Kaluj once more with a big laser play. That does not get eaten by the Meteor M, any sort of laser, including Ultron in the sky. Tap for the 2-piece. That is huge on a Kurova and Velocity. Kurova has that res, but he does not have self-res, and they're going to hold on as Envy ties this up and heads to map 3.
Yeah, that was interesting, Shib. I think that there's a few things to note from Team Envy on that map. Like, I think, first of all, going into it, we talked about it. I think that comp is a little bit favored versus that Namor stuff. Probably seen the Namor do well, but I mean, Kaluj was popping off. Tap eventually got online, right? That's kind of what happens when you're against the Phoenix in that case. That's why you're seeing Rymazing now swap over to Phoenix for this next round. Although, to be honest, the other comp maybe could do better here. The biggest thing is that Kurova was slowing down, right? We saw those pickoffs early. And then once they stopped coming, it was like, okay, now it's kind of over, right? Because the way they were coming into these fights for Dark Zero was those picks out of him on Adam Warlock, which I guess now that we're learning, it's not very consistent, or at least not consistent enough to win that round. And now we head to the third one, which is Warrior Falls against Envy, who are switching it up too, Shib. They're going over to the group composition, going off of the Venom.
Yeah, group playing a little more front to back and just going to try to wall off LOS or line of sight and then focus whatever target may be up in front there. Alt advantage going to be coming in here just very slightly. No, yeah, it does go right back actually instead. And that was definitely a conversation they were having, trying to decide in the moment what to do. Alts are going to be roughly even here. 3 on either side. 4 actually, excuse me, for Envy will be slightly up. And can they use that to their advantage? We'll find out shortly as Rage of Ultron comes out quickly. Speedery immediately going to match that right back. Look at the team and use it defensively. Smart play there just to essentially counter. And at this point, you're still up in alt and you've traded. Not the end of the world. Trying to take the space here on point. They are owning point priority, which is good. And off in the off angle comes Tap. Again, the switch here from Tap has clearly been impactful on the Phoenix. Diving right towards the back line once more. Not able to break that as Tap takes out Kurova there. The double impact. You can deal more damage if you actually land the bird on an enemy and then have the pop AoE go through after the fact. Kurova is ready with that team res. Self-res comes through, and that is now on cooldown. Point not being captured by anyone at the moment as 2 are holding on from Dark Zero. Speedery going to find Amazing though as Kurova brings back the team.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't try that a little bit more aggressive. We usually see like teams like 100 Thieves when they play the Atom comp really hard engage. There's a little bit of a slower engage there from Dark Zero's side, but they are back into it. They also picked off Month, most importantly, who has that invisible boundary. Not going to be in this fight, and also the stall coming out from their Venom too.
Yeah, they essentially played the super aggro after the res came out. It was essentially, you know, hold the point and fall for me real quick if you can, and that is exactly how they did it, and that's why the point still hasn't changed. Dark Zero, though, Amazing with a 2-piece now on a collusion window, and that is a huge double right there onto the front line. And yeah, everybody's going to have to drop back now as Dark Zero gets point early. 5% on and counting. Alt advantage up here for Month. Collusion will be there shortly. Same with Tap. If you look in the opposition on Dark Zero, 92% here from Velocity. Should be the first to it there for Dark Zero. Amazing close as well. That combination with the damage boost can be detrimental to the backline or even front line of Envy. Let's see how it pans out. 21% on.
Yeah, Ryan's flexibility this patch has been huge. He's kind of like the Melio if you're an EMEA watcher of North America. Now they come back in, met by that dance floor inside that invisible boundary. Velocities, they want to sort of play it aggressive with that Endsong Inferno.
Yeah, there was that combination, neither finding too much value, but it does drive them away from the boundary. Kurova going to get a pick, though, on a Colluge. Is a big win there for Dark Zero at 40%, but Speedery going to match that right back onto the strategist of Velocity. A very mainline healing there with Luna. Ooh, Month with a nice push. Force physics there onto Kurova, potentially off map in that moment. Beautiful play there, as there is no escape unless you have that ult like we witnessed last time. But now still maintaining his presence on point, 55% and counting. Smash with some insane movement, and again, another one of those players on the sticks, on controller. For those who are maybe making the switch from console to PC, can absolutely use a controller to find success even at this level of play.
Yeah, I mean, he's put in work versus Tap right now. Bought time for Rye to come back. Tap has to run, but in the meanwhile, Tap is buying space for Window to find a pick on a Madara, and then on the Velocities with Speedery, the res back in, but guess who still has the point? It's Dark Zero.
Yeah, I mean, they are doing a great job playing around this. Just an absolutely insane stall tech here. Impunity going to be ready with a feast, but Envy, a ton of ults available here. Meteor M as Nero now is starting the dance floor. Month going to be ready with Invisible Boundary soon too, as it is ready now. Damage boost goes out with the combination, not able to make it work there with the feast. Still not able to get this point, but they've got to be touching here as it heads towards 97%, and they are. Amazing playing deep here, just going to deal as much damage as possible, try to get that ult back. Out goes the immediate Rage of Ultron. Window turning that right into Velocity in the back line, and it is sometimes worth eating that damage from someone else and looking at an unsuspecting target. Great play there to find the back line once more. Velocity from Dark Zero, and they will clean up now as Tap gets Impunity, Speedery on a Madara, and they will take the point, but at this point, 99. Oh, and as I say that, I might have spoke too soon. Month gonna find Smash. No, Envy do take point here, excuse me, as they are owning now with a slight ult advantage.
Yeah, and this is what we talked about for Envy. Window's kind of the X factor for this squad, and that's Collusion in the bottom right, by the way, if you're wondering, as Window is a little bit more pale than that man. Meanwhile, Dark Zero, though, like they do have 99 on the board, but we've seen them in a similar situation where it kind of went away, right? And we talk about for them, I think Impunity not talked about enough in this game in general. This man really is a standout player, but can he do it again for them right on the Venom when Envy is playing so, you know, evasive currently?
Yeah, and we will begin with the next fight. Impunity going to immediately get on that back line and make it difficult for Speedery, which is a tough angle to be playing at. Good damage there for Speedery, who is ready with that Rage of Ultron. When need be, you can hear the communication. You can see the communication being discussed of when to make that happen, and it might happen soon here. Nero has all Colluge going to initiate now, and that should be followed up with the Rage from Smash to counter, but already to go down 55%, and Envy doing exactly what they need to, taking this point, playing calm and trying to make big plays. Korova with a big res, though, and Pewdie right back in the fight. Korova been doing a great job of getting a ton of those reses. Tap now on to Matara. Matara comes right back, though, instantly, as now Speedery goes into that back line. Does fall to Matara, and smash with some strong damage. Kaluj onto Korova, as that self-res is now gone and will not be able to come through. 75% on, as Velocity brings out the dance floor. Window and Tap with the combination coming in shortly. Will they get a pick? They do. Again on the Velocity with some good focus. Matara on a Nero, and Tap with another trade on a Matara and Smash. And wow, these fights are back and forth.
How did they do that? They literally lost both their healers. They lost month early. They should have lost that fight, Shib. I don't know how they won besides sheer mechanical skill. This is this classic Envy, right? They should not have won that fight. But Tap, Speedery, Kaluj, Window, they all popped off despite losing their healers.
Yeah, and this is just who can stay the most calm under pressure moment right now. Dark Zero in a very tough spot, losing impunity right at the end there. Alt advantage. Kaluj with that Psionic is making big plays. Speedery with a two-piece now on the Strange Portal coming through, and that is going to be a massive retake here for Envy, who will slowly be ticking down the timer and take home map 1.
I mean, when things are this close, when everybody is at such a high level, it goes back to what we talked about earlier, Shiv, our conversation about, like what you just mentioned at the very end, being ready for that moment. Ryan Amazing even opened up in an interview recently that, this team is still working on their weaknesses, right? Still kind of coming into their own as a top level team. And right there, 50-4 for Tap. Holy smokes. What a performance right there from the duelists out of Dark Zero, because, out of Envy. They should not have won that last fight, Shib. That cannot be under. Look at those final hits. 16, 10, 15, wow. 21. Now, that's because they're against that of Warlock and they're playing against the zombie comp. Obviously, as our boy Cozy calls it. It's definitely true. Like, they came back to the point. You still think Dark Zero has an edge, though, right? They have the later Luna Snow ult. They have, on top of that, even more ults after that. They also don't have Sonic Seduction on the opposite side because they used it at the very beginning. Like, Envy just clutched up, man.
Yeah, again, I think the major change, like you said, down strategist in that moment. The combination there from Tap and then immediately followed up with that Meteor M combo does take on. This is a crazy play. Again, I'd love to see eyes on that, as that ended up working out so well. Although it looks like a win for Jeff, ended up being a win for the side of Dark Zero in that fight. But yeah, again, that combination Ensong Inferno with Meteor M is the Magneteor M, if you will. It was just so clutch. It found the back line. It found Velocity there. And then at that point, you're down your main line heals, and they were able to come back. Mons was able to get there, get the team healthy again, and at that point they were doomed. Unfortunate though, Dark Zero, they had the momentum, they had the ult advantage, they just could not clutch it up.
You know what, it just feels like classic Envy, right? Like, at the moment we're talking about how Dark Zero is a team that kind of needs to, or has been working on their team play and sort of getting together. But at the moment, like, this squad, Envy, it's kind of never, they've never really leveled up as like a team, I guess, like in terms of like overall team play. Now, that's not to say they're not mechanically skilled, because guess what they are? Like, this Envy team has the most talent in the game. I don't think that's unfair to say. They are, theoretically the best team, mechanically speaking, but can they put it together when it matters most? Tap did in that case. 50-4, a lot of damage too, nearly 40k, deserved MVP for sure.
Yeah, dropping a 50 bomb after starting on Jeff and not being able to get a ton of success goes to show you how strong Tap is. We saw that in against Techie when he was on the team Techie, and had a ton of success when Punisher was more meta, getting a ton of KOs there, and then making the translation over here to a Phoenix meta. 50 bomb here on Domination off the rip like that, taking that 21 finals. Again, just well-deserved, lights out play, bouncing back from that Jeff play.
He was so good, man. Tap has been that player that you can see why he's in the roster all the time. Cal is also a really good player and a fantastic hit scan too, but it's about that flexibility that is going to bring you into the lineup, Shib. And speaking about flexibility, we're going to be flexing on to a mat number 2 after this short break.
And we are back. Envy doing what Envy does. And I believe both you and I had them predicted, but Dark Zero looking lights out there as the underdogs, really showing up in those fights. Unfortunately, not able to make it happen in a fight that I do believe was actually favored towards them, especially there on map 3. But what a battle. Envy is crazy, though.
Oh, yeah. Envy's looking good. And, you know, the sort of tangent I was going on before we went to break was, yeah, this Envy team is the best mechanically skilled squad in the entire region. The only problem is, yeah, can they really put it together when it matters most in these tournaments and finally sort of play together as a cohesive unit?
Yeah, and I think we're going to get a glance here. Something that I asked production to check out once more was that off-map res there by Adam Warlock of Korova. It was super awesome to see, and I'm sure some people may be confused of what happened, so let's break it down here. Jeff is going to find Warlock and throw him off-map. In that exact moment, Korova presses Q right here to float in the sky, forces him to turn around, and the only solution to try to stop it is to KO him. But what happens when Warlock gets KO'd? He gets free flight. He is now able to fly onto the map, res himself, walk towards the team, and then res them all, and they will spawn on territory, making sure they don't off map. So everyone comes back that falls from that fight after the res, thus canceling the Jeff ult and still making their way back to point. That was a crazy series of events and really cool to witness.
Yeah, excellent job by our production and you to cover that, man. What a play that was by Korova. And, well, I mean, can they rely on stuff like that consistently? Maybe not, right? It's super hard to pull that play off. Like, I don't know how many people can do that besides Korova. But do they do it again, right? Can they do those plays on Adam Warlock once more? Because we know Envy's probably going to let it through, right? And this is sort of a discussion about Envy's draft phase. Like, just because you win a map, Shib, doesn't mean you necessarily still did good in that draft, in that ban phase, right?
Absolutely. I think we've talked with other teams about downloading the team, right? We saw their Envy made a crucial switch, and they put Tap on Phoenix, and that was it. The story was over. Tap started going lights out and finding so much value there on the Phoenix. And if you're a team that's able to make those switches and find success, that is a team that is going to succeed in Stage 2 or in Ignite as a whole as we head over to Map 2. Envy up 1 to Dark Zero. And we will start again, this time map being selected by Dark Zero. Let's see what the bans look like.
Yeah, I'm going to take a look at it, right? And we're only this harsh on teams, I think, in terms of the ban and the draft phase. Because, yeah, I mean, the margins for error are so small, right? In any instance of an advantage that you can gain, you're going to try to, you have to take it, right? Like we saw out of 100 Thieves bans earlier. I mean, they pretty much had a flawless ban system. That's how they also qualified in Stage 1, Shib. Like, if you remember, versus Sentinels, yeah, they lost, right, in that grand final matchup, but they still had a really good ban phase, as did Sentinels back then. So any tiny advantage you can get, you're going to take it, especially at this level of play in Marvel Rivals. As we get it looks like it's just going to repeat of the last ban phase we had.
Yeah, it's looking so far, but we'll see if that changes up. Double Ultron lock is no surprise there as we're heading to Central Park. This is definitely a fun one to watch, man. I do think this is a strange portal-heavy location, and we might see that happen, as I do believe in the past Envy has made that ban happen, or at least maybe against them, if I remember correct. Off the top of my head, it is difficult. But yeah, goodbye to Star-Lord, too, which I think is also incredibly strong right now across the board.
Yeah. Yeah, Star-Lord is good, but we also, in the other series, saw, like, you're fine probably leaving it unbanned sometimes. Now, it is all dependent on the player you're against, I guess. Like, in the 100 Thieves series versus FlyQuest, they, had the idea, eventually of, okay, we don't even need to ban out the Star-Lord if the Jeff is not in the game, if the Mantis is not in the game, if the Ultron is potentially banned, right? And, when those characters are removed, you don't have to ban the Star-Lord necessarily. Also, it depends on the player you're playing against, right? The original point that I was making, right? Speedily is also really good at the hero, and the same thing for Dark Zero. They can play that level 2 or that Star-Lord 2 high level 2. But to be honest, I'd be okay giving Dark Zero maybe that Star-Lord sometimes. Smash has popped off on that hero a lot, but at least you're forcing some role swaps coming through out of them. I would be okay maybe making that adjustment and learning and maybe adapting later on. And speaking about learning and adapting, we ban out that Phoenix and then keep that Emma Frost this time for Dark Zero. They're trying to make last-minute adjustments to the comp.
Yeah, far more duelists being focused here. We talked about maybe more targeted bans, but now you have to deal with some incredible duelists together when it comes to Tap and Speedery. It's very difficult to ban out two, but still very strong duelists being banned out.
Well, there's the Adam Warlock ban, Shib. Look at that. Look at that one. There we go. They've adjusted. Envy have added a wrinkle. I thought both teams here, Shib, were just going to try to mirror each other. They didn't. My goodness, we have a new ban phase.
Yeah, I think this is shaking things up. Again, we talk all the time. I mean, if a team loses and they feel like they maybe can't figure it out, why not try something different and try to see what you can do as a unit? And again, they are doing just that, a change up of the ban phase now as we head in to Central Park.
Yeah, I need to see how Dark Zero does without the Atom, right? It's been a while because it seems like they keep giving Kurova Adam Warlock in these series, and it just never works out for the team they're playing against. But this time they remove it, which makes sense just in terms of practice, right? This will, like we mentioned, even if heroes are strong and the amount of work you put on a hero does add up, right? How much, and it's tough to even figure that sort of stuff out because, you know, teams don't have that information on each other really, like besides what they've seen from officials, unless they obviously scrim against them. But that could have been for a while. That could have had a completely different ban phase in practice, and it's so hard to predict, I think, what your opponents are going to do. It's just all about the read you can make in the moment. And at the moment, Envy's read is to not let them play Adam Warlock and let them play that Ultron and maybe even some other heroes against that AMER yet again is Dark Zero.
And we will start up now again with these early fights on the high side. Window going to be placing the Venom. It's essentially just like a watchtower up here. Going to engage heavy, but going right into a Gamma Squid, and that is a team up they found success with so far. Tap goes down, but comes right back from the res as no numbers. And as I say that, one number now in the favor of Dark Zero early on in this fight as Window goes down after Tap. No res available there. Speeder going to be on that Psylocke, and we talked about how Psylocke taking a little bit of a backseat, but then you see stuff like this, and you say, where's the backseat? Still clearly meta, as Speeder is absolutely disgusting on this hero. He's going to get that pocket there from Ultron and keep the pressure on here to an Ultron who was juking like crazy. Smash doing a good job playing around that cover.
Yeah, Ryan needed some heals there. Close to Shredded Assaults, but they got to keep him alive. Nero gets smashed, and that felt like a fight that was so winnable for Dark Zero, and then they just fell apart. Like, Rye going down there should not happen with the drone. Also now, Speeder rebuilds up that ult so quickly. First ult in the game, Bill. Pressure has now been put onto Dark Zero, who has to make a move now, you know, with cooldowns down.
Kurova ready here with ult as Velocity engages with the Eternal Bond on point. Nero going to match that right back with Rage of Ultron, trying to keep the team healthy. But when you're in a position like that, it's not always the most value. As Ultron, you'll have to force out cooldowns and not always play retroactively. Out goes It's Jeff, and this finds one, but immediately, again, gets dunked on here by Rymazing. And this is the exact issue that happened on Domination before the switch, where that Namor Whale is a big threat to things like Jeff, or even Psylocke, if you read it correctly. Up goes the Meteor M. Does this one land? It goes down, but it does not matter. A try to make a play there. Unfortunately, not able to happen. Nero is going to find one on a Rymazing with another great shot here by Nero, who's playing lights out on the Ultron and getting picks, even being down in numbers. Kaluj on that cap. Not something that's as consistently played by Kaluj. As you see Kaluj in the bottom right corner here for Window. Once again, Window does have that Eye of Agamotto available, and that could be a big play as well into only one shield from Madara.
I mean, Dark Zero, it feels like, are making so many mistakes. Rymazing, though, finally. Oh, he actually canceled the older Speedery. That could be big, but they need to not lose somebody here, Shift. This keeps happening. They lose somebody in the middle of the fight. I have Agamotto up, too. They have to be aware of this without any ults. Dark Zero does.
Yeah, got to play aggro here and take the space while up in numbers, but I mean, Envy just doing such a good job at dropping back and retaking, ensuring they don't lose. And as I say that, Smash going to turn one right back into Nero after that invisible boundary from Kurova is going to slow up the pace in the sky, but Window gets a pick. Nero comes right back from the res. Rymazing finds Window to trade that back. Smash now going to be using the Rage and look directly at Kaluj, but out goes that Sia, and Jeff is going under. Will this land as the cooldowns have been forced? It's a two-piece. Will he be able to escape? Tap is close. The whale goes out. It stops, but it is not enough as Tap throws Impunity off map there.
This is not like Dark Zero, man. Like, they are just getting picked apart at the moment by Team Envy, who is just surrounding, and that's the point of the comp for sure. But to be honest, this Namor stuff should be doing well against the Cap comp. At the moment, lapse of judgment there by Rymazing. Forgot about that, Jeff. Goes in late, and now all of the momentum still in favor of Envy.
Yeah, it would have been a disgusting downtown whale, but unfortunately not able to land the center, which is your best and only bet there into a Jeff who does not have that shield over him. Again, Velocity now taking that space with Eternal Bond. This could be enough for Dark Zero to start getting some point charge here. Halfway they go, but again, out goes Speedery with the start of the dance of the Cutterfly, and they follow up with two as Smash and Rymazing go down. 20 seconds on the clock. Will Envy be able to take this win early like this as Kaluj takes out Kurova and Madara falls?
And this is how you know that Adam ban was the correct choice and a way better ban phase for Team Envy, despite, you know, winning the last map. Now this looks a little bit more dominant. Now that you get Krov on Invisible Woman instead of that Adam Warlock where he's been so dominant, it's been big for Team Envy.
And we begin again. Impunity going to commit heavy here with the Hulk. Madara goes up with the Meteor M. Unfortunately, not able to make anything happen just yet, as I believe Jeff used the iframe of the dive down to hold on. Tries to get one, but gets immediately deleted. Well done by Madara there on the tap. Still keeping the presence forward window available here with the eye. Whale lands, and it finds Speedery. Maybe post ult again. Didn't have eyes in that moment. Speedery did not commit ult. Excuse me. Still a great whale. Right, amazing finding window. So much value here from the Namor. Window going to be res back up, but Velocity finds Month, and at this point, I do not believe they'll be able to hold Dark Zero take point one.
Excellent hold there by Team Envy. I mean, they really played that comp to the highest level. Get picked, sure, but you have BRB from Rocket Raccoon. Come through the high ground. Speedery's able to find picks as well as Nero. I think he's been the most impactful player this entire time, just constantly with these Ultron's rages in the sky, always unaccounted for, and then they'll get picked off. Dark Zero now switching to a regular 2-2-2 style.
Yeah, and we will keep the pressure forward. Speedery trying to find the play here onto Namor, and that is a decent ult, but it will not be able to get too much value as they are stacking very well. Great shield there from the side of Impunity to keep the team healthy from those early attacks from the Dance of the Butterfly. Kaluj going to commit the Freedom Charge. A ton of damage out, and they're focusing heavy on the front line, the back line, with those bubbles once more from Impunity, keeping the team up and not able to make much happen as the map shifts up here and almost catches Kaluj in that moment. Nero gonna find a two-piece, why don't you again? Just so disgusting here on the Ultron. Have seen it in the past. A lot more in stage one as Nero is absolutely just dealing a ton of damage up here in the sky.
Yeah, he's doing so much, and Ramazing on Namor has not looked as dominant as he did in the last one, right? When we see him this time around in this 2-2-2 style now, I mean, he's going to rely heavy on those healing numbers that just aren't going to be there like it was in the last one. Now with ultimates, Dark Zero could do something, but Envy have constantly dodged ults, and they dodged the whale there.
And ult advantage up here for Dark Zero, who will be available with 5 ultimates. A minute on the clock, though. Not a lot of space taken here for point 2. They need to make something happen now as Velocity engages here with the Eternal Bond. Speedery sitting on this backline, essentially just waiting for that bond to end as Karova finds Kaluj early there with a melee, getting some good damage in. You can actually have a little push on the third melee there for Invis, if you didn't know. Amazing. Gonna find Window, and that is, again, a pick here for Dark Zero, who are still holding on to 4 of those ults.
As long as they keep the back line alive here, I think Dark Zero should have an advantage comp-wise. Now, the problem is Envy have ults. Namor Whale not up for Amazing because he whiffed it in the last fight due to some movement from Window. And now Envy can set up the dive whenever they really want. Also deal with these Namor squids every time. You can see the shots in on it, making sure Ryan never has help.
Impunity gonna pop ult. Madara doing the same. Still now walking forward. Amazing tries to find the Jeff of tap. Not able to make that happen. So holding on to some cooldowns. Impunity now gonna be in a bit of a vulnerable position. Is able to escape there as Nero launches Rage of Ultron. Does get matched by the invisible boundary. Gonna use the rest to juice the team right back up for a retake as Itch Jeff is now launched. Does it get value? Speedery finds Velocity with 1. Window onto Smash with 2. And that is a lot of ults committed. They better win this if you're looking for Envy to take this home. Impunity falls down into Bruce. Tap with 1 is going to find, oh, what a pushback, and does, I believe, get enough space to ensure they hold before point 2.
A great hold for Team Envy, and you know what? Like, this is, if they look good on this comp, I love it moving forward, but there's a few things, like, I don't even fully believe that comp really should work that well, to be honest, versus what Dark Zero are doing, and I like it. I mean, they don't have a target that they could really dive on, but realistically, Dark Zero earlier was dealing with Vanguard super well, and we're dealing with Collusion Window, but the evasion of Collusion Window was insane. Also, in the sky, Nero on Ultron was popping the hell off, so I mean, a few things. I think the ban phase was good for Envy. The comp, I'm genuinely not sure how that worked, because from everything we hear about behind the scenes, like, I feel like the Namor stuff should do well against Envy's comp, but maybe Envy just played that perfectly. Taking a look at the stats, it makes sense. I mean, nobody really went down except Window, and he can come back on Venom every time.
Yeah, and we might see the change up here, trying to play something a little more front to back. Essentially, the idea with the comp that we're seeing from Envy here, if it stays this way, would be to pull in with Bucky, wall off with Window, and find that value, have collusion, maybe tackle whoever gets pulled, and there is no escape from that as Speedery keeps that distance and just reigns on the backline, distracting them. It is a very strong comp, and this team can absolutely make that happen here. As we start up now, will Envy be able to push through point 2 quick enough?
That'll be a question we'll find out. And I wonder if this is the adaptation that Envy sticks with moving forward. Like, that was a solid choice today. Adam Warlock, we talked about it, how good he's been. First time I think we've seen him, like, specifically ban 2-Shiv. I wouldn't be surprised if we see that versus teams like 100 Thieves or, you know, later on some other squads. But right now, Envy having tap on the Bucky yet again. Sometimes we see Speedery on it. We heard that in the interview from Kaluj today. Sticking with that man on the Bucky in this front-to-back style against Dark Zero, who are doing a similar thing, but in the 2-2-2 instead.
And right there, you saw the Vanguards holding around that natural cover. We talk about natural cover a lot. They heard that Bucky pull being started from the side of Smash, waited it out, and then engaged once it was launched, and that's very smart play. Speedery almost finding Amazing there, just about 30 HP off, unfortunately for him. Now they're taking this space, though, and Rage of Ultron is already ready and directly finds 2 instantly. Do I see 3 here from Speedery? Yes, we do. Make it 4, why don't you? As Speedery showcasing how strong he is in the sky.
Yeah, Speedery looking really good. Fast Ultron's rage built up by him. I don't know why Rai used his shift there early on in that fight, right? That didn't make a lot of sense considering he was one shot, but got saved, got bailed out by his invisible woman. And then shifts when he's full HP. I don't really get that. To be honest, to me, it looks like Dark Zero at the current moment. They're switching up the comp and stuff. Shit, this looks like they had an adrenaline dump earlier, right? In their match versus Sentinels, which makes a ton of sense. It was a 5-mapper, a banger, back and forth. To me, it looks like they've mentally maybe been tired out from that series, right? It would make a lot of sense, especially in a tough series like that was earlier. Envy taking advantage currently.
Yeah, and I do think there is some value in discussing that. Envy shifting up their comp like this really messes with the mental. They're all so committed on this new comp, and it's clearly working for them as they take point very early. Makes it difficult as you have learned how to handle the last comp, and immediately with a combo tap, gonna find 2. Do I see 3? Yes, I do. 4, why don't you? From Tap, who is just popping off here and is looking towards the sky of Amazing now as the whole team is swept, and there is 4 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, they're building that time bank up, and if they were to lose a fight here, because Dark Zero do have ults, they at least have so much time. Also, they have the walls here, Shiv. So many things to stall out Dark Zero and make it uncomfortable for a newer squad.
And that was a very last-second touch there to get the point, and they do get the space back there. Dark Zero very much has ult. Amazing has to commit there with the Rage of Ultron. It will be 4-4. Speedery going to turn that right back to the back line and try to get value. The team is going to try to play without using ults, and they lose 3 to Speedery, and that is going to do it. What a play there by Speedery, and the decision from Dark Zero to try to hold on to those ults was just not the right move in that moment. Unfortunately, really well done by the side of Envy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to call any series early, but this series feels over already. Like, that was tough. I mean, we'll see, right? Map 1 was close. Map 2 was not, right? And that was the most one-sided affair I think we've seen in a bit, just because, you know, the advantage comp-wise was still in favor of Dark Zero on their attack. They couldn't take advantage of it, and now onto attack, Envy just rolled Dark Zero, right? Made them so flat as a team. Just every instance we saw to them, just nothing really came out in an exciting way. I mean, usually it's going to be a duelist with MVP or like the Ultron. In this case, man, it's Velocities with the SVP, and that's how you know it went bad on the opposite side. Not that Velocities is a bad player by any means, but yeah, they just got picked apart, Shiv, and this looks like a team that needs to come back, especially in map 2. They need something to wake them up if they want a chance to get this top 3 at minimum.
Yeah, once again, I mean, Envy is just, they are just that team that can show up like this. And again, it's a tough discussion, like you're saying. Is it a team that is exhausted maybe when you're talking about Dark Zero after that crazy matchup, or you know, maybe they're warmed up and Envy's just really on one right now, right? But agreed, there's just so much going on here behind the scenes. There's so much mental to the game. There's so much, you know, compositionally and ban-wise. There's so many aspects of the game that can completely shift how a team plays. And I'll tell you what, Envy is playing lights out, at least here. They were discussing on a map that was not selected by them. You got to remember that.
Yeah. No, I mean, I don't think we had we had this discussion like last tournament stuff, but I don't think we have it too much. But MVP of that series is going to be Window on the Groot and on that Venom. He was kind of providing so much space, doing so much damage. But yeah, I mean, this is like the thing, like, right? Like Envy had a nice little warm up before. It was a close series for sure. But now coming into it, right? We saw this team had a very, very close match earlier and maybe got burned, right? Because, you know, we mentioned, at least with chess players, the only real evidence we have in terms of, like, you know, caloric intake and caloric, how much calories it takes to, you know, manage that sort of stressful situation with high intensity engaged mental activity, right? When you have a situation like that, you're burning 132 calories an hour, right? That's you know, so much energy you're burning playing these games. And yeah, you are playing a game, a video game at the end of the day. It's not a sport by any means, but it's still a very intensive subject to participate in on a daily basis, like these pro players are, with the heavy communications they're dealing with and with how much goes into Marvel Rivals, the ban phase and everything, man.
Absolutely. I mean, that's a great thing to bring up. You know, everyone can say, you know, the joke is that, you know, it's just a game, you can't be exhausted, but we have all been there where after a game, you're like, you know what I mean? Yeah. Sigh of relief, just exhausted from a crazy battle. And yeah, it very much does have an impact physically and mentally. And right now, I'll tell you what, and you know, the entire team of Envy is just looking like they are rested and ready for battle, and they are dominating.
Exactly. Sorry to make one more point, but yeah, I mean, it's that you're right on the money. There's no time for excuses right now. If you want to come back in the series, you got to really look in the mirror and dig deep, because it's been a long day, but there's no time for excuses when you're down 2-0 to Team Envy.
That's it. And we will be seeing how this shakes out right after this short break. Welcome back, everyone. And at the current moment, Envy up 2-0. And man, was that last game one-sided. They looked lights out, especially on attack. Some big plays across the board. Window going to be there with the MVP. Huge Groot ults, right? And then followed up there by things like the Bucky. You know, you saw Speedery popping off there with the Ultron. Just a ton of solutions in win conditions. And that is what Envy is embodying as a team at this current moment.
Yeah, they're looking to close it out, right? I mean, they are upset about what happened earlier. I mean,
yeah.
in that upper bracket, they did lose to 100 Thieves, got sent down here, and have been on a tear, right? So taking the Nemesis, sending them packing, right? Not getting the top 4. Nemesis isn't coming to land because of Team Envy, and they're pissed, right? They're trying to come back to the loser brackets and just sweep everybody. And if they can get a 3-0 here, that's a big statement to FlyQuest, who they're going to have to play if they do beat Dark Zero. And on the opposite side, can Dark Zero reverse sweep when the odds are now stacked against them?
I'll tell you what, reverse sweep is in the conversation, but it's all about getting one map here, and Dark Zero needs to take that first step. They need to get the momentum back in their favor just to have a shot at it right now as we are heading to Yggdrasil path. And I will tell you, this is very much a triple map, which is what Envy is known for. They are discussing on that triple composition. I'm curious if it's going to change up the bans, how it might impact things, but you and I were discussing, what do you think might be the best solution for banning on Envy? And it is a difficult conversation, right? Like, you have some ideas, but you really never know, especially because it's so map specific.
Yeah, map. That's a good idea. Yeah, exactly. But the thing is with Dark Zero and how they've been banning, it's not been map specific, and they've just been generalizing, right? Maybe there's a lot of reasons why that could be, but I don't think that's the solution, right? You gotta be specific about the maps. You gotta maybe focus on those like vanguards and stuff. And I understand you want to focus on protections, but we do need to see a little bit more proactiveness when it comes to the ban phase shit, because going for maybe this one last second ban versus something that you're maybe scared of isn't going to cut it. You have to change up the entire strategy maybe at this point.
Yeah, completely shifted up, absolutely. And back to the triple comp, banning out Strange potentially has a play here. It could buy you at least one fight early on in point 1. I do think teams succeed a lot more once they get through that triple, right? If you're able to press through it, those streets phases, you get a lot of space there. It at least gives you some time to try to battle back on defense. But that first point, we've seen a lot of holds. Even we've seen multiple maps where both teams are held until the last millisecond and they're able to come back and take that win. So it's a very defensible position with these comps, and we will find out if Envy can close this 3-0 or if Dark Zero starts their run back.
Yeah, we almost want Dark Zero to have picked a convoy up second instead of Central Park because of how that went, right? Like, we've seen Dark Zero have closed Central Park maps before, right, where they can just like really duke it out with a lot of teams. But in that last fight, yeah, getting stopped in the streets phase can happen. And now that we head to another convoy, that can especially happen first point if you don't have an answer. And, we've seen teams deal with it, right, on this first point shit. But how many teams can deal with these triple comps like FlyQuest or like 100 Thieves? Because both teams kind of just were like, they kind of blew them over instantly in a certain matchup, right?
Yeah, it's all about what is your solution and what are you comfortable with. Every team has a different solution to triple, and I always find it very interesting to see what teams come out as. And we've even seen things like I had mentioned, Speedery was on, we even saw Iron Man for a moment, right? Like some stuff to really shake up things and be unexpected and to find value. And that may be what we see here. I think Iron Man does a good job of just pressuring that back line, although it didn't last long. We've seen Moon Knight, the Punisher, the Storm compositions, the more traditional Bucky comps. Storm is very much prevalent just due to the damage boost, and you have Ultron there. There's so many different solutions, but it is always different, and there always is a team's little take on it. So we will see what happens now, but right now the bans are looking pretty similar.
Shib, I feel like I don't even need to say anything, man. Like, this is brutal. Like, I don't want to see the same ban phase, and we're seeing it again at a Dark Zero. I mean, even going these first 3 bans, right? I don't care what this last ban is. It could be something crazy, dude. Like maybe Dark Zero. Maybe they've realized and that what their situation is right now. But you can't mirror Envy right now. We saw map 1. You played the Namor stuff. It worked, sure. You get rid of the Emma Frost, but dude, I don't know, man. Like, I don't like this at all, Shib. Like, this is terrible. I don't like the ban phase, man. Like, what do you like? Do you have anything insightful to say about it? Because this is brutal.
Yeah, I mean, I've always been of mind of, and it's tricky as somebody from a third-party perspective. I've always been of mind of, if it ain't working, you got to do something different. Try to shake it up. Definition of insanity is just doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. And this is an Envy map, and it just doesn't. Oh, they did ban out Strange though, which is going to be helping them. Well, actually, it was on the opposition as Envy banned out Strange, and that's going to stop them from running this comp so successfully. But either way, yeah, I just don't love it. I don't love how it's been drawn out right now.
No, I mean, I get it. Like, you know, like we talked about the excuses earlier. Now that those are out of the way, you know, we can't really give Dark Zero slack anymore. Besides that entire last map, right? If they get smoked here, this is Envy on a tear in this lower bracket, right, dude? Like they've been just destroying everybody on the reverse on this lower bracket side, and that could be terrifying to go against a team that is starting to build momentum after losing a match that I'm sure in their heads they thought they should never lose. As you heard in Vinny's mind, I mean, in that interview we had earlier, dude, like he was saying, like, okay, you got to go beat FlyQuest now, buddy. Good luck, right? Like sitting at the top of his throne talking down to the peasants right now. Envy not happy to be in that position at all.
And we love the competition. We love the back and forth, the discourse, all in good fun, but it makes teams play better, man. I think that's, and I said it straight up to 100 Thieves. I said, I think you guys play better when people doubt you. I think you prove people wrong and do it so well. And I think teams kind of thrive in that zone. And Envy losing that map, they are angry, and you can see it here now. They are playing lights out. That domination was very much back and forth, but domination is always, you know, has that opportunity to be like that. As we see now, the close hold Speedery going to be here on the Magneto, and we saw what Speedery can do on Magneto over these last few maps. It was Grocious waiting here to use that self shield until the diamond form comes out. It's all about a little chess dance here, back and forth, if you will, but that bubble is going to be used there to help Thing, who did have that diamond pulled. 25% HP gets deleted instantly once that thing gets popped.
Well, they're surrounding him again on this backside angle, though. Nero's the one to go down. Same thing with Smash. They've mixed it up going to the Psylocke comp, and that surround worked out and got rid of the flank despite the peel potentially being there from window.
Okay, so yeah, maybe you don't need to change the ban phase up if you've done your homework. That was a great attack on that location down low, ensuring that none of the strategists were able to escape that zone, and taking out Tap early like that, you know, gets rid of the rocket res, and they were able to sweep the entire backline. But here comes that portal through, which will not be an option here for Dark Zero, who did have Strange banned out, as Envy had the foresight to ensure that wasn't the case. Kalu's going to be on cap just to try to buy time on point, but does fall there to Velocity, who just goes to town there with the clap cooldown, which is incredibly impactful. As Matara, is going to find Month. Window gets the first pick back here for Envy, but still, and now goes the It's Jeff from Korova. That finds one, gets dunked on, is going to get healed up, and just bide time, force him into a corner and try to make a play here. Yeah, very low in HP.
I mean, bringing him back around, you do get him too, and this comp is already kind of stalling, doing its point. Also, Envy in control of the objective. Smash for the three-piece, though. Holy!
That is a huge ult there from Smash, and excuse me, before it was Nero who made that play. Korova does still have the It's Jeff Velocity as well. Matara to combat Dark Zero with ult advantage right now on this fight, and they will be trying to retake here. Again, guaranteeing 3 fights. We're heading into that third fight territory where they will not be able to touch if they lose again. As we start once more, Smash again. That was a huge ult, and Dark Zero still up in ults, but now Kalu's ready with a freedom charge to help counter something.
Waiting in the meantime, Speedery finds Korova in the middle of the fight, and this ult is not there in time to save Korova, who has to walk back from spawn window. Meanwhile, trying to connect onto the Venom at the very least, but he's got the Snowflake. Gonna get healed up a lot by the dance floor, but without Korova, is Velocity going down? The answer is yes. So despite some fights going Dark Zero's way, Envy still hold on here, Shib.
Yeah, and that is some very smart and patient play. Again, these ults are going to cycle. You've got to be active with these ults here on attack, and now Envy only committing Kaluj. They're about to have, they do have Month. They're about to have Speedery with ult, Nero again with ult, and you know, that's all about making sure you capitalize when you have the moment, because if you wait too long, you essentially just gave them a full free ult cycle for nothing. Nero going to find Velocity instantly. Speedery onto Amazing now, who makes that switch. Kaluj on a Korova with some strong animation cancel here. Now heading towards Smash, who is just looking to fall at this point. Oh, he's gonna wait. Oh, turns it right back at him with the reflect. That was kind of gross.
Yeah, I mean, that was as gross as Dark Zero's playing right now. Like, holy, can we, like, wake up a little bit, boys? We're in the middle of a tournament where you could make even more money. 50 seconds left to go. I need to see some, like, I don't know, healing each other. Like, they just keep going down and falling over like domino ship.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen a ton of Amazing actually on the Warlock there, and Bond is going to be out to reduce that cooldown from Speedery, ensure that doesn't get a ton of value. Great pick there by Smash to follow up, and Speedery not going to be able to escape and only really forces out Bond, and down goes the It's Jeff from Karova and Nero. Who gets more value? Nero not able to make anything happen. Karova potentially with a decent eat. Would have to see if there was any success. It doesn't look like we've seen it just yet at the moment, but it might have been a displacement. Ultimate window holding on here with this Meteor M. It is available, the Magneteor M, as down goes Month. Impunity gonna find that pick for Dark Zero, and they are waking up like you had a look for. But Nero gonna find Amazing, who may not have self-res, does have self-res. It seems like Speedery gonna find Velocity here with that expel of the Dark Magic. Tap on the high side with Rocket Smash gonna be taking out Month, and Dark Zero may be able to do this now as Amazing rests back the team.
Yeah, I mean, they're bringing themselves back into it, but Rye goes down, also doesn't have the Cocoon. I mean, they have ult advantage, Shiv. Like, you guys gotta get some eliminations. Is Smash really the only guy in the lobby that has, like, a sense of urgency? Velocity finally takes down Speedery. They have all the ults in the world, Shiv. This should be the easiest fight to frickin' win.
Yeah, they need to commit heavy now as there is a few picks. Tap gonna fall from Impunity. Now looking at the front line of Kaluge, juking like crazy, but is low enough. Gotta be focusing that. Get him off the point now if you can, but that was tough to track. Kaluge all over the place. The movement there on Cap was gross, but it looks like they will finally get point one, which is exactly what you need in the momentum moving forward, and they didn't even have to overcommit ult, so well played there by Dark Zero in that final fight.
Yeah, well played as a stretch, Shib. Man, they are playing terrible. They are playing awful. They got to pick it up right now. I know it's like overly negative, but it makes sense because they're so tired from their match earlier. But Envy also had a game earlier today too, right? They have the excuses in the world as well. Let's get something going now if you're a Dark Zero fan, right? They need to build some momentum, peel off these dives, find eliminations. They were before via Madara. Can they do it again?
Oh, and that's a good pick there by Amazing, and again, quite the unique change-up in composition here. As one goes down, the double Jeff is going to find Phoenix, which would be tougher off-map. Nero going to heal up and get the team up and moving. Karova commits, as well as Velocity. Does Karova have a good eat? I'm not quite sure it got that much value. Again, going to be on the back line here with different positioning, but what movement? That was crazy movement tech there to avoid as Tap finds Velocity. Speedery going to be taking out Karova. Kaluge on a Amazing. Speedery again on the Madara. Impunity falls, and Envy are sweeping the whole team once more with a minute 20 on the clock.
Yeah, minute 20 left to go. Dark Zero regroup. At least they'll have those ults again, and they were able to win that last one on first point. And for Team Envy, right, they got to set up Window with his ult to Feast the Abyss. Maybe try to get out Amazing's Soul Bond earlier, because that's the only thing going to keep this backline alive besides that bubble coming from Madara. Maybe they could set up something too with Impunity and Smash 2 on the backline.
Window going under is going to find success with the Feast of the Abyss in terms of overhelp, but still not going to be enough for a pick at the moment. Dark Zero going to have that res and the Meteor M available. Will that come through?
There was a fight in first point. Yeah, there was a fight in first point, Shiv. What the hell? Robo finds Window, and they're getting two. It's just getting dicey out of both squads. Somehow Tap gets Rye in the backside too. Can he find another into that Jeff just underwater? Able to barely live too, but you do have some help from Nero, but Nero goes down as well, so it's getting scrappy, but Dark Zero are coming through.
Yeah, and Kaluge just maintaining this position. Impunity going to find Tap, and again, Dark Zero now up in numbers. Envy going to commit here. The free push. Yeah, that's tough. Just trying to make something happen here in the last 20 seconds, I guess. But Dark Zero will come out on top with ult advantage. Speedery should be close here. Month as well. Tap, and can they combat? Smash, Karova, Velocity, Amazing, and Impunity, who will have ults in this next fight. This might be a moment here where Dark Zero clutches up with some big ults. Take point two, and the entirety of this map now switches, and maybe some of those mistakes that we saw early on are just washed down the drain, because it doesn't matter what the stats look like or how those plays were in the past. As long as you see those points get taken. Speedery with some insane engage finds Karova with Nero. Amazing bringing back the team. Down goes the end song out of Velocity. Madara and Amazing brings everyone back as Speedery takes out one, and still Tap gonna find Smash heading towards the back line again and resetting, but this is insane.
Yeah, Karova with the ult now, trying to go to the height, maybe find the people trying to touch that card on the defense, but Bubble saves, I believe, that one member. Somebody gets spit out. Never mind, Karova goes down before he can even have the opportunity. Tap fills it up. Same thing with Kaluge, and the portal not going to be there because of the Doctor Strange stuff that we saw earlier in the ban phase. And we're just seeing some stall from Impunity, right? You have the Psylocke here, shit, but we know where this is going, and the answer is back on the defense for Dark Zero. They did look a little bit better toward the second phase, and like I said, I don't blame them for playing terrible, but at the moment, that's my only takeaway, is that Team Envy and Dark Zero, well, they're just like mopping the floor with them right now.
Yeah, I mean, Dark Zero not going to have the Strange Portal back. I'm curious to see what the solution is going to be, if they want to run something more traditional, or if they're still going to run that 3-3 comp and try to just retake quickly with some sort of stall from, you know, Impunity's Venom or something like that. So I'm looking forward to seeing what the solution or idea is right now. I mean, you know, we've seen a ton of holds here on point one. It can absolutely be done here. Dark Zero looking much more aggressive and together there on that final push, but even so, does get held. They do get held, excuse me, before point two. So we are starting up here. Let's see what they decide. It looks like they are going to run a 2 Vanguard, something more traditional here with a triple strategist, just 1 duelist on Smash, and we will see where they hold, likely just on that ramp.
Yeah, more than likely. Let's see how they do it, right? For Dark Zero, they need to string a couple fights together. It's like you mentioned, though, we haven't seen too much like Rymazing on the Adam Warlock. It's mainly been Kurova, because, and honestly, how Dark Zero has won like maps in this series is off the back of Kurova popping off on that hero. And, you know, he's doing well on Jeff. Like, he's finding picks sometimes, but same thing for Nero. I feel like his impact maybe would be a little bit higher, at least from the KO perspective on the Adam Warlock, because right now Envy are reading his plays well. And it's interesting, Envy, they may start off on that Iron Man that we talked about earlier, Shiv, that you mentioned, you brought up, but nope. Switching off of it, it looks like this time around. Back to their full dive with the Captain America and Venom.
Yeah, and with, you know, when you do have that Psylocke, Cap does a good job of pairing with Psylocke when you get that knockup. Rymazing, though, with a pick early onto Speedery. Good work there. But again, the point already heading towards that second fight territory that you saw from the side of Envy on defense. That's their goal, is to always fight again there. So the fact that it's already there is already some free space in this early attack. Speedery, looking clean here, is going to be putting Impunity very low, but not enough, and forced to reload in that moment. Rymazing doing, honestly, a pretty great job here on the Warlock for something I haven't seen a ton. His hero pool is also just massive tap, though. As I say that, Caster Kurtz is going to find Rymazing. The rest comes through, though, as Speedery is owning this space on the high side. A very good spot to take there on attack.
Well, Kurova's built up his ult, too. Ensong Inferno comes out at the very least. They break Tap's ult. Both players were building up ults quickly. I thought that maybe they would have read that, try to counter it, but oh no, Nero's the one that gets a bigger read. Smash does fine too, though, in the meanwhile. Because of that, Kurova got Speedery off the map. You don't even get Rai. Nice job.
Not able to push Rai off map in that moment. Unfortunately, gets clipped by the ledge there, and that is a tough look, but it ends up turning around in the favor now of Dark Zero on the defense. 2 minutes and 30 is plenty of time, but Dark Zero will be, you know, roughly similar in ults, actually closer to an advantage here as this fight progresses. At the moment, window and month available, and then you see Metara, Velocity, Smash, and Rymazing ready as Impunity's close as well. Kaluj almost there with the Freedom Charge. A ton of Qs being ready. Who gets more value as we start up our next fight? Out goes the Invisible Boundary. Ton of damage out onto the front line of Impunity. Rymazing with the pick now, too. Again, Rymazing looking clean here on that Warlock.
Yeah, there you go. There's that sense of urgency we were talking about earlier. And maybe for the opposite side, Kaluj, old man Kaluj in that case, getting picked off. Impunity also finding Month, so finding the young gun of Envy's side, and they're slowly doing it, even though Month is down. Kaluj is trying to clutch up still against Dark Zero, where Kurova commits that ult in the backside. Rymazing gets down by window, and maybe the Freedom Charge is enough to buy them time. Nero goes down, but they trade back Velocity. Ensong Inferno from Tap smokes down the rest of Dark Zero.
Yeah, Rymazing does have ult available. Kurova gonna get picked there on the side over towards the right. Madara falls, and that is going to be Impunity and Smash down as well. Envy only having window in Nero. Actually, Speedery as well in this next fight where Rymazing, and we see, yeah, just about Rymazing and Madara, and that's it.
I mean, they've got those two ultimates. They'll have to come back and touch that objective too, and we're getting towards the very end, about 80 meters. Pretty much 20 to go now for Team Envy. And we already that early Soban. Nobody's even near him, though. They're split up, and they lose their back line. Brutal for Dark Zero. And Rise now stuck against the rock in a hard place. He has to res. He's going to get tracked, too. Sure, you have that payload. But at the moment, Envy are just picking you apart.
Yeah, I mean, that was a huge engage there by Window. Full commitment, great place of that, using those tendrils prior to off. The res comes through from Amazing, though. Impunity is bad. The whole front line is back now, walking back onto point. Nero going to commit that all to Smash us the same. Kaluj going to find Impunity, though, and right after that, res will not be able to be resed again. 30 seconds on is a pretty good defense right here. Smash finds Nero, though, and will this happen? Will they be able to maintain his position? Looking forward now to the sea of a tap with that animation melee cancel. Will be too difficult to take out. Korova not able to get a good eat there. Unfortunately, Speedery finds Korova now very clean. Window, Kaluj with 2-3. Nero onto Amazing, and that will be a hold here, a push through, excuse me, as Envy now is heading towards their victory.
Yeah, 2 minutes and 30. Dark Zero's made it close, though. And Shib, honestly, like, we've heard people, like, you know, equate games to, like, ranked, you know, when things are going poorly, like when it's a sloppy game. But this might be the first time I've actually heard that in a reasonable manner, right? Like, this actually feels like a ranked game. Both teams definitely tired, right? After an incredible day of competing. It's been tough for both squads. And with 2 minutes left to go, who can put it together, you know, at the very last moment? It looks like Madara does on Speedery.
Yeah, Kaluj with some heavy engage showing off the cap, which is definitely something that has been in the belt for a bit, but maybe not as selected. Speedery going to find one. Will they see another? He is pressing forward again, but out goes the dance floor, this time from Velocity. Smash, though, going to find Tap, evening those numbers. Window with a two-piece onto the back line is massive as Speedery takes out Velocity and Impunity, and they are walking now 1 minute 50 on, and they are cruising forward with 3 on card. Folks, remember, 3 on card is the max speed. It will show 4 arrows on the top because 1 arrow will be there without anyone on card. Just keep that in mind. Little known fact. Some people, you know, well-known fact, but some people actually do not know that. Speedery going to take this offside angle. Down goes the Itch Jeff. It finds 2 enemies. Nero going to spit the allies back and just take 2 of the strategists away, and that is so much value as Nero drops Amazing. Impunity, though, finding Tap. Amazing got a res right back, but at this point is pretty far away from this fight. Will he be able to get back there in time? Does have that res, is going to launch it and try to retake. Kaluj going to find 1. Amazing bringing back Mad as they still walk forward again, and out goes this portal, owning that backside as Speedery now commits in with a minute on the clock.
And the time still on here. Right, you have everybody back. They also just use Soul Bond. You can maybe get an explosion into the backside. Rye goes down. Madara, the sky has to go big. Otherwise, they might lose here.
Yeah, it's still a battle. Kaluj gonna find Velocity once more, still owning this space. Tap is gonna find another, and again, Envy are winning this through portal. Kaluj still has that freedom charge, and the end song is available. That's a lot of bodies down. I don't know if Dark Zero can get back there to do this. They cannot. Envy takes it home 3-0.
And 3-0 for them. Didn't look as clean as their last win, to be honest. Kind of reminded me of Logan versus Deadpool, right? Towards the end when Logan's like, I don't want to get back into my job, you know? Like, Envy had one more game to go, and they closed it out there.
Yeah, I agreed. I think you're right. Both teams kind of going through it today with some serious battles. And, you know, Envy showing up in that moment, taking 3 maps, really staying confident as they do. And across the board, still looking clean, even through so much playtime today. There is going to be even more tomorrow as they progress forward and look to face Fly. And, you know, Dark Zero, we will be saying goodbye to them as a team, but not for long, as they did make it all the way to the LAN. Congrats again to Dark Zero, who clutched up in that moment, and that was the goal of these teams. Get to the LAN, see, you know, show up in person, show everybody what you got, and that's a whole other scene. Teams can play much better in LAN and play under those lights differently, where teams may struggle in that situation. And I'll tell you what, Envy has been there under those lights before, making it all the way to second place in midseason. They are not a team that struggles under the lights, and they are looking for it once more.
Yeah, exactly. 100%. That was the goal, and Dark Zero did it. You know, that mission accomplished. We can you know, wipe that game clean from our memory. At least I'm going to do that after that one. But you know what? Like, Team Envy looks good, Shib, at the current moment. And like you mentioned, like, this team, when they're motivated, is the best team, one of the best teams in the world, right? When we've seen Envy at their peak, they can really, you know, fight against anybody. They can beat the best of any team in the world, right? And you know, it's a matter of, is that Envy going to show up again at LAN, right? Can they do it? Can they make the correct preparations going into it? I'm sure today was just a really, really tough day, right? Like a long day for them. And then same thing for Dark Zero, just across the board. It was a very, very tough match. But that's what happens when you don't make it to the upper bracket, Chip. That's the benefit. On the opposite side for FlyQuest, well, they have to play 2 matches, right, tomorrow.
Sure.
But regardless,
If they
they
win,
still,
yeah.
if they win, yeah. And then also for the side of 100 Thieves, I mean, they just made it to the upper bracket. They're chilling. They're getting ready to relax until that finals.
Exactly. And, no one 100 Thieves are looking to try to be underestimated because that's when they shine brightest. Kalush here with that MVP. Honestly, Kalush on cap, like I said, not as much of a frequent sight, but disgusting work here. 38 KOs, 13 finals on the cap, a ton of damage towards that backline, being a nuisance there with the second most finals, as Speeder going to be there with 19, and Windows still had 12. So again, all of them playing great. Tap obviously making the switch to Phoenix there at the end with 9 finals, and you look over to Smash with 14 on the opposition DZ. Like I said, great work there. Unfortunately, I'm sure it was an exhausting day for that team, but we will be seeing them in Worlds.
Oh, yeah. Map 1 was an absolute banger, and then you could tell everybody is getting a little bit sleepy after that one. But it was still an incredibly fun matchup, and it's awesome to see Envy, do as well as they have and to come back in this loser bracket, which I believe we have Nero on the line for the side of Team Envy. We haven't talked to him for a little bit. What's up, Mr. Nero? I can see half your face right now. How you doing, boss?
Hello. How's it going?
Good, buddy. Congrats again on the victory. I mean, you guys are looking lights out. I can see like a fire lit under you guys after that loss. The question I have for you is you're going up next against Fly. What are the thoughts there? Have you been thinking about that, or is it one match at a time?
Honestly, it's just been one match at a time. We honestly expected Fly to win versus Thieves. I think they kind of choked, but it's going to be exciting that we get another rematch versus them tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Absolutely. And you guys are obviously going to get ready for that one in terms of, I think for you guys, getting you onto the Jeff sometimes has been a big thing. But like also today on Ultron, you had an incredible series on Ultron so far. Like, what's that for you flexing over to Ultron off of Jeff and stuff? Like, what goes into that? Because we see Speedery also sometimes play that Ultron and stuff. Like, why? Like, what's going on in your guys' decision making to put you on sometimes Jeff and Ultron? I know the ban phase is a big part of it, but there's the consistency is sort of you guys are flexing more than other teams, I think, right now.
Basically, when I'm on Ultron, it's just we want to go a backline that's basically like unkillable. And then when Speed's on Ultron, it's just like that's when we need 3 supports, and that's it. That's his best support, and it just fits our playstyle. Honestly, it fits his playstyle. It's a flyer. He's like insane at flyers. Yeah, I mean, basically just when I play.
No, I mean that makes a ton of sense. I mean, you guys are so willing and able to flex the different roles, and all of you have experience on a duelist type position, so you all have the mechanical skill to make that work, and you're consistently rotating. So very, very strong there. We see you jump in on Jeff, and you guys make those rotations. You've had some big Jeff ults. The question I have for you about Jeff is, when is the right and wrong time? I feel like some of these games you guys are absolutely rolling on Jeff, and then some games you're forced off just due to the nature of how the composition looks. What does that look like for you guys?
Sorry, can you say that again? I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, the short of it is essentially, when are you guys rocking Jeff, and when do you feel like it's not comfortable? Is it just how it's feeling in the moment, or is it a compositional change?
Honestly, Jeff is just OP. I feel like you can play him versus every comp. It's just honestly a skill gap character. Like, there's so much tech to the character where there are counters to Jeff, but it's like there are counters to the counters as well. Like, it's not just black and white, So honestly, you can just play him anywhere, I feel like.
That makes sense. It's been like a long day for you, Mr. Nero. Like, I know that, you guys had to come back for this lower bracket side, and you guys look like you are on a tear right now. But obviously, like you said, you thought that FlyQuest would have dominated in that series versus Under Thief. That didn't, right? And now you guys are going to play against FlyQuest tomorrow. Just real quick, let's focus on the bit of the narrative side here. You're going to be against FlyQuest again. Like, what do you think about that team? First of all, it seems like there's some bad blood between you guys and maybe 100 Thieves, but it seems like there's some general, like, this team's all right for FlyQuest, right? What do you think is going to happen tomorrow versus FlyQuest? Why is it going to be different than your guys' game earlier?
I mean, honestly, I think we just played bad in our series before. Like, every time we lose, I feel like we just play horrible. Like, if we just show up on the day and play good, like, we can win versus any team in the game. It really doesn't matter. We just can't make stupid mistakes in the match.
Awesome. No, that makes sense to me. And again, appreciate your time jumping in. I know it can be a hassle for y'all. We really appreciate you jumping in. Do you have anything you want to say before we let you go? Anyone you want to call out? Things like that?
I don't have anyone I want to call out, but I just want to say a shout out to Envy, shout out Hastro, shout out Tasmo, shout out my teammates. We've been working hard. I'm glad we qualified for the LAN, and I'm excited to meet new people, meet you guys again. Yeah.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Well, congrats again, buddy. We look forward to seeing your match tomorrow as you head over to Fly, and that's going to be a battle. I'm stoked to check that out. Thanks again for your time, buddy.
Good luck, boss.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
So you heard it, folks. It's any given day, right? He's essentially, when they feel like they're losing, they're just not on it. And you got to be on it tomorrow. I'll tell you that as we're heading to the very end of these brackets. These teams have grinded to get here. And
is looking good, and he said it best, you know, and that's what we've noticed, right? This team, you know, plays really and can beat anybody on any given day, but they also could beat themselves, right? It's one of those teams that sort of, does Envy really lose, or are they beating themselves in the other team, or the other team really win, or does Envy more lose than the other team wins, right? At the moment, Envy lost to 100 Thieves in 3-1 fashion, right? That was an incredible game, but same thing for FlyQuest. Envy and FlyQuest, both teams that we thought would be number 1 and 2, got sent down to these loser brackets because of 100 Thieves, and that was all the way through. Dreamland also got 3-1. Everybody got the belt, it seemed like, this tournament for 100 Thieves. They just fought and fought and fought and fought, and they're in the grand finals.
And we're looking over to Atlanta, and this is crazy. DZ is going to be up there with Envy, 100 Thieves, and Fly, all making it through for the Americas region, heading over to Atlanta to be right in front of everyone on their screens. Try to make sure you get there and check that out.
And I will say, like, oh yeah, EMEA getting 3 spots, by the way, yeah, we already know it kind of sucks, right? But for the side of America, right, when people are going to, like, I bet you EMEA players, they're going to watch that series and be like, oh my God, this is why America doesn't deserve 4 slots, is because of this, right? But that was a series where these players were absolutely exhausted, man. Like, they've been playing all day. And they came through in the end. They gave us what was a show, right? And they got 3-0'd in terms of Dark Zero, but they're still at LAN. That's the game you have to watch in America was the Sentinels versus Dark Zero series. Sentinels, another team that easily could be at LAN. We just don't over here in the North American region maybe, you know, talk about them over and over again like they're the best team in the freaking world, because to be honest, anybody can compete in the entire world, right? Any given day, like you mentioned earlier, Ship.
Absolutely. As we now are going to be glancing over to our predictions and how this shook out for the day. I'm excited to see what those look like. A lot of us had very similar breakdowns here, as Vicky up in 20 and me at 18. Vicky, 100 Thieves, she just gets it. She knows that they've got what it takes, and I'm going to be honest, I think they play best when people doubt them. So we might have added some fuel to the fire there, and they just absolutely looked so clean out there today.
Yeah, let's focus more on how Vicky did good and I did bad. That's a good idea, because damn, like, has she been perfect this entire weekend so far? I think she has. I think she's made perfect predictions.
Showing up on the 100 Thieves has been huge. So W in the chat for Vicky. Absolutely.
She's investing in Dogecoin when before Elon Musk was even tweeting about it. You know, it's just a smart decision, right? Do it before the big dumb idiot tries to get it shilled out for the rest of us plebeians. But huge job out of team Vicky in that case, and Envy to get into that top 3. Now they have to go against Envy tomorrow, and then we're gonna see now I'm getting tired too after that day. Gonna see the first FlyQuest in that lower bracket finals, dude.
Yeah, so we start off there, folks. Lower bracket finals tomorrow. Best of 5, FlyQuest versus Envy. And then we head to the finals for all of that Ched. 100 Thieves versus whoever wins out of that matchup. And a best of 7, folks. So it is going to be a little bit more of a longer series. And we are going to see, you know, people really starting to figure out each other's strengths and weaknesses on various maps and trying to exploit that a bit. It gets even more intense.
Yeah, and that'll be for $70,000 in that grand final, Shib. So that's a lot on the line on Championship Sunday. And I believe that'll be you and Mr. Coase taking us over in that grand finals. I'm going to be pumped to watch it tomorrow over in North America, dude, because we're about to wrap up over here and see who that number 1 seed is.
Absolutely. It's been an absolute pleasure as always, brother, working with you. And these games are always fun to watch. We never seem to get these 3-0s, but we did witness one today. And again, it's been a pleasure yelling at the screen for everybody in the chat. I've been Ira and Shib, and that is Dogman. And we will be seeing y'all tomorrow.
trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you